Welcome to the live session on Excel for Data Analytics by Intellipaat. Before we begin with the session, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon for latest updates by Intellipaat. Excel has become increasingly important in the technological world. With more than 34 years of experience, Microsoft Excel has become one of the most popular business applications ever created. In modern business, MS Excel facilitates the storage of critical information ranging from creating budgets, estimating, and storing employee information. Almost every department in a corporation uses it, from sales to admin to project management. That is why learning Microsoft Excel can be of great value to your job efficiency and career opportunities. Companies use Microsoft Excel extensively to analyze their data. With technology playing an increasing role in data analytics and other aspects of business, it has become an essential tool for anyone. No matter what your field is, no matter what your career is, you need to master Excel. The Excel features used by data analytics are charts, pivot tables, what-if analysis, conditional formatting, sorts, and filters. In today's world, data analytics is in high demand. As a result, data analytics salaries in India are significantly higher than other software professionals. According to Glassdoor, the average salary for a data analyst in India is around 5 lakhs per annum. After hearing all this, are you curious about how to learn Microsoft Excel straight away? With this tutorial, you will stand out among your peers in MS Excel. If you have any queries, you can put down in the comment section. Now let's begin.
So let's get started. To start off with, what is Microsoft Excel all about? To explain this, let me just take an example. Imagine you are working for a company. You're working as a HR for that particular company. And your primary job is to ensure that you keep a record of all the employees in the company and against their particular department. So if you're working for a company, you have to note down all the employees, their departments, and also more details such as when they joined, which team, what shift they are doing, or any other information which could be helpful. So say your boss or your manager comes a day and asks you to give an employee detail of a particular department. If you have it in a particular notepad, you probably have to search it between many sheets to go to that particular department and get the employee details. Further to that, if he asks you for multiple details, and not just for an employee but for many employees, imagine how difficult it can get. So the simple concept is you use something like a row to column, or in lines you mark it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you put all the employee details and the departments and certain other information. Now it makes it comfortable on a piece of paper. But if you really have to use some information for a particular department, imagine how difficult it can get. So that is why Excel can be used for a lot of features for a lot of useful information analysis. So one of the most important features of Excel is for analysis, to utilize mathematical operations, inbuilt functionalities to get you the desired result. So what is Microsoft Excel all about? Well, in simple terms, it's a software applications. You can use it to perform a lot of logical mathematical statistic calculation on data. It has a basic feature of spreadsheet. Remember, I was talking about those lines, right, where you can put in the data. So similarly, in Excel, you have something called spreadsheets, and it is arranged in a grid of cells, which is in turn arranged in rows and columns. We will see more about this as we progress, but then simply put, Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet where you can use data, use inbuilt operations to analyze, sort, and do what you want with it. Not just that, with the data available, you could create charts, You could use those charts in a PowerPoint presentation and then represent that data graphically. So if the question for you in your mind is, what is Excel commonly used for? I would say, simply put, it is to utilize data, store data in a easier way, analyze it, calculate data according to your requirements, your process, your team important, and then you also use the data to create graphs, charts, etc. These are some of the most common features or usage of Excel, but then the Excel is an ocean by itself. You can create multiple things depend on what your requirement is, and we will see some of them in the coming chapters. Hope this got you excited, because I'm surely. And let's see what is Excel all about in the next topic. Okay, so now you've got an overview about an Excel. You understood what Excel is all about. We spoke about a spreadsheet concept where you have rows, columns. I'm sure you're excited to see, just in case you're not seen it till now. A couple of minutes, I'll be showing you how do you launch in Microsoft Excel, how you could customize it according to your usage, and of course, once you launch, you might have to close it, right? Or you will have to close it. So how will we close, save it appropriately? So let me quickly go to the demo so that you could see and learn. Great. So now this is your first look of Excel, just in case you haven't seen it till now. So the first thing which strikes you is, you see there are three sheets. There is sheet 1, sheet 2, and sheet 3. Now what is this? Of course, an Excel has some inbuilt features. You can see tabs, home, insert, page layout, and so on. But then the first thing which you might have noticed is the sheet. So to explain this, let me just take a notebook. So imagine a notebook. You have multiple sheets, right? Where you can write different topics, different subject, different information. Similarly, in Excel, you have multiple sheets for your usages. Now, it's not just that. It's just not limited to 3 sheets. You can add multiple sheets, and how to do that we will see in the later chapters. So all these sheets put together is called as a workbook. So you understood, right? Simple. These are sheets. All this put together, this whole content is called a workbook. Okay, so now I'm going to use this particular sheet. I'm just going to type in sheet 1. Let's go back to our example which we spoke about. I have joined a HR firm and I am the HR. So I am going to note down the employee details. So I'm just going to put a header over here called employee details. And just simple date of joining. Okay, so I have one new employee who's joined me today. So I'm just putting in the employee name and date of joining. It would be around, say, 1st of Jan 2015. Okay, so this is how I've entered data into Excel. Once you do that, you want to save it. But just before you save this, I just want to show you something else. If you noticed over here, every time you open Excel, the Excel opens up as book 1. If I open another Excel now, it will show that has book 2 and this has book 1. So as the default, Excel will have 3 sheets and it will always name it as book 1. So this is something which I have worked, right? So let me save this. So how do I save this? So I go click on the Windows button over here. As soon as I click that, I have a set of tabs which I can use. For now, I'm just going to use Save As, and there is another button called Save. So the difference between these two is very simple. Save As is used when you're using it for the first time, and thereafter, if you're using in Excel, modifying it, adding, removing data, then you just use Save. We will talk about shortcut as we proceed, but for now, just let me save my first Excel. So I click on Save As. There you go. And let me put this on my desktop. Okay, so what should I name it? I will name it as my first Excel chat. So that's my new Excel name. And as you can see, the extension or the way the Excel is saved as .xlsx. Okay, so I click it. As soon as I do that, notice the changes. So my book 1 is no longer book 1, it is my first Excel Jan. Okay, so that's simple. So we just saw how you launch an Excel and then you save it. Now let's take, there's another employee who's joined. I will put it as Saran 2, and he joined on 2nd of Jan 2015. Okay, so I have just modified the Excel. Now if I close this and I do not save it, this particular data will not be there. So please remember, always when you do some changes in your Excel, you need to save it. Again, how do you do it? Simple, either go to Windows, click on Save, or you noticed there was a shortcut which showed here. If I just hover over it, you could see that there was a Control S, and that's exactly the shortcut for saving an Excel. So you just click on Control and S, so it saves your Excel. So simple, we learned to save an Excel. So I was talking about some customization, right? How do I ensure that Excel becomes easier for me? There are so many tabs out here and I'm not sure which tab does what. I probably need some shortcuts or some customization, right? How do I do that? So again, for that, what you do is you go to your Windows button, click on the Office button. You have here your Excel options. So click on the Excel options. You get the Excel customization options. So we will review these in detail, but for now I'm just going to something called customize. Once you click on customize, you have a lot of menu prompt. So these are the different set of buttons which are available, but we'll not review any of these for now. I just want to show you one easiest quick access toolbar. So if you come down, you can see this show quick access toolbar, right? So just click on this. As soon as you click on this, there will be a okay, that's an error. Show quick access toolbar, and you will see that. I'll click OK, and as soon as I do that, notice this particular toolbar. There you go. So right now I have different buttons, but then I promptly want to have a save button over here, which is going to be useful. I'm just going to do that again to show how you add it. So I go again to Windows, I go to Excel options, and I go to customization or customize. I have my show quick access toolbar. And what are the tabs I want to show? So here is showing customize your quick access toolbar. For now, I'm going to go and use the save button and move it towards my right. So I have a save button. I also probably want to use, let's take a redo and add that. That's how simple. Oh, probably that's already there. That's why it's not. Oh, I don't want a redo, so I'm going to remove it. So that's how I just create and modify the buttons I want and remove the ones I don't. And I click OK again. So simple. There you go. And your save button. So this is a simple way for you to navigate Excel when you're learning and to use your Excel as you begin. So going back to our slide, we have understood how to launch on Microsoft Excel. How do I customize this? We saw how we could create a quick access toolbar, and we saw how to save and close an Excel. Let me just go to my next slide. So here I want to take you all through some very important areas of working. I call it 5 important areas. It's spreadsheet, grid, ribbon, formula bar, status bar, which you will see. Now going back to my spreadsheet, we spoke about sheets, right? Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. So what are the 5 important areas? And let me show this again. Here you have your formula bar. Here you have your status bar. Here is your ribbons and some additional features for you to view it in a different mode. you have a page layout, and you have your normal break view. So most importantly, I want to quickly take you all through the view of Excel. To start off with, what are these? You have A, B, C, D, E, F, and so on. So basically, these are columns in Excel. So you have columns which is numbered as A, column B, column C, and D, and so on. So anything which is represented by letters are called columns, and anything which is horizontally represented are called as rows. So they are numbered accordingly. If you see, rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your columns are numbered as A, B, C, D, E, or so on. Now, important thing over here is a cell is nothing but a reference or an interface of column and a row. So simply put, this is nothing but it's in D column and 6 row. The same thing can be seen in the name box. So we're talking about 5 things, right? So this is also the 5th thing which is very important, a name box. So once again, if I move here, can you tell me what is the reference of this particular cell? Well, if you haven't, notice it is H7, H7, H7. Good. So we learned about cells now. Seeing some other important things. So here is your formula bar. Now what is this formula bar? Formula bar basically showcases the content of your cell, or if you want to insert a particular formula, you use the formula bar. I will explain this in detail, but just as a reference, if you click on fx insert function, you get your insert function which is represented in the formula bar. You could see an equal sign. That's what is going to happen. Now again, this has quite a bit of amount of significance. We will see as we progress. So we saw name box, we saw formula bar. Now what is the status? Here we can see there is a status called ready. So basically, this status bar shows the status of the spreadsheet. It tells us what is actually happening in the spreadsheet. So right now it's telling I'm ready. What do you want me to do? So for now, I'll just go to the data and see if it changes anything. We created the employee details, right? So let me just click on the employee details. Okay, it shows ready. I go to number and I just click on F2 and it shows edit. So basically what Excel is telling me is that you are inside a cell and you're editing a data. That is the significance of the status bar. So it now shows you're in an edit mode. Now let me just go and type in some other thing. So see, as soon as I type in anything in a new cell, it status shows enter. So basically what it is telling me is that you're entering a data. So every time I do something on the cell, it shows the status of that particular activity. You might be wondering that why is this important? It is important because there are times where you will be using multiple data and you will be using multiple functions. So when you're doing that, Excel might be showing whether it is ready, entering the data, editing, or in fact calculating the data. The last thing about status which I want to tell you is I just want to enter a formula over here. So how do I enter formula? I just click on equal to, or just let me do one simple math problem. I'm just going to put 2 numbers in these 2 cells and I'm going to add those 2 numbers in this particular cell E8. So as soon as I put equal to, I put a formula which means add this cell to this cell. Notice the status. It shows as point. So basically what Excel is telling that you are adding a formula, you are dealing with a mathematical function. That is where it is displayed as point. So understood with the usage of status bar, right? Great. So moving on to a few other things, but important ones. What is this 100% out here? So it is nothing but you're looking at 100% of the view. You could either decrease or increase the view basis how much data you're working with. So simple, right? Now this is scroll, which I don't want to tell you. I'm sure you're very aware of that. And moving on to the most important things, ribbons. Now, till now, you'll notice that there are different tabs, right? We saw home, then we have insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and then some other additional tabs which I have added. So what are these? Now these are nothing but these are called ribbons. Now what do these ribbons do? These ribbons just have all your common tabs, usage tabs put together. Let me explain that with an example. Now under your home tab you have font. So what is basically font? You have anything to do with your characters or text functions, or you want to increase or change the font, it's available under this font ribbon. There is a small arrow. Once you click, it expands. So you can see that you have the font type, you have bold, italics, or you want to underline, including coloring, filling the text with color, or just the text color. So basically ribbon is nothing but it combines the common used fonts under a particular ribbon. Under the home you have your clipboard, your fonts, your alignment ribbon, your numbering ribbon, your styles, the way you want to format and style it. We will see more about this, and some other insert and some arithmetic functions, and auto sum, fill and clear, which we will see. Similarly, if I go to insert, like the way it tells in terms of the word insert, you're basically inserting new things in Excel. So under the insert tab, you can basically insert a pivot into Excel. You could insert shapes, charts, hyperlinks. Hyperlinks is if you want to move between two Excels, you insert a hyperlink or any word art commonly used. Similarly, layout, as it says, it's basically page layout, more for printing, or you want to navigate it in terms of certain data only to be printed. That's when you come to page layout. Formulas. In the beginning of Excel, I did mention to you that we have so many different types of formulas, right? And Excel basically covers all of them. You have arithmetical, logical, date and time, trigonometry, anything which you want to know from a logical, you can get under this. And all that which we learned in school or college, you will find all those formulas. You just need to know how to use it. Then moving on to data. The word data is basically talking on whatever data you want to do some operations on data. That's when you come to this particular tab. You have sorting, largest to smallest or smallest to largest. You want to filter data, you want to remove duplicate, you want to consolidate, you want to validate. That's when you come to data tab. Review is basically it's about protecting the workbook. You want to review certain content, you want to check for some spelling, you want to search in the dictionary. That's when you come. And the last one, the view, is basically similar to what you observe over here. Zoom, or you want to freeze a particular row and move the rest, or freeze a particular column and move the rest, and you want to put a page break or change the layout. That's when you come to view. Just to remind you, all these tabs or all these ribbons which you can see out here can be added to your customized tab. So basis your usage, you could take any of this and put it out here. And you remember how to go there, right? Perfect. So that's some basic overview of Excel and some important areas which you need to work with. Formatting Excel and shortcut keys. So I'll directly go to a demo so that I could show you how you could use tips and tricks or navigations and few shortcuts. Here we go. We have a new Microsoft Excel spreadsheet opened. So as it's inbuilt, we have 3 spreadsheets. Okay, so how do I navigate this complex looking spreadsheet? Or is it really complex? It is till you work on it actually, and once you start working, it is very, very simple. So The main keys which I'm going to use in my navigation would be Control, Shift and arrow keys. So I'm just going to demonstrate how I navigate this particular columns and cells with the use of arrow keys. So right now I'm going to use the down arrow and you can see what happens. Yep, the cell reference, the highlighted box moves down. And when I click on the top or the up arrow key, I see that the box moves on top. Very simple. And towards my right, right, and towards my left, left. Great. So what if there is a lot of data and I really have to go to, say, a particular column which is like DO? Should I keep clicking on the arrow key to navigate there, or is there a shortcut available? Yes, of course, that's where the tricks are available and which we can use. To showcase that, let me just come up with a particular table with some data. I'm going to randomly add some numbers out here. Okay, let me just put the numbers and I will pull this autofill handler. I'll talk about more of that shortly. And I will also pull the autofill handler towards my column so that the data is available. So here, do not go by what the logic is, just look at this particular table which has a lot of numbers. So imagine you have a database, something similar to this, and there is a lot of numbers available. How do you navigate? So for example, if I have to really go to P3, which is this particular cell, should I from here keep holding my arrow key to navigate, or is there any shortcut available? Yes, there is. So I'm going back to my home key, so that's where I came. And now observe what happens. I'm going to click on Control and my arrow key. So I directly move to the table where the data is available. Okay, I'll do that again. Home, Control, arrow key. So now if I have to move to the last one, the one which I've marked in the color yellow, I still click on Control and the arrow key. There you go. So Excel basically understands that I'm looking at the data and I want to go to the last cell where the data is available. And when I use the Control and the right arrow, it understands that, oh yeah, there's this data and let me move there. Similarly, if I click Control again and the left arrow, again Excel understands that I have to go to the first cell where the data is available and actually moves out there. So your question would be, what if I have to go to K3? Now in this case, of course, Excel will not understand that it has to move here and you have marked it in yellow. So you have to use your arrow keys to go to that particular cell. Okay, that's great. So we understood control and usage of control with the arrow keys. Now what is shift all about? So let me just go to my first cell and click on Control Shift and arrow. Please note that I have to hold all the keys together. Control Shift and my down arrow key. So as soon as I do that, you can see that Excel understands that the data has available in that particular column has to be highlighted, and it does so. If I use Control Shift again and my right arrow, it will subsequently highlight the complete data. Quite easy. So quickly, I'll just show it once again. Control Shift down arrow highlights the data completely in that particular column. Again, I'm going back. Control Shift right arrow, it highlights that particular data in the row. So if you use Control Shift and the arrow keys, they are good enough tips and tricks for you to navigate Excel accordingly. You need to practice this because the various combinations of Control Shift works differently. So the more you practice and understand the functionalities, the easier it will become for you to navigate Excel. Hope you learned something in terms of navigation. Alright, moving on. So we spoke about navigation. What are these shortcuts all about? Everyone likes a shortcut, right? We always find ways and means to do work in a shorter way or find out shortcuts. So thankfully, Excel, there are plenty of shortcuts. I'll just show you the simplest shortcuts available. So if I click on Alt, you could see that suddenly there is some highlighted letters in the spreadsheet. So I'll do that again. I'm just clicking on Escape now, Escape key, and now I clicked on Alt key. As soon as I do that, there is a set of letters highlighted. Now I could use the combination of letters and Alt key to get to where I want. Which means, let's take I want to go to Home tab. So it shows H. So if I click on H, just observe what happens. I have the Home tab. And beautifully under the Home tab, all the respective shortcuts are highlighted. So you can see that I can use numbers, I could use letters, and I could actually use the combination of these two to not even use mouse, but I could do my stuff. Okay, just for an example, I will go ahead and use H again to see what happens. So it goes to color, and there again it shows the shortcuts. So if you keep using the shortcuts, right, what happens is just like how we learned riding a bicycle. Initially we had to remember so many things, but later it became automated, or it just your mind gets used to it. So similarly, consciously, if you want to use shortcuts, if you keep using this Alt and remember those letters which needs to be highlighted, your brain memorizes it, and then thereon it's very easy for you to use shortcuts. I'll just show you a small example of that. There you go. Did you see me moving my mouse or the cursor? No, right? I'll just do that again. There you go, because I have memorized the shortcut to close this particular workbook. So how did I do that? I again used Alt, I used F, which is your Windows. You could see that Windows can highlight it. And then under Windows, I used C, which is highlighted to close. And that's why it asked me whether I need to save or not. So that's how I use shortcuts. I could do my work very simply. For now, I'm not going to do anything. Let me close this particular workbook and go back to my presentation.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The basics of Excel. So starting with the most basics, okay. So one particular the box is known as a cell, okay. So this is what is a cell is. It is just a space where you can store any value, okay. And suppose for example, you just double click that. So you just double click a particular cell and you can fill in anything. You can fill in numbers, you can fill in characters, you can fill in sentences, anything you want. For example, I give it like hi, welcome. Okay. So now for storing this, I can either press enter, okay, or I can press tab. Okay. So with tab, what will happen is this selection will go to the right hand side. Yeah, let me just tell you this. This is a particular cell. So this cell's name is C5. So it is like C and 5. Okay. So this is C, that is C column. Okay. So these are total number of rows and these are the columns. Okay. So a cell is nothing but a space where you can store something. It is an intersection of a particular row and a particular column. Okay. For example, I go ahead and select this randomly. So the name shows up like G11. Okay. For example, I select and go to A1. Press enter, I'll come to A1. Okay. For example, similarly, just randomly I go to N9. Okay. I press enter and I go to nth column and ninth row. Okay. So that is how you can navigate like without without the mouse. Okay. You can navigate through keyboard directly. Okay. So this is nothing but your name box. Okay. That is a cell's name. This is A1 and I want to change it to suppose say main. Just put enter and that see. Now you see that this is F1, this is B1, this is A4.
Right.
But because we change this, it will say main. Okay. So now you can change it back to A1 again. Okay. So, okay. And another thing, like as I said, you can store any values inside a particular cell. So how much length value you can store? So that length is a maximum of 32,767 characters. Okay. So you suppose you just go on typing at one particular moment, it will not let you type anymore. That is when when the length is 32767. Okay. So this is the maximum number of characters which can be typed. Okay. All right. So the next thing is how to navigate. Suppose I have a value like I have A, B, C, D, E. Okay. And I have again like F, G, H, I, J. Then I have it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So to go to next content. Okay. That is next data. Okay, suppose I'm here and I want to go to next data. So one thing, I can go directly here, I can search for it, okay, and go, suppose my data is here, I can click here. So but these are many, right? See, to A and it is up to Z. After Z it starts with AA. So again AA, AB, AC and so on up to AZ. So after AZ it will start with again BA, BB and so on up to ZZ. Okay. And after ZZ, again it will start with AAA. That is like many. Suppose I have a very large value, very large table. How do I go to the next content, next data? Simply you can press Control and you can press arrow. Okay. So that is Control plus arrow key. Okay. So with Control and arrow key, what you can do is, suppose once you are in your data, okay, see, I'll show you, come out again. It will go to the very starting. Control and right arrow, it will go right towards the data. And inside data now it will move, it will not stop near this data. That is one drawback of this. Okay. Drawback of control right and control arrow keys is that inside data again it will go to the very last data, first data and last data. Let us try control right again, it will go to the last data. Control down, last data, very first data. Okay. So now let us delete this. So you can select everything at once. Okay. You can just click on A and drag it. Drag your mouse pointer, it will work. Okay. And click on delete, everything will be deleted. For example, you select everything and click on backspace, then what will happen is only the where you started will be deleted. Okay. For example, I select all this and I press backspace. The very first cell where I selected will be deleted. So instead of that, what we can do is we can do delete, so that all the data will be deleted. Now, what about if I don't have any data? So this is a new sheet. This is like completely new sheet, right? If I don't have any data, what would happen if I press Control next, Control arrow key? See, if I don't have any data, here I had my data, right? Well, I have A, B. From here, if I press Control and right arrow, where would it go? To A, right? That is J1. If you go to J1, right? So Control next, Control right arrow, it goes to J1. Left side of J1, is there any other data?
No.
So what if I type control left arrow, where would it go? See, control left, it will go back to the starting point. So if I'm here, that is instead of J1, if I'm at J2. Now if I type control and left arrow, any guesses what would happen? A2. That is right. It will go to A2. That is the very starting. Okay. What I am saying is, for example, we do not have any data. And now I type control and right arrow. Where would it go now? So now what would happen is it will go to the very last column. Whichever the very last column is present, it will go there. Let us see. Control and right arrow. So this is the very last column. After this, there is no more column. Okay. So if there is no data in your table at that particular column, what would happen is it will go towards the corner. Again, if I press control and left arrow, what would happen? It will take me to the first one. That is A1. Okay. Very similarly, suppose I do control and down arrow. What would happen then? Correct. That is last row number. Okay. On this particular column. Let us try that. Control down. So there are in total, there are like 10,48,576 rows present in one particular sheet. Okay. So could you tell me, like, this is A11048,576, right? So are you also executing the commands with me? So what I was asking is, could you guess what would be the name of the very last cell? Very last cell. So like this is your very first cell, right? So what do you think would be the name of the very last cell? Like if I show you, the last row number is 1048576. And if I show you, the last column is XFD. So what do you think would be the last cell name? What would be the name of the last cell? So how do we go there? Pressing Control, and then we'll go to the right. Okay, that is XFD. If you see the name also, it's like XFD and 1048576. All right. Similarly, now what if I want to select a particular row? Okay, if I want to select a particular row. So if I want to select any particular row, what would happen is, instead of control and right arrow, Control Shift right arrow. Okay. So if you just check it, just I'm scrolling to the last, and you can see that each and every column is selected. Okay. Similarly, if you want to select an entire column, one particular column, how you can do that? Control Shift and down arrow. Okay. So that will select each and every row from one particular column. This is through keyboard. Okay. Similarly, you can simply click on one, and first row will be selected. You can click on A, and complete column will be selected. Okay. This is how we usually like do for our comfortability, but also knowing it through keyboard comes in handy. So that is why Control Shift and Control. Okay. Similarly, you can also select your whole sheet. For example, you don't have data right now. So if you want to select the whole sheet, right, what you can do is Control Shift right and down. So similar to what we did, control right and control down, it took me to the last one, right? So similarly, for selecting it, Control Shift right and down, it shows how many rows are selected. This is R and C, you can see, right? 10,48,576 rows and 16,384 columns have been selected, right? That columns range from A to XFD. Okay. So similarly, if you want to select a particular a particular data which you have, A, B, C, D, and I have E, F, G, H, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now, if I want to go to my data, first I'll go to the fourth column, that is A4. I'll press Control Next, that is Control Right side. And now that I am already into my data, that if I press Control Right again, I'll go to the last of my data, that is. So instead of Control Next, what I'll do is I'll press Control Shift Next. So only my data will be selected in that particular row. Selecting that, keeping it same, I'll press Control Shift down. What would happen? All my data will be collected. Okay. So now you can copy that, you can paste it somewhere else. That would work. Okay. Okay. So once it is selected, how do I unselect that? Control Z would undo my command, right? Pasted it. Control Z would undo my command. What I'm asking is, suppose I have pasted here, my work is done. Now I want to deselect this. I don't want this selected anymore. Escape key and this dotted lines have been removed. Okay. So that is also a command which comes in handy sometimes. Okay. So that was about selection and all. I'll tell you one more thing. Yeah. Suppose I have a sequence of something. Okay. For example, I go with A, B, C. When I'm going here, right? My Excel, it understands that I'm typing in alphabets. So if you go to the fourth column and you want it automatically, what you can do is you can just select ABC. You know how to select it now? You just drag that. Okay. And at the very corner, you check my cursor. My cursor is like a big plus. If I bring it here, it's like an arrow. So what would this arrow do? Any idea? That this arrow is used for shifting your whole table or a whole data. So I'm just clicking and dragging it. You see, only it is coming in three rows only. Okay, so you just drag and drop it, it will shift from here to here. Okay, that is the use of this particular arrow. Okay.
All right.
Similarly, there is one arrow. This is one kind of a pointer. This is one kind of a pointer. Another pointer, if you come at the very corner of this, there is a small dot you can see here. So you go near that dot and it becomes a small plus.
Right.
So click and drag that. So what would happen is this sequence will repeat again and again. Okay. For example, I do this only, there is only a single one. If I do it on a single data, okay, let me just remove it and show it again. So if I type suppose A, B, and I select it, as you see now, A, B, A, B, A, B, whatever the sequence is selected, that will print through. Okay. Now, yeah. So with numbers, suppose I type in 1, 2, and now if I select these two and I drag, what would happen is if you see, it will come in a sequence. Okay. It will work as a sequence. So now, similarly, if there is dates, like suppose I have Monday, I have Tuesday. So even this one works. I don't know if it will work for here. Yeah. See. Okay. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And after that, again, the same sequence would repeat. Okay. So same goes for dates also. For example, I go with 21 Jan 2021. Okay. So now what would happen is I just drag it through and you can see dates are just increasing one by one. Okay. Similarly, drag it this side, it will be the same sequence. If you check second, third. Now, what if I like this was for one single one, right? What if I select this whole data and I shift it to right side? What do you guess would happen? Okay, so let us see. I'm shifting it to right side. Okay, so the same data will be printed as it is. Okay, so now let me just delete this. And next important things that we have, okay, is the first of all, it is, yeah. So these are all the tabs which we have, the file, home, under home, we have like, these are the different options which you can do under home. Okay. So this particular options which we have, right, like functionality which we have here, the buttons which we have here, those are known as ribbons. Okay. So with ribbons, you can do anything. These are all ribbons. These are all ribbons. We'll see functionality one by one. Okay. For now, just know that these are all ribbons. Okay. You can insert, you can change the page layout. These are the formulas. I'll tell you about formulas also. We'll look into data also later on. Okay. So all these are like different types of ribbons. And now there is this small option. You can see a small arrow that is for customization tool. Okay. Just click on that. And now you can see this is the customization toolbar. Okay. So here you can have access to anything in a faster way. Suppose you don't want to, go back to file or go back to home. And
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Click on next, or just you don't want to go here and click on save as and save again. Here you have a shortcut for that. So you can increase the shortcuts and decrease the shortcuts by just this arrow. Click on that, you want a new option. Click on that, you want an open option. Click on that, you want an email option. Similarly, you want to remove, just click on that, it will get removed. Okay. Okay. In the sequence you remove, that will only again add up back. That was about that. And this is the naming board that I told you. Okay. So by default, we have total 3 sheets. Okay. So now if you want to add one, you can just go here and click on insert, click on worksheet, on OK, and a new sheet will be added. You can shift it here. You can change the positioning. Okay. Just drag and drop wherever you want. You can see there is a small arrow which is moving. So it will be positioned in that particular place. Suppose this is sheet 4. I want to position it at the starting. The arrow will be here. Click, means drag and drop. Similarly, you want to come to last and leave. Similarly, you want to delete the whole sheet, just go and delete. The sheet is deleted. Okay. So this is the sheet. And now what would happen is, see, this is a cell, right? So at what status, what is the status of this cell? That is shown here. So if you hover over it, it shows in ready mode, right? So this is how this cell is. So it is ready. Okay. So now there is something called formulas. Okay. I have 1 and I have, suppose say 5. So what I can do here is just for It is just an introduction. No need to be so much confused. Okay? Just a small thing I want to show you. So suppose I do it like equal to. Can you tell me where this one is present? What is the name? What is, yes, F? This one. Where is this one present?
Okay.
That is like equal to, I say F and I do plus and I do it like F5.
F5.
And I just click enter. I change this to 7 and press enter. That will automatically change to 12.
So 12. Okay.
Because the formula for this is written like F4 plus F5. So wherever you write formulas, like double click this, this is the formula, directly edit it from here as well. This is your formula bar. Okay. So this is your formula bar. Wherever you want to edit, you can edit it. Also, what you can do is, suppose I just remove this. Okay. I come here. I want it like, I want this minus this, or I want the multiplication of this and this. So what you can do is simply wherever you want, you can just press equal to. Okay, you can go ahead and select the cell as well. Instead of, suppose you don't want to type the name, I have to search for it. You can just go and click it. The name will automatically appear and this will be in. So I give F4, then I do minus sign and I go ahead and click F5. That is, and I simply press enter. Okay, similarly, I go ahead and change this to 989, suppose. Enter, it will automatically change. Okay, so there are a few formulas which you can use directly. This is how, what I was saying is, suppose I do it like I'm typing something. Okay, so suppose I say hi and I haven't executed it yet. I have just typed in. So if you just go here, it shows ready state. Now check this. If I'm wanting to type anything or I want to enter into the cell, I just double click it and it says enter. So there is something like I have a value in it, right? So suppose I say hi, I press enter and say double click. Instead of enter, it says edit. Because there is already something present here. Similarly, suppose I say equal to. Okay, suppose I say h9 or any word I want. Suppose I say h9 plus 8. Okay, so whenever I point to something, right? Let me just show that again. Whenever I point to something, it shows point. Whenever I'm selecting something, okay, it shows point. All right, so these are the states of a particular cell that is ready. If not ready, after ready there is enter, and if you come back after it is entered and you try to enter it again, then it will show edit. These are the 4 different states. Okay, then you have a small option, so like whichever you want it, however you want it. Okay, suppose this is the option, how, like this is very small option, wherever you want to use it. Okay, then you have this option, then you have a normal option, whichever you want. Okay?
All right.
And go with anything.
Okay.
And then you have this is like the zoom in, zoom out option, very big, very like zoomed out, very much zoomed out, or you want it very much zoomed in. Okay, so whichever is comfortable. Normally it is 100 and that is fine. Okay, so this was it. Let's just delete it. So you can edit whatever you want. For example, you write in anything, say welcome. You want to edit that, you can do it through font. Okay, you can change the font, it will change directly. Okay, so what alt button does is it gives you all the options where you can go.
Okay.
For example, I type in hello. Okay, now here I want to change things. Don't need to in alt, right? You don't need to like when I say shift enter or when I say control and right arrow, you have to do it together, right? Like hold control and press on right arrow. But inside for alt key, you just have to click alt. Okay, see, there's nothing. You just click alt, and now if you see, all the options appear. Okay, so currently we are at home. So let us press H. Okay, got that? So now you have entered inside your font. Okay, like inside your home. So now you want to increase the size, decrease the size. You can use that. Suppose I press 1, bolded. Okay, same. You go by Alt H, and suppose you say FG. FG is like that is 1 time. Okay. So if you just check it, see all these are 11. I pressed it once, so that is 12. Okay. So similarly, suppose I go here, I type in okay, and now let me just change the color of that so that it is much more clear. This is like red on yellow. Okay, and I want this everywhere. Suppose I keep in 1, 2, 3 as well. So here I want this also as yellow, red on yellow. So what I have to do, and I wanted 12 size also and bolded. So what would I have to do? I have to go here, use the things again and again, right? So suppose I want it here also, like it is a time waste to do it on each
Right.
and everything, right?
Right.
For that, we have something called format painter. Okay, so how is it helpful? Let us just go select this, click on format painter, click on that, and there you have like everything. Similarly, you go there, drag it,
Okay.
leave it. So now what about this? Suppose I have it like A here, I have F here, I have G here. Now how about if I'll always have to go back to format, I have to always go back to format painter, click on this, format painter, click on this, because it works only one time, right? Suppose I go here and press on A, see it has disappeared, it is reselected. So now instead what I can do is just select on whatever you want, double click on format painter. Okay, instead of single click, what you do is, see, we're simply clicking it one time. Instead of that, just select on the format and double click it. And now you can do it any number of times, n number of times. Let me just delete everything. Okay. So this was about like sheets, how you can edit them, and whatever you want, you can do with that. Okay. So that was about, like, I also told you about the cells, the large cell, how to go to the corners, your formula bar, your customization tool. Okay, this one, and the status is how they change. Okay, and how to increase and decrease the view. So now what is the shortcut? Like if I want to change this sheet and I want to look it very fast, so I'll have to again and again click it and change it, right? So instead what you can do is you can simply press control and page up and down.
Okay.
So just control, page down, next sheet,
Okay.
page down, next sheet. Similarly, page up, previous sheet, page up, previous sheet. So that was about your, like, the basic, nothing like about all the functionalities of how we can work on Excel. Okay, what all you can work on Excel. So now let us just explore a few ribbons. Okay, so now, like working with formulas, right? Let us see like a few ribbons if it is possible. See, we have 20 more minutes. So let us say we have formulas. We have, this is the formula bar. Okay, this FX, if you click on that, this is the, like, this is the pop-up which you'll get, and here, from here you can choose anything you want.
Okay.
Okay, for example, you go here and type that add numbers. Okay, just give a random description, click on go. It will give you what all you can use for adding up numbers. Okay, for now I'll be using simple sum. Okay, so let us say, before that, let us have some data. Let us say 1 2 3 4, 2 5 6. Okay, suppose I have this, and now what I'll do is I also have something like, let us say 9 8 7. Okay, this was captured as date, right? This column was captured as date. All right. Okay, suppose I have it like this. Okay, now I come here, I press the function, and now I put like add numbers, and here I have sum. This sum is for normal adding up. Okay,
Okay.
if you just click on this normally, it will show what it does.
Okay.
Add all the numbers in a range of cells. Let's click on OK, and now you have that you can fill in your range here. Okay, so this
Okay.
is what the selected part was. If you see here, this selected part is like equal to sum D5 to G5. It says D5 to G5, but is it right? Is D5 to G5 right for us if I want to add all only this row? Okay, this column, I mean the data in this column, giving D5 to G5, is it right? No, right? Because
No.
D5 to G5, what is it? D5 to G5 is like D5 is 7, 3, nothing and nothing. If I give D5 to G5, it will add up these four, this four data. If you look into here, it says 7300 is what it is adding. So we don't want that, right? So instead, I'll just delete this, and this button you can see here, this is your selecting option. If you want to select your own particular cell, just click on this, and now I say that this particular row. Okay, you can just see I'm just selecting, dragging, and if you see above, it says D3 to D8. That is D3 to D8, and I press it again. Now it shows me that I have with me 4 5 7 74 7 and 23, whose sum, if I press OK, would come out as 120. Okay, similarly, if I want to give another range or another number, I can click, I can choose from here. Okay, let us see. For now, suppose I say OK. Let me just do it in another cell. Okay, so suppose what we were doing is equal to sum, right? So sum, see here, it says, if you press in your brackets and go inside your bracket, it says give me number 1, number 2, and whatever you want to give. So
Okay.
one number is compulsory. You can see there is no square brackets in the first one, whereas from second and dot dot, that is onwards, from second one, that is optional, right? So at least we need one number. So if I don't give anything, I'll show you what happens if I'm not giving anything here. I'm not giving any number. Press enter, it will throw up an error. Okay. And now if I just don't press enter and I come outside, it will still throw an error because it will still it is still accepting like I'm executing something, right? So I have to give some or the other number. Okay. Suppose I give E4, E5, okay, and I put a comma, I give E8, I put a comma, I give F10, and that is all. I press enter. So this, what it is doing is, it is adding E5. E5 is my 4 plus E8. E8 is 74, that is 78, and 78 plus F10. F10 is like 6, so 78 plus 6, that is 84. Okay. Similarly, if you want to give your own like completely, just click on FX. Okay, with sum, choose your own range instead of just delete this and choose your own range. Suppose you say this. You can also select it together. Okay, you can select all the numbers together, but for now I'm showing you like particular range, how to select a particular range. Suppose I select these 3 numbers, then I select my second range as these 3 numbers. I select my third range as these 3 numbers, and I select my fourth range as these 3 numbers. So now if you see, it is saying that in my first selection, there is 5, 4, 5, 7. Second, third, fourth selections, I have these elements, and the total is 180, which I'll be printing in X9. Okay, so it gives me 180. Okay, so that is how you can put in formulas. There are many formulas. We'll look into them one by one. Okay, now one more thing which I can tell you for today is like, okay, yeah. Suppose you want to find something, okay, in your data. Suppose you have it like, okay, and now you want a particular data. What you can do is simply Control F. That is for like normal, if you want to search it anywhere on website or anywhere, also Control F for finding. Okay, suppose I want to find A, just find next. Here, find next, all the A's. Okay, suppose I click on find all, it will show me wherever all the A's are present. Okay, so it shows me like in sheet 2, we are in particular sheet, right? So in sheet 2, at G6, there is an A. Then in sheet 2, G13, there is an A. And G14, there is another A. You can do by that. Another thing, suppose I have my A highlighted with yellow. Now, if I want to find, let us say, these are options, click on options, and you want to find it by a particular format. Say, select format, and I want the color to be yellow.
Okay.
Okay, press OK.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I find what I want to find A. Find all also, if you show me only one A with that particular format. Okay, so that is how you can, that is like an advanced search option which you can say.
Okay.
Okay, so similarly, suppose, let me just give me that. Now suppose you want to replace it, you can just press Control F and replace here. Click on replace and it will come here. But instead, suppose you want it directly, the shortcut is Control H. Press Control H, instead of going to find, it will directly take you to replace.
Okay.
Okay. Now suppose I want to replace all the A's, all my A's, okay, with nothing set. Suppose I'm clearing everything, there is nothing set. Okay, so I want to just I want to change A with say Apple, and the format should be like, let us say, yeah, the font, let us say I want Arial. Okay, I want it Arial, and I want it like a 14 size. Let us say bigger, let us say 20 size. I want it bold and italic. Okay, and then I want to fill it in green, suppose. Okay, this is done. Okay, and now Let us just say okay. So now from A, it should turn to apple and it should have background green. So let us say find replace all directly.
Replace. Okay.
Okay. So let us say what will happen. Just click on replace all and you can see that a
Okay.
pop-up appeared saying that Excel has completed its search and has made 3 replacements. So what are the 3 replacements? So that is here. You see, this was A, this was A, and this. Okay. So
Okay.
instead of this, it became apple, apple, and apple. Okay. Clear with
Oh.
that? So now suppose you type in, you type in like and press enter. So now you have 3 options for this. Okay. Let me just tell you that here, this one, you have 2 options. Like one is like you can just leave it as it is, or if this is the size which is fixed, you can send the other things down. Suppose you want it at this size only, then what you can do is, suppose all your data is of similar size and it's like cutting out the data. Suppose I have something else here, say 90, this will cut out, right? I want to see it completely, you just go to the border and the arrow will change, double click it.
Okay.
Similarly, suppose you have many small ones, okay? What you can do is, you can just like select the first one, okay? Select, press shift and select the last one, continuous one. Or
Okay.
if you are selecting one by one, you can just control
Okay.
and press, it will select the particular one. Suppose for now I'm selecting E to I, and now go between anywhere. You can start with E or end with F, G, H, I, wherever you want. Click and drag it. Suppose I say this width is enough. Okay, say this width is enough and leave it. Everyone will be okay. That is also sometimes it comes in handy. Okay, so that is all regarding like the very basic part. Okay, suppose I want to select like the entire row. Okay, like I told, like control shift next. Okay, like control shift and right arrow. So instead you can also do like shift and space. Okay, so like control shift right arrow or shift and space, it will do the same activity. Similarly, control shift down, or what you can do is either control shift down, or you can do it like control space instead of shift space. Okay, it's like control space, it will select the whole column, and shift space will select your entire. Okay, so yeah, that is all for the very basic part.
So let's see what all we have under each headings, and the first topic is date and time. So as you all know, Excel is something that helps us to sort out data, clean the data, and help us derive meaningful insights from data, right? So there are so many inbuilt functions. So under date and time, see, whenever a company HR is using, so they'll have loads of data about the dates, the date of joining, the date of birth of the employees, and there are so many things like that. So in order to help those kind of industrialists or those kind of people, there are so many inbuilt functions like date, where you can actually create a proper date from the year, month and day is given, and then comes the day. If there is a date but you only want a day from that, you can do that. And similarly, you can separate month as well as year from a particular date. And then comes the days, that is the number of days between the end date and the start date. Don't worry, we will just move on to the tutorial part, or the hands-on part, where you can see how all these functions works. I'm just giving you a summary here. And then comes the days, as I have already told. Let's say for example, an employee wants to know or a person wants to know how many days a person has worked. So what is the number of days between the joining date and resigning date? So all such data can be calculated from these things. So it's all about the days that actually used for easy filling of Excel sheets between two dates. So what is the fraction? So if we say it's just 6 months, it will be 1 by 2 or 0.5, right? So how, but if it is 6 months, it's very easy to calculate. But then if it is more complicated, how do they calculate it? It's very easy using Excel. So let's see how these functions are used. Yes, so here I have created some random data. I have given random year, day as well as month. So our first function was date. So we need to get a date from these three data, right? So how do you get that? Okay, so if you're a complete beginner, if you're new to Excel, this is how various functions over here. This is where you type. I can generate a date from these data. So I usually go by typing equal to and date. You might wondering why am I going for date equal to date. That's because if you simply type date, that will only end up data, not the function. So as you can already see here, when I typed equal to date, there are so many functions related to or related with the term date. These are all functions, and what we need is this function. So click on that. Shows that in order to receive the date, they need a year, they need a month, and they need a day. So let's see year, that is 1998, and then put a comma. Then the highlighted part big letter is now on months. So the month is 5 and comma, and next comes the day. Choose the day over here. So and close the bracket. That's how the syntax of the functions works. Whenever you are using functions, you need to close the syntax. That's how it works. I hope all of you are familiar with that. If not, just understand that now. So let's see and just type enter. So see, you got the date 6/5/1998. Similarly, you can do this for all these many functions. Okay, I have created a lot of random data. But don't you think it's very difficult to type this data, select this for all these data? So what you can do is, so see 31/8/2021, 5/7/2028, this same thing can happen. So let's see once again, it is equal to date, then year, comma, month, comma, day, close the syntax, enter to get the date. And then make, like, you can simply drag it down. It's like you need to click on the corner and see, get the plus value over there, and just scroll down so that you get the dates. That means this scrolling down means the function that we applied here is correspondingly applied to these rows. That is what it says. So now see, we have got let's reduce this size. Yeah, so now we got the dates. We scroll down. So now the next function that we had was the day. See, if we want the particular day from this date, okay, the day is 18, the month is 1, and I just want to know on this particular cell, I want to know what is the day of this date. So I'll simply type equal to day. You can get that, and then serial number is the address of this, okay. So I close the syntax. See, I got 18. Similarly, if you go for a month, you get the month over here. There are lots of functions, okay. We are just covering only the basic functions. So if you want to explore, you can try enter, it's 1, and you can also go for year like that. If you search, then close that syntax, enter. So that is, oh my god, it's 1,83,000 days. Oh yeah. That's it. So if I want to find the days between, see, I applied the same function to all these two dates, but as you can see here, there's a negative value over here. The negative value happens because the end date and start date got exchanged. Because here the end date is 2500 and start date is 1998. But then see here, the end date is 1963 and the start date is 2028. That's the reason for this negative sign over here. Similarly, you can find the networking days. So let's see how this happens. And I said network days, the function comes, open the bracket. You have to open the bracket in case if they haven't opened it, okay. So there comes the bracket. Now you have to find the start date, that is 1998, comma, the end date is here. Let's say it's a huge number, so I hope so you can actually put a comma and give holidays. I'm giving 5 holidays, okay, and then there you go. close the syntax. See, now you got the net working days. And if you drag it down, you get the number of net working days between, okay, this is pretty simple. See, the number of days between this number, that is January 1, 2021 and January 31, 2021. So the total days is 30 days, and out of that there will be Sundays and Saturdays, that is weekends, and the holidays are reduced. We gave 5 holidays actually, so all those are reduced, and then the net working days is 21. So these kinds of information data is available. And now we have year or year fraction. So let's see that also. Here we'll say go for year frac. It's year fraction, okay. So start date is, okay, let's go for this, okay, this is just 1 month of 2021, right? So I'll go for this as start date, and then end date, that is 20. I'll just give 1 month. Let's see, it's 1 by 12, right? Let's see what is the fraction they are giving. If it is 1 month, it will be 1 by 12. So and basis is usually, we usually give 1 or 0, but now we'll give 1. So yeah, close it. So we got the year fraction for this particular cell, okay, this particular row, that is 2021, these dates. I have found the year fraction for that. Actually, you can find year fraction for only a particular year or particular time of a particular year. So 1 by 12 is 0.083. So that is what we got here. So maybe I'll try dragging it down and see what's happening here. Actually, these years are different. That's why we're getting 0, and we have actually found the value over here, and that's why we are getting a value error. The value is 0.082. That's fine. So year fraction can be applied to only that particular time period of a particular year. That is, the year of the end date and start date should be same in order to calculate the year fraction. So this January month, that is the 1st of January and 31st of January, that is 1 by 12. That is the fraction mathematically. So it has given us this fraction. So that's all about date and time. So now let's go back to our PPT. So next comes the engineering functions. So engineering function, the major engineering function is convert function, where you can convert a data from a particular unit to another unit. It can be from centimeter to meter, millimeter to meter, or decimeter, picometer. You can convert to any data, and the formula is equal to convert, and you have to choose the number, the from unit and the to unit. There are particular codes for units which we will see, and the quotations are very necessary, because if you don't use it, it will show error. So this function is very important it's very helpful for all the engineers over there, all the students over there, and all the people who are working in labs. Because back in college, I remember I struggled a lot with converting these data from one unit to another, and Excel was the savior, and this function was the savior. So I'm pretty sure that it's going to help many people over there. So let's see that function now. Okay, so for engineering function, let's try a simple conversion right now. So now it's weight in grams. So now if you want to convert to pound mass, that's LBM. So you can use that equal to convert. You can get the function over here, and the number, comma, then from unit, that's double quotes, that is in grams, right? Grams is represented as G, close the double quotes, comma, and the to unit is pound mass, that is LBM, close the double quotes and close the syntax, equal to. Oh yeah, you got it. So that is 2 grams in pound mass will be this. So 4 grams and 6 grams, you can simply drag it down as we have already done, and that's it. So let's see how to convert that into kilograms. So it will be pretty much easy for you to understand the correctness of the value. Equal to convert, and then the number, comma, open double quotes or quotations, from unit is gram. Oh sorry, then comma, yeah, double quotes, comma, and 2 unit, that is our kilogram. So that too in double quotes, kilogram, close the double quotes, close the syntax and enter. So now you understand that it's right? Because pound mass, it's not easy for us to calculate. So dragging it down, you can see it here. See? So we converted gram to kilogram. So now let's go back to our PPT. Yeah. So there are lots of units from which you can convert. Now we use the gram. So, but the thing is that when you're using this function, you have to understand how these units are represented, because for gram it's G and for kilogram it's kg. And for ton you have to type the whole thing. So that particular thing has to be known. So if you know that, you can win any kind of conversions in a very less time. See, you can convert the distance from meter to any unit like yard, foot, inch, angstrom, light year, parsec. Oh my god, there's lots of data. Then there is magnetism data like Tesla and Gauss. And there are other functions like time, pressure, area, energy. There are lots of data. So don't be overwhelmed by these data. There are more. Let's take a look into one more example here. Okay, so there is a time in hour, so we need the time in minutes. So 1 hour is 60 minutes, we know that. So just to see how it works, let's see, convert, and then the number. You can also give a 1, okay, instead of giving a particular cell, you can actually give it as 1, and then comma, double quotes, from unit is hour, HR, and then 2 unit is minutes, MIN. Close the bracket. So 1 hour is 60 minutes. So if you drag this down, you can also see 2 hours, 120 minutes, 3 hours, 80 minutes. So now let's go back to PPT. Yeah. So as you can see here is also another set of shortcuts or the term that you have to use while converting or while using the convert function. So yeah, there is units of speed, temperature, information like bits, and then volume, different units are available. So it's going to be a big savior for many people. So next comes the information functions. So information functions are those functions which actually check the information or the value is in a particular cell and then returns us with true or false according to the which function that we are using. So that's how information function works. So let us take a look into few basic information functions. Always remember that all the functions mentioned here in this video are simple basic functions which is always combined to form complex functions while using it in an industry or a project or anything. So since we have to clear the basics first, that's why we are going with the basic functions here. So the first function is NA. That is, this function, when we use this particular function, this function will check if any of the cell is containing NA or not available error. So if there is this not available error, then this function will give us true and false if there is no error or this particular error. Okay, and then is number. Is number checks if a cell contains a number or not, and then if there is a number, then they will give us true value, or if there is no number, then they will give us false value. And then there is text, similarly checks for text, and is blank checks for a blank value. And let's see how these functions are working, because explaining it is not going to make anything better, or you can't understand it. So let's take a look. Okay, so here we have, these are the different types of errors that can come in Excel. So in these types of errors, this is NA function will return a true value only for this error. So let us check if this function is able to do that. So as you all know, in order to call a function, it's equal to and is NA, you just type it and you get the function. So here I am using this particular value, closing the bracket, enter. So this function returned false because there is no NA error here. So I am going to drag it down and check for the rest of the cells. And as you can see, when there is NA error, they have returned, or this function have returned true value, and all the rest values are false. So that's how isNA function works, and let us check for isNumber function, which checks for the numbers. So similarly, calling isNumber function, you have to double click that, don't forget that, checking for the value, closing the bracket, and see, 1 is a number, so the number function return, isNumber function return true, and I have added so many numbers over here, so let's see that. See, when I applied the function, when there is only number, that is 1, 1 by 2, 0.5, whether it's a fraction, whether it's a decimal, the isNumber function were able to recognize this and they returned the value of true. When there was a mix of letters as well as numbers, then they returned as false, and when there was only letters also, then those functions returned false value to me. So that's how isNumber function works. Now let's see for isText. It checks for the text functions, okay? Equal to the text and then the value. Close the bracket, enter. Sorry, it's not text, it's isText. Just a second. Yeah, it's isText, okay, it's not text. So see, there is text and it returned me true. That means the cells, okay. So you might find it as, oh, it's very simple, can't you see, just it's ABC and it's text. So why is it necessary to use a function? You might think like that, but understand that this is only very short or very simple example that I made to in order to make you all understand. But when it comes to an industry level, there will be huge amount of data from which you have to understand which is the text, you have to sort the data. So when it comes to that, okay, let me explain it to you in a simple manner. This is simply a laboratory level where you manufacture only a small quantity, but when it comes to the reality or real life, the quantity will be very high, right? In the laboratory, you will manufacture only 1 gram of a particular chemical, and when it comes to the industrial level, the plants will manufacture around tons and tons, right? Lakhs and tons of product, right? So similarly, that's how this also varies. So, and let's just check this isText function for the remaining. See, when there was text, it was able to identify, and the text, the function returned me true value. And when there is a mix of text and numbers also, it was able to return me true value. But there was only numbers, it could return me false. So that's how this function works. And another function that we said is isBlank function. It checks if the cells are blank, okay. So let us see, equal to isBlank is here, and then you click on that. There is a value over here, this cell is not blank, so this isBlank function has to return me false value again over here. And let's see if this function is able to do that. Yes, it has. So let me drag it and check up to here. So as you can see here, it's all false here, but there is a blank value over here because we are searching for, or we are using this isBlank function for these particular cells. So all these cells have values, but this particular cell have no value, or this particular cell is blank. So that is isBlank. So it has returned me the value of true. So that's how these function works. And there's another function called not available function, because, so let's see, you have a set of data of your employees, but one of the employees hasn't submitted a particular data or a particular maybe ID card, so you don't have their number available. So you want to give there as not available. So you can also give or produce this not available error by using this function, that is equal to NA. This doesn't require any argument for that. So you only have to close that bracket and simply put enter, and there it is. So that's how the information function works. And like as I have already mentioned in the video before, it's not only these few functions, there is lots and lots of functions like these which you can always explore. And since this is a beginner level, now let's go back to our PPT. So the next topic is logical functions. There are lots of logical functions, and I have included the basic logical functions of AND, OR, if and ifs, and not, XOR in this video. You can always explore more, as I always keep saying throughout this video. Okay, the first one is AND. So AND is to test if there are multiple conditions. If all the conditions are satisfied, then the AND function returns true value. Okay. OR functions checks if only any one of the condition is true. If any one is true, then OR functions return us true value or the value true. The syntax or the formula is like you can use equal to, and it's like calling any other function. And when it comes to if function, it actually and or actually tests for a condition and they return the value true or false. If function is used to test a particular condition, and also we can determine if actually gives us the freedom to determine what value should be returned when the value is true and when the value is false. See, the syntax for if value is if, then the logical test, the condition, whether a particular value is greater than one value or whether a particular value is true, whether there is a text, whether there is a if a cell contains a text value, if a cell contains number value or anything. You can do anything based on your requirement. So if that is true, what value should be returned? That can be given here, and what value should be returned if the condition is not satisfied can also be given here. So that is what makes out if function much more better function. And when it comes to ifs function is actually a combined if function or a nested if function, and it is easy to use also. The ifs function check if one or more conditions are observed or not, and accordingly returns a value that meets the first true condition. And then the other functions are not function, true or false function, and exclusively or function. We'll come back to this after checking the examples for these four first, and then we'll return to the function. Okay. The remaining functions. Okay. So here I have like an example. I have made up an example where here we have the names of the employee and their age and their work experience. So there is John, Bob and Maria, their age and the work experience. So we are checking for AND function. So we need a situation where the age of the employee should be greater than 30 and the work experience should be greater than 3. That's what AND function. So if it is, my condition is satisfied, if an employee satisfies this particular condition, then it is true. That's what I want to check with my AND function. So let's see, call the AND function. See, so this age should be greater than 30. It's greater than 30, comma, and the second logical condition AND is work experience should be greater than 3. Close the bracket, enter. See, age is greater than 30 and work experience greater than 3. It returned me true value.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And if I apply the same AND function, that is by dragging, I get for the rest. And for Maria, this condition is not satisfied and it's false.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is a small data, so it's easy to understand. But when it comes to very big data, consider having employees, like 1,000 employees. How will you do it? You can't do anything. So you can only apply it using this function. Okay. So when it comes to OR function, okay. So now I have given a condition where either the work experience should be greater than 2 or age should be greater than 35. So, okay, so there is some situation where these people are preferred. So you want to know whether your employees are satisfying either of the condition. Either the work experience should be greater than 2 or the age should be greater than 35. So let's see who are those employees using OR function. So equal to or, double click on that. Either the age greater than 35, comma, second logic is work experience greater than 2 years. any of the condition shall be obeyed. Enter and then true. Applying it to the rest conditions, and then okay, Maria doesn't satisfy this condition. Her age is not greater than 35, or she doesn't have work experience more than 2. So that's how OR functions works. And then comes the if function. Okay, I told that if function gives us the freedom to return whatever value that if the condition is satisfied or if the condition is not satisfied. Okay, so I have created a situation here where if the work experience is more than 3 years, or if the employee has worked in the company for more than 3 years, the management decides to give a bonus for those people. Okay, 3-year work bonus. Okay, so for their commitment, maybe that depends on the company. Still, let's move on to this. So they have decided to give the bonus. So they want to know if these people are eligible for these bonus. So let's say if equal to if. So logical test. Okay, so the test is work experience greater than 3. Then you have to put the comma and give the value if it is true. If it is true, what we need, they are eligible for bonus. So that is, you have to use double quotes over here, bonus, comma, value if it is false. If they are not having experience more than 3 years, they are not eligible. So I'll give it as double quotes, no any for not eligible, and then I'll close it and end up. See, so now John is eligible, so bonus, you have to give him bonus, not eligible. See, if there is lots and lots of employees, this particular function is very useful. And also you can actually combine if this AND function, if age is greater than 30 and work experience is more than 2 years, then you can return. So actually you can combine the values. Okay, and in the PPT we have told about ifs function, that is combining if function, right? So let us take a look into that here, ifs function. Okay, so imagine a situation where there are different marks. So there is 95, 90, 82, 80, like that in a class for an exam there are different marks. So what I have is, I have to decide grades for these marks. So I have already set in my mind that above 90 is A grade, above 80 is B grade, and above 70 is C grade. Similarly, I have made it. So here I have done it already, but still I'll just explain it to you and I'll do it once again for you. See, if the marks or the value here in this column or in this cell is greater than 90, the value that has to be returned is A grade. If the value is greater, then comma, put the comma, then the next if condition. I told you ifs are combined if values, right? So again, if the value is greater than 80, return the value B. If the value is greater than 70, then return the value C. The returning value should be in quotations or double quotes. So make sure you use the double quotes. If you make mistakes over here, you might not get the result. So let's check for this. I have already done this, but it will take a little time, but still we can see equal to calling the ifs function. Okay, so ifs function, if this value is greater than 90, the value that should be returned, okay, you should put a comma over here. Value if true is returned is A grade, comma, if this same value D63 is greater than 80, the value returned should be B grade. You can actually use this in different situations. I'm just using it for this example over here. And comma, if the value D63 or in the cell D63 is greater than 70, the value returned should be C grade. Okay, so since it's a small example, so now see, for 90 it's B grade. If it's only above 90, it's A grade, right? So let me apply the same thing to these different cells and I get my results. See, A, B, C. The thing is that if you take 80 80 is actually greater than 80 as well as greater than 70. So it actually determines the closest value. Okay, that's why it's for B grade. So, and let's move back to the PPT. So we have seen the example for AND with the work experience as well as the age. Similarly for OR, if and ifs with the class example. So let's see some more functions over here. That is not function, true or false function, and exclusively OR function. Not function is, these functions actually return the opposite value. So if a condition is satisfied, true value or the value true is returned. If you use not over there, instead of true, they'll return false. Okay, these functions will return false. And if the actual solution for a particular condition is false, but if you use a not value instead of false, the not or the opposite of that is false. The opposite of false is true. So true will be returned. Let's see that, okay. And then comes the true or false function. It is simply to generate the value true or false. The syntax goes like this. You don't have or you don't require any parameter or argument over here. And then comes the exclusively OR function, which we will look later, but first let's see not function as well as true or false function. Okay, so the condition is not greater than or equal to 4. So work experience not greater than or equal to 4. Here I have done the example as you can see here. I'll do it once again. If the function, this is how you give it, not, you can also see the function here, right? So not, this value should be greater than or equal to 4. So actually is the value here greater than or equal to 4? Yes, 5 is greater than or equal to 4. So that condition is true. So not function of true value is false, right? I hope you understand. Let's see for this function equal to not. See, the definition that Excel gives for not function is it changes falses to true and true to false. So I hope you understand and you're not confused. Not what? This value greater than or equal to 4. Close the syntax. Is this value, it's 4. Is 4 greater than or equal to 4? Yes. So the condition is true. So when we use not, true is changed to false. So applying it, see, is 2 greater than or equal to 4? No. That means the condition is not satisfied. The answer is false. When we use not, false is returned to true. So that's how not function works. And it has its own usages in different industries. And then comes the true or false functions, where you can simply call this function without any argument, like true. Here you have true and you have to close this. See, they return the value true. This is only for the purpose of this. Now let's take a look into the truth table of exclusively OR function in order to understand what is said. So we talked about OR function, right? Whenever either the condition or either the statement is true, the function gives an output as true or the one value. Yeah, that's it. So that is an inclusive OR. So here it is exclusive OR or exclusively OR function. So what does it mean? Because in inclusive or general or simple OR function, whenever either one condition is satisfied, it gives a positive output, and even when both the conditions are satisfied, the OR function gives a positive output. But when it comes to this exclusive OR, it's not like that. When both the conditions are true, it gives it doesn't give a positive output. Okay, it gives a negative output, or there is no output. It's 0. There is no 1. And this considers only those situations or conditions where only either one of the statements are true. Only then it gives a true value or a positive output. Hope you understand this truth table. If not, okay, let's go back to the example and you'll understand it then. Okay, so now we have a match. Those who want to go to match 3 and match 4 has to win at least one game. Okay, so let's say team A won both the match, so they don't have to play match 3. They directly go to match 4 or the next level or the higher level. And those who lost the game, they don't play match 3. But the people who won at least one game, that is, or either match 1 or match 2, they are eligible for match 3. So that means according to exclusive OR condition, if we apply it to this particular situation of the game where this A, B, C, D are the 4 players, and if we are using XOR or exclusively OR function to determine which of the team is eligible to play match 3, then it should say B and C, because this two, they won both the matches, so they are not eligible for match 3. So I have typed the function already in order to save a little time, equal to if. I have added if in order to say yes or no, and added XOR, exclusively OR, that is, and F70, that is 70, F71 and G71, either match 1 or match 2. And then if they satisfy either this or that, then the function should give yes, and if not, then they should give the output as no. So that's we have here. So let's see, let's apply it to the next rest. See, so the team D lost both the matches, so they are not eligible, and the team A won both the matches, so they too are not eligible, or the negative output, or there is a false output, or there is a negative output here, but only true output is here when there is only this is known as exclusively OR function. Hope now you understand that this is how it works, and you can actually calculate, or you can actually check or use this function to any situation where this kind of loss wins kind of situations are coming, or any kind of situations where these can be applied. So that's all about the XOR function. So next comes the max and the statistical functions in Excel. Let's take a look onto the basic max and statistical functions. So here I have included the functions like Arabic function, which converts the Roman numerals to Arabic numerals. And then comes the degree, where the degree function converts the angle from radian values to the degree values. And then comes the pi function, which is most important for the people working like in engineering fields or scientific fields or research fields. Yeah, most of the fields, they require the value of pi, so pi function. And then comes the sum function, which is very basic, where you just count the values. And then comes the sum if. It is slightly a moderate level function where you apply a condition to find the sum. Okay, so and the next function which I have included is the trunc function. Trunc function actually reduces the number of digits in a number to a given precision. That's what they truncate the number to a given precision. And then comes the average, which is familiar to everyone. So we will take a look into the example where we do all of these functions. And we will also cover average if function. That is, we will just specify a condition in order to find the average. Then maximum and minimum, which is also familiar for all of you. So we will see how that is being done in Excel. And also we will see the slope. That is, when we have x values and y values, if that x and y is represented as a straight line, what will be the slope? That can also be found using the slope values. So let us move on to the sheet. Okay, so here I have bought the data. So the data I have given us here, the examples. So here I have got the Roman numerals or Roman numbers. Actually this 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 and all these things, these are done using alphabets. Okay, so like if you want say 10, you simply type X, that's capital X, X. So you want to convert it to Arabic numerals, right? So let's call the function equal to Arabic. Here comes our function, choose our value, close the syntax, enter. So see 1, let's apply it to all other values and see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 10. So if you have further doubts, like let's make it XVI and see that has changed to 16. So that's how this Arabic numeral function works. So let's delete it for a better space. Yeah. And then comes our radian function, right? So, okay, the angle usually ranges between 0 to 2 pi or 0 to pi. So, after pi, it is like multiples, right? So, 0 to pi. So, what is the value of pi? Pi is 3.14. So, in radian, the angle varies between 0 and 3.14 when it is 0 and pi. 0 degree and 180 degree, that is 0 and pi, that is 0 and 3.14. So, I have taken here random numbers between 0 and 3.14 and let us see what these numbers in radian represents them in degrees. Equal to degrees and our angle in radian. Oh yeah, I got all the angles into is equal to sum So here what we do is physics, comma, chemistry, comma, biology. Close the bracket or close the syntax. We got the arguments for the function, enter. See, we got the same answers. See, there is no difference. So even if you use the formula or even if you call for a function, the answer that you will be getting is same. So that's all about the sum function, and next comes the average function. So we need the average of these three students, right? Okay, wait, I will do one thing. To reduce the confusion, we'll insert a row here. Yeah, so we need the average mark for physics. So we'll use the word average. We need the average of physics here, right? So we'll call for, you can actually see what will be the average. 85 plus 68 plus 88 divided by 3. As I have already told, this is a simple example. So summing all the 3 together divided by 3 is the average. You can actually create the formula by using the keys on the keyboard like plus and the division key, that front slash. So you can use that and create the formula, or you can call up the function. So let's look into the function part. Average of 1, 2, 3. Close the syntax. See, you got the average 80.33. So you can say this person B is below average, these two are above average. Such information can be understood from this average function, and that's how average function works. Okay, so here we have the data of a company where their sales for a particular region is given here. So we all know to calculate the sum as well as the average, as we have calculated here using the sum formula and the sum function. We can actually calculate the total here by calculating the sum. But what we need is, we have to specify it for a particular location, or we need to apply a condition before we are doing sum. There comes the use of function known as SUMIF. So that is what we are going to look next. So let's take a look into the SUMIF function. So I want the total sales in East. Okay, if you could remember. So the SUMIF function is that SUMIF, that we should mention the range, then the criteria range 1, and then the criteria. So similarly, we have to use this particular formula. So let's see. So here let's use the SUMIF function equal to SUMIF. SUMIF is here the range. The range that we are applying this function is sales, that is the region as well as the sales, comma. What is the criteria? Criteria is East. We need East. We need to separate the data of East, comma. What is the range? Sum range. That is, we are only using the sales range, and then close it. Yes, we get the total sales in East as 270, isn't it right? 100 plus 170, 270, yeah, that's right. So we didn't go wrong. Now let's take a look into the average if. So similarly, we found SUMIF. So it's very similar to average if, where we are finding the average sales in the East region. So equal to, calling the function average if, the range is this, the criteria should be in quotes, East, and then comma, and then the range, that is this. Closing it, enter, and the average is 137.5. Yeah, that's true though. So that's how SUMIF and average if function works. And we actually forgot about the trunc function. Okay, trunc. So let's see how that works. Okay, I'm giving a random example here, maybe 6.2883698, something like that. So I want to reduce the number of digits of these part. Okay. So what I would do is call, TRUN, trunc data of this particular number, and I want to reduce the number into 2 values. Okay, after decimal I need 2 values. So I just typed 2 here and then closing the syntax, enter. So see, it's 6.28. So equal to, I'm calling the function again. I need to call the digit, this particular digit into, I need 3 digits. So that's it, and then see, So now it is 6.288. So now it's rounding off. So that's what trunc function means. Okay, let's see what happens if we use a number like 500, say, and let's say use the trunc function here in this number, trunc this number into 4 digits, close the bracket, enter. It doesn't change, okay, I knew this actually. Since this is a number without a decimal place, it's 500.00, it doesn't change. So there is no much change, but when it comes to data like this, you can use that function to reduce the number after the decimal. Okay, and then the next function that we said is about the slope function. Okay, so if you have a range of values in the y and for a function, and you have given x, as you all know, we know the slopes maybe y is equal to mx plus c, and mathematically you might know to calculate and find out the slope value m. But how can we find it using this Excel? So let's see that. So just call the slope function equal to slope. So y's. So what they want is y's and what they want is x. So first they need y's. So I am just giving in the y's, comma, and what they need is x now. So x, close the bracket, enter, and you get the slope as 0.72. So I hope I covered the basic mathematical functions. Okay, we left the maximum and minimum function. So let's go on to that. Okay, so yeah, we will do that over this data. I think this is better. We'll delete this. Okay, so we need maximum. So let's call the maximum function equal to max. So in this particular range, it can be number or it can be the range. Okay, I just want it in this range. So ABC, among ABC, I just want to know who scored better and what's the top mark. So the top mark is 88 and I got the maximum value as 88. Similarly, you can find out the minimum. So calling the function here equal to min. You can actually give the number as well as the range. For maximum, we gave the range. So min, let's give the numbers. We put comma and give the numbers. But actually giving the range will be better and will save you a lot of time. But now for the tutorial, let me show you how the result comes. See, the maximum value comes in the range. So for the subject physics, the maximum marks in this particular range is 88 and minimum marks is 68. So that's how it works, and you can apply this at any point, anywhere. And you should keep in mind that we are not doing it for such a small data. We will be doing it for a huge amount of data in the industry while dealing with the real life projects. So that's all about the mathematical functions. Let's go back to the PPT. We have reached the last section of our video, that is the text functions. I have included very few basics of the text functions, that is concatenate, where this function is used to join together text, and left or right, that this function is used to remove or separate a particular number of characters from the right end or the left end of a given text string. Okay, you'll understand it better when we go for the example. And then lower or uppercase and proper case, that is changing the case of the text. These are the three basic functions. Please keep in mind that it's not enough. There are loads and lots of functions, as I keep saying throughout this video. You should explore everything, but as of now, let's see what are these three functions. So yeah, so here we have it. I'll just do it again. Okay, for concatenate, let's call the function concat, and then what we need is that we need to make a sentence here. Okay, that is, as it was there, student A received or got 25 marks out of 30. That's the sentence that I want to make, but I don't want to type it for each of these different students. So I'm going to type, let's see how we can do that. We need to add the term student, right? So student, comma, then the cell containing their name, that is C6, space, student got, then comma, their marks, D6, space, then okay, so student A got 25 marks out of 30. That sentence should be there, right? So marks out of 30. So that completes the sentence. Student A got 25 marks out of 30. See, we have got the sentence, yay. So when I drag it, see, student B got 28 marks out of 30, student C got 30 marks out of 30. So isn't that fun? Yeah. So now comes the left and right. So here I have a typical example of an ID number of an employee of a particular company starting with B. Let's say Bob's company. And what I have to remind you here is that this number series or this ID numbers of the employees are having a particular pattern. So the first letter stands for B, that's for Bob's company, and the second two digits 1718, 171514. These represents the year that they have joined the company. Okay, that is B17 means they joined the company in 2017, 18 means 2018, and 15 means 2015, and 14 2014. And the last two digits actually represents their branch that they are working in. CH stands for chemical, C civil engineering, chemical, BT for biotechnology, and then EE for electronics engineering. Okay, so that shows their department or the branch that they are working in. So this lower and upper function, what they do is that they separate the things. Okay, sorry, not lower and upper, it's left and right. Lower and upper comes under cases, which we are going to see next. But now we are dealing with left and right. So left, 3 characters, B17, they are those people who joined in 2017. So we need to separate the first 3 characters, means we can do that using this left and right. Okay, so first we will see for left equal to, call the function left. This is the text, and how many number of characters we need to understand that? The year. In this example, the first 3 characters gives the year. So how many characters? That is 3 characters, B17. Close it. See, we got it right. Isn't that fun? For the left. And for, okay, so now we want to know the branch from the employee ID. So we want to see what are all the different branches, or we need to separate it from their employee IDs. So maybe we can add the names also here, so it will be better. So maybe Mark, Bob, John, yeah, similar like that we can give names. So now we need their branch, so branch code. So now we can use the right function, call the right function. The right function from this number and from the right 2 characters in order to get their branch. Yes, so Mark's branch is chemical, Bob's is civil engineering. So isn't that cool? That's the thing with left and right functions. And now we are moving on to the last part, that is the cases. So we have some random names, very random names with there is no proper format for the text and the cases are mixed. So I just want to convert this into lowercase, complete lowercase, complete uppercase, and proper case, that is capitalizing each word. So let's see how that's done. Equal to, call the function. And then, yeah, we got it. See? So for uppercase, see, we got it. And for proper case, just call the function proper. You got it? Yeah. So if we drag it down, we get it. Yes. So we got everything. This is very helpful and handy for those people who are arranging data of the employees, of the students, like that. So every function in Excel has its own importance in various fields and projects. So now let's go back to the PPT. So
just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's understand what pivot table is all about. So from the definition, you can read through, which tells that it is a most powerful feature. It allows you to extract significant amount of large detailed data set. All right. So basically, if you really need to go to a particular street and find out the number of street lights, and you are looking at from the India perspective. So from India, you need to go to your state, from your state to your city, from your city to your locality, and then from your locality, your street, and then the number of street lights. So the amount of data which you're pulling out from that level to the one level which you want to go to is extremely high. Now, once you do that using filter and sorting, probably you also want to create a graph, which is not possible using filtering and sorting. And that's where pivot comes into picture. And not just that, you could also use certain features which you learned in Pivot earlier. Certain features you learned in Excel, such as simple formulas, using sorting, and then calculating in pivots, and so on and so forth. So that's what we will see in detail in the coming slides. Um, so in summary, it is basically an automatic sort where you could use a huge amount of data sorted automatically using pivot tables. And not just that, you could summarize the data, show it in graphs, you could find out some average, you can find the top 10, bottom 10, or all that using pivots. So extremely effective tool. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how you create pivot tables and get an understanding of that. I'll move to the demo, which means I'll open up the spreadsheet. Okay, so I have a pivot table exercise to take you through in detail. But before that, let me actually make this a sample exercise, and then probably we could use this and then start off exploring pivot. Okay, I'm just copying the details which we learned in the exercise which we did in terms of filtering, but then I'm just going to make it the data actually just copy and paste the data so that the data is pretty huge. Okay, in fact, what I've done is I have it was just around 109 rows, so I'm going to make it close to 1,000 out. So I'm sorry, what I mentioned is 1,000, but what I actually want to do is around 20,000. Okay, and I just want to add a couple of more fields to make it even more interesting. So let's make some fields such as sale type, which would be either online, or it would be retail shop, wholesale shop. Okay, so I have that. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to copy paste this data. So I'm using the autofill handler. Once I have enough of data, I could easily copy paste it as well, just making it a little faster. Okay, some not applicables. Almost done. There we go. Yep. So this is one field which I've added, like a sale type, and customer feedback. Positive, negative, no feedback, did not send. Okay, so this is the feedback type which I'm creating. Okay, I think that's good enough fields for us to work with. Okay, so basically what I've done now is, even before I go ahead and explain pivot tables, I just wanted to showcase how difficult it is when you're playing around with huge amount of data and you want to actually get some inference out of it. You could use the functions which we learned earlier, the sorting and filtering, but then you could use pivot and do those in seconds. Okay, so here I have the list of, I have an array, table array with some data. The data is basically some shopping data which I've collated for a particular time period. And it has two customer stores and the products which are sold, the amount which was sold for, and then the sale type in terms of which kind of did they do it online, retail, or did it through a wholesale shop, and all that details, and also the customer feedback which you have received after the post sales. So what I want to get out is, like, let's imagine that you are the store manager and you basically want to understand which are the products which had a very good feedback, which are the products which had not a very good feedback, and certain other information such as, how much quantity of products were sold, how much was the sale of online materials, so how much was the sale of these products through online, how much of these products were sold through retail, and so many more questions which you want to get an answer to. So all that is what you want to try. Now, we don't know pivot table right now, right? So we're just going to use something which we learned earlier and try to get the data out of it. So if I have to find out how many of the sales of, say, cookies was done through online, so the way I'll actually do that is I will have to use a filter. I'm using the shortcut, and then I go ahead and select cookies, and then I again go to the sale type. I go ahead and select online, and so that gives me the number of sales of cookies by online. And to find the count, I actually have to go and select the complete set of rows. So in my status bar, it shows the count has 936. So 936 cookies were sold online. Now out of that, I want to see what is the number of positive feedbacks I've got, and so I click on go and filter it using positive feedback, and then I get the count as 236. Okay, so that's how I was able to break this data down. So I found it from cookies, I went searched the online, positive, and then I probably also want to see what is the total amount of sales, which is sum of 231. It's around $231,000, and the number of cookies we sold in terms of quantity is around 884 cookies. And then again, if I want to break it down by customer, I could do so. By a particular month, I could do so. But then imagine I want to present this data to an audience or to my manager, telling that this is something which was good. Probably this sales through online was better, or wholesale. How difficult it could be. So what I might have to do is make a note of all the numbers which I was talking about. So first I come and make a note of cookies, and then I make a note of online and customer feedback, and then make a note like, okay, this is 84, and then it is 23, and then whatever the number of feedback I got is 374 and all that. And then I use this data to insert a particular graph, and thereon that's how I could create that particular graph, right? So you can really understand the complexity of data, right? So you see that this is just a made out data, but real life scenarios, you might be working with 50,000 rows or multiple columns and multiple data variants, and it is really gets tough. So how does Excel rescue us? It does through pivot tables. Okay, so all that which I did using filter, I am going to insert a pivot table, and I'll show you how quickly and easily I can do that. So for doing pivot tables, what I need to do is first select the data, something which we saw in the filtering as well. So first select the data, then I go to insert. In the first ribbon which tells tables, it shows pivot tables. So I click on pivot tables. So as soon as I click on pivot tables, I have a wizard which tells create pivot tables. choose the data that you want to analyze. So basically I've already selected, so I need not go ahead and use this red button and reselect the data. So I can use an external data source, which is basically from some other spreadsheet or some other databases, which for now I will not. Choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed, which means either I could put this particular pivot table, which is basically a table, in another sheet, or I could use an existing sheet. So if I click on existing sheet, it will ask me, do you want me to place it in this location? And it will ask you a location which you could provide. Let's say, for example, I can just give this. So when I click on pivot table, yes, it will create the pivot table in this particular location, which for now I don't want. I want it to be done in a new worksheet. So let me go to new worksheet. I have not used an existing worksheet, and then I click OK. There you go. The pivot table is created. Similar to chart function, as soon as I create a pivot table, I have a pivot table tools bar which opens with options and design and so on and so forth. So we will explore this in detail, but let me give you a context about the fields you are now seeing. So here is the pivot table layout. It basically is the layout of your pivot table which you will be building, and then towards your right, where you can see the cursor moving, is your pivot table field list. So this table field list is nothing but all the headers or the fields which is available on your table. So that's basically all the field list which is now showing out here: data, customer, product, quantity, total sale type, and customer feedback. And then you have some 4 windows, and you have different options in that window. One, you have a report filter, you have a column label, you have some summation values, which is basically showcases data in the way you want, and then you have the row labels. Okay, different options to view. You have a field selection, but the one which is currently default is the best one, so let's leave it at that. Now, before even I go ahead and play around with this field list, I want to showcase some common errors which comes out when you're applying pivot tables. So for now, I'm not going to use this pivot table. I'll just delete this particular sheet. So that means the pivot table is deleted. And I'm just going to remove, say, quantity and try to put pivot table. So how do I do that? I select, go to insert, under tables, pivot tables. Okay. And I click OK. Alright, so as soon as you do that, it basically throws an error. So what's the error? The pivot table field name is not valid. So here it's telling that there is no header field. You must use data that is organized as a list with labeled columns. If you're changing the name of the pivot table, you must type a new name for the field. Okay, so it doesn't allow me because it doesn't have a field name or the header. So it is very important that all your headers are appropriate. It will not understand whether the name of the header matches to what the content of the cell is, but at least it needs to have a header for you to go ahead and apply the pivot table. So moving back to our pivot tables, that's one of the common errors, and people tend to don't understand that why it's occurring, and then they tend to lose the focus about the pivot tables. Another thing is, I'm not going to select the header now. I'm going to actually select the rest of the rows and columns. So I've not selected the header deliberately. And let's insert a pivot table and see how it comes. Okay, so pivot table. I click on OK. Now it's not showing me anything. Okay, I think it's still taken the header. 1 second.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so let me just paste this in a new spreadsheet because okay, so here I don't have the header, just a new table, and I'm inserting a pivot table. So I did it through a shortcut, which was Alt D P, and F, which is it'll create the pivot table. It's the wizard shortcut. But if you don't know that, you could use the way I told, insert pivot table. Okay, so I have done that, and as soon as without the headers, you can see that the choose field to add the report basically takes the first data on that particular row as your headers. While if I use this, it might make sense or not, but then I would recommend that you should have a named header which will give you clear understanding of what those are, and also helps you in when you're putting pivot tables, you'll understand what exactly it does, etc. Okay, so that's another common problem which occurs when you're working with pivot tables. So please ensure you have a header. Okay, so after all the mistakes, now let's start with the pivot table. So now I have selected the table without any problem. I go to insert and I click on pivot table. Your chart is making a chart directly, so I don't want to do that now. I'm going to click on pivot table and all the same thing, new worksheet, yes, and I have my pivot table and the fields to play with. Okay, so let me just quickly do something and then I will show you the different options which are available. Okay, so to help you understand the pivot table, I've just randomly selected the different items and dropped into these four fields. So report filter, column labels, row labels, and values. Now, the actual usage of these fields are for example, the actual usage of these fields are, they have different functionalities. Now, for example, as soon as I drop the date field into report filter, what it actually does is it becomes a filter. So I'm going to date, I'm going to drop down. So you can see I have different dates. All the dates becomes my filter options. So probably I don't want date to be filtered by, but let me go and pick it by, say, a customer feedback. So now that becomes my filter. So I can either select one of the filters and my values will accordingly change, which I will show you, or I could probably select everything, which is what it is done right now. So that is, it's like a report filter. You can use this to filter the data by this particular methodology, and how to do that I'll show you. The row labels is basically the name of the headers which you want to see. There is no rule in terms of what has to be in row label. It is all basis your requirements. So what Excel will do is, according to your row labels and column labels, it will show the calculation in the summation value. So here I've selected the customers as my row label and the products as my column label. So basically the way this particular pivot table can be read is, according to Food Mart, then these were the products which were sold, and these are the quantities of those particular products. That's what pivot is done. Now, if I had to do this by filter, I showed you, I had to break this data down into multiple options, and then even after breaking the data down, I have to go to individual columns, count on those columns, and then do that. So here I'm using simple pivot tables to get the data or get the numbers I want. The summation value is nothing but a mathematical function. So here in summation, we have a lot of options. So here it is basically showing the count of sales. I could actually go pull this drop down. I can go to value field settings, and I don't want count because it doesn't make the actual count of sales, but let me do sum of the sales. Okay, sorry, not exactly sum of sales. Let's take, I'm using quantity out here. Okay, this sum of quantity. So the count of quantity is basically, it will start counting that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The sum is, it will basically add cookies, which is 2, 5, 4 and 1. So it's summation. So that's what I wanted, right? Count will not make sense. That means Megamart sold 13,588 cookies. I don't want the count to be like, say, 300 cookies. That's not I want. I wanted to know exactly how many cookies were sold by Megamart. So that's how I could go drop down, go to value field settings. I could use sum, count, average, max, min, product, and so on. I could also go to show value as, make it into percentage, running total, percentage of row, and so many other functionalities. So now I'm not going to show you that, but what I wanted to show you is how these different fields come into play and how you exactly use these fields to get the data the way you want it to. Now again, I told there is no hard and fast rule that this is exactly how the data has to come. The customer has to come in row label, the column has to go, products has to go into column labels, and so on. It is all based on how you want. So I'm just going to play around with it and show you. So let's take, I just want to know, I'm going to move all these back to the choose field. So the way you do that is you just click on it, use shift, drag it and put it back. Or you could either check and uncheck, and that also adds up to, but drag and drop is the easiest option. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the normal. The field which I want to see is how many products were sold by each of the customers. That's all. That is my requirement. So for that, I would go take my customer, place it in the row label, and I wanted to know how many products are sold, right? So I just go take my product, drop it into column labels, and I again drop the product in my summation value. It's basically going to show me the count of products, or I could go and change the sum of products according to the requirement. Sorry, sum of products would not make sense here in this situation. That's why it's not showing any data. So let me just make it as count itself. That is the number of product it sold. And there you go. So I have the customers, Foodmart, Megamart, Minimart, and Supermart, the number of cookies, bread, milk, and other produce they sold. Now that's not what I want. Let me do something else. I want to see by the customers the feedback, how many positive feedbacks the customers got, and how many negative feedbacks, or some didn't receive feedbacks. So similarly, like the way I told, there's no hard and fast rule of utilizing pivots and fields in different fields. So I could just go back, select customer feedback, and I will go count of customer feedback. Yeah, let's go. So Foodmart did not get 504 feedbacks. They got 504 negative feedbacks, and they got no feedback for 505 sales, and positive for 503. So Megamart, the numbers are different. Minimart, the numbers are different. Supermart, the numbers are different. So see how easily I was able to do this particular pivot, or use this particular table, come up with this particular table, and then of course I can use this data to represent in the chart and show that, okay, who's doing good, who's not doing good. Okay, few more things in terms of the pivot fields. Now, what happens if I move this customer to report filter, and I also add another customer to row labels? Okay, so it's basically what is happening out here is not exactly customer. Let me put something else. I will put product in report filter, and then the customer is the way it is. So if I go and select products, now that it is selected all, I'm going to select multiple items. I want to review feedback for single products. So let's take, I want to review feedback for cookies. So I've deselected everything and only selected cookies, and click OK. So there you go. Now for the same set of data, the same table, I have a filter, and using that filter I can exactly find out how was the feedback for cookies. I could create a graph for this, and then I can also do the same for some other product and compare why the feedback is good for cookies, why the feedback is good for some other product, and so on. So that's the beauty of pivot. It gives me so many options, and that option I can use it to my benefit according to what my requirement is. Okay. Again, these fields are interchangeable. It's not that I need to keep it like that. So either I could put the customer in the report filter and product below. And now that the product is selected into cookies, I can drop down and select all the products. And I can select one customer at a time and see the feedback. So Foodmart only produces what they sold, the feedback. If I go to, let's take Megamart, they sold all 4 products, and that's the feedback. So you saw how you could use the different fields to get the inference out of what you want. Again, to make it a little bit more interesting, now I'm not going to put customer feedback here. I'm going to just play around with different column labels. So I have products, I have the customer, and the respective feedback. So if I select all, there you go. So I have products, food mark, only set use pressed, mega mart, feedbacks, the products, count of customers, supermarket, and then more interestingly, the thing which I want to see, the amount of money a particular customer made. So I may go to the customer, I go to total sales and put in summation value. So this is sum of total sales. So basically it is showcasing who did how much profit. Okay. I'll just try to make this count and see how much sales it can give. Sum is totally summing up the complete amount of dollar value which it did. Count would be the number of sales. So here you go, the count field is working now because it is counting the number of sales. So Minimart and Megamart had the most number of sales, Supermart was the least, and Foodmart around 2016. So in the last 10-15 minutes, I'm sure you could understand how much possibilities pivots creates, right? It's just up to me how I could use pivot to different usage of this particular data, different fields, and then it will help me to give a summarization of the complete sale report, and then use that sale report to make a presentation charts, and that charts goes into presentation. All that is what is possible by using pivots. Some more interesting things, I could also use the date columns to understand the dates the sale was made. And again, the date columns, now it is basically placed all the dates and the dates respectively it is done. I could summarize this by right clicking on this and group it into, say, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds, quarters, or years. So I'll just leave it for months now. I'll just select month. It also gives me option about putting some dates according to the filter I want to do. And there you go. So I have broken down data of date into Jan and Feb, and you can see that particular row labels and the sales done for Jan and Feb. That's all the things which you can do in pivot. And then the other thing which I was repeating is how I could represent this data in charts. So the things which we learned in charts is select the data, go to insert a column chart. I'll just put a column chart. It is asking you what fields you want me to put. So I have the sales, Jan, Feb, customers, how easily I was able to showcase this in data on Jan and Feb. Yeah, that's the beauty of pivot, which could be used according to what you want.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, comfortable with pivot now? This was again an example. I really didn't get into details. When I start the exercise, I will show you how do you do all the steps in details. But this is more like an overview which I was giving you. And I hope you'll feel comfortable with pivot and you'll be able to understand when I actually do the exercise. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's go to the exercise now and do all this once again, step by step, so that you could replicate it by yourself. Okay, I'll close this particular spreadsheet, which I don't want now. Okay, and I have a pivot table exercise out here. Okay, so before I go ahead and start putting pivot, let me explain what this is. Okay, just let me copy this in a notepad because that's what we are going to do. Okay, I think it's going to take some time. So let's get started while my notepad comes up. Okay, so I have sales, basically a sales report. So by country, I have first column which shows country, the different countries. Then I have the name of salesperson. Then I have when they actually place the order for whatever sale it was, simple order ID randomly picked, and some amount of that particular order. Okay, so that's the data I have. Now, this is the exercise which I want to do out of this particular data. I first want to create a simple report that totals orders for each salesperson, show sales one country at a time, find the top 5 salesperson, compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter, view the details behind a summarized amount, show summarized amount as a percentage of the total, calculate a bonus or commission. So all this is what I want to do. I'm sure most of them you would be thinking that I need to do this and then I'll get it, but then I'll show you step by step how do you actually replicate this, and then if you're able to do this, then I think you're familiar with pivot, and as you practice more you will learn the other aspects. Okay, so let's get started. So first thing, we need to create a pivot table. So how do I do that? I select the data, and where do I go for inserting a pivot? I go to insert and I click on pivot table. It's again asking me it's a new worksheet or you want to do an existing worksheet. I would say new worksheet. So click OK, and I have my pivot table ready. So what's my first thing? So I want a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So okay, so I want salesperson and the total orders of all the salesperson. So the first thing which I'll be using is in the role label salesperson. So how I did this, select the salesperson, drag it and drop it in the role label. In the percentage, I would go and put the order ID. Okay, because that's what I want, right? Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So order ID and put here. So here it is currently showing sum of order ID, which means it is basically picking up this order ID and this order ID and adding these up. That's not what I want. I want this to be 1, this to be 2, this to be 3 and 4. That's exactly what I want. So that's why here it is showing a sum. So I need to change this to drop down value field setting to count. So our first problem solved. Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. Okay, there I go. Simple report, total orders for salesperson. Now, extension of this, I want to create a graph of this particular salesperson by how many orders they sold. So click it, select the data, insert, column, graph. So it is asking me what you want the fields to be. I'll just leave it the way it is taken. There you go. I have the orders, the total orders, and the different salesperson. Again, all that which I learned in charts to make this more colorful, add values, etc., all that I can do. I can actually do this in pie chart as well. That's all. So because we have 799 orders, you want to see how many of out of 799 orders whose percentage contribution is. So just click a normal, there you go, a pie chart, and this is the amount of contribution. So you could see that leveling is the one who's, Peacock and leveling are the ones who have contributed the most. Okay, I'm not getting into charts now because we had the pivot and charts and graphs, a complete different topic which you learned. So let's move on to our pivot exercise. So we created the first one, which is done. The second one, show sales one country at a time. Okay, so for that, what do? I can add country in the report filter, and I can show sales one country at a time. So now it's selected multiple. I don't want multiple, I want one country at a time. UK, there you go, one country at a time, and drop down, select USA, one country at a time. So that's another way of doing. Or I could also put the country in column label, and I'll not keep any filters. I'll leave it the way it is, all. So what it is doing is, it is showing salesperson, it is also showing one country at a time. So you see, there are two different options which I could use. You could also play around by putting country in row label, salesperson in column label. See how the data is in horizontal or row wise, not column wise. So there is no hard rule in terms of where the data has to play, but then of course the way you do it, you can place it in such a way that it makes it more easy to understand and easier if you want to convert it into graph. Okay, we're done with the second one as well. Find the top 5 salesperson. Okay, so of course the way I can find this top 5 salesperson is just sort this data out into descending, which means the highest sales order can show on the top and the lowest down. So for that, what I could do is right click, I could sort the data, sort largest to the smallest to the largest or largest to the smallest according to what we want. And also we have more sort options similar to what we told, top to bottom, left to right, all that which you learned in sorting. So it's a combination of filtering, sorting, which is all available in Pivot. So for now, I'm just going to do it a simple sort into largest to smallest. Okay, so here we go. I have the top 5 salesperson. Easy, right? I was just seeing if there's any other option which probably will be able, which will help me to get to it directly. But then I guess this is the easiest option by which I can show you the top 5. So there you go. We are done with our top 5 salesperson. Compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. Wow, this is something which we saw by using dates, right? So let me actually remove the country. I have the salesperson. I have the total orders they have done. So to get there, I first need to put dates in the column label. So let me just drop the order date in the column labels. What it is actually telling me is the number of dates which is there, it is more than 256. What do you want me to do? Do you still want me to place this data, or is it okay if there are some data which are missed? So for now, I'll click on continue the drop. It is saying it will not fit, so it's okay. Click OK. So what it basically told us, the number of dates which are available is extremely high, which is going out of that particular end of the spreadsheet. So there are some dates which are not available. So that's fine, but we have another option in Pivot, right, where I can group this together. So I go here, right click, group it, and I wanted to group it by quarters. That's what I wanted, right, according to our problem statement. So I will remove the months, I'll group it into quarters, click OK. And there you go. You have salesperson, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, all their performance. How easy that was. Yeah. So here the way I did it is right click, group or ungroup. Now let me also group it in months, so I can do multiple groups. It's not that I just have to do it once. So I'll just do month and quarter just to show you all. There you go. So I have quarter, in quarter, this month, quarter 2, quarter 3, and again I can have multiple filter options over here. I could apply, remove, add filters, and so on. Okay, I'm just going to remove the quarter and order date because it might get complicated when we're playing with more data. So I'm done with compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. View the detail behind the summarized amount. Now, the beauty of Pivot is another thing. The other beauty of Pivot is, of this particular total, you want to analyze why did, say, let's take Dotsworth made so many less sales. I can either go to the original data and put a filter, pick up Dotsworth and start searching there. Or in Pivot, there's a very easy option, which is select Dotsworth. You have this particular cell, right? Just double click on that particular cell. So as soon as you do that, the complete data of Dodsworth it opens up in another spreadsheet. So then it's easier for you to analyze. Now this clicking and putting it in different spreadsheet can be done at any location or any different pivot table. So for example, I was talking about quarters, right? So when I put quarters, so I want to see why the quarter 3 sale is at 166. So here also I could double click on this data to get the complete list of data and then understand what exactly went wrong in quarter 3. So that's another way of doing that particular analysis. So that's what happens when you use pivot. It gives you so many options and really helps you to actually analyze data in different ways. So that was our problem number 5, which finished. Show summarized amount as a percentage of total. This is very good. So let's do this. Okay, so I will remove quarters. I just have count of orders. Okay, so here I have something like how we did it in pie chart. I have the total sales of orders, but I also want to see this as a percentage of the grand total, not just that, I want it as, oh, he did 151 out of 790. What percentage of overall sales did Peacock do, and what percentage of overall sale did Dodsworth do? Now I will have to use some math function to do it, but pivot makes it easy by giving us that option. So how do I do this? I go down here, value field setting, and I can go to show value as percentage of row. So let's see what happens if I click percentage of row. So it is showing 100% because there's no other value in row, right? So that's not what I have to do. Go down, show value as percentage of column. Okay, so you have the 100% sales. Out of the 100% sales, you know who's done the max and who's done the least. So you see, pivot does have some inbuilt function which you could use for you to actually crack down or understand or even come up with graphs or go ahead and give probably bonuses, etc. in this situation. Okay, so let me get this back to normal. Yeah, so I go click on normal. Yeah, there are a lot of other options which you could try. It again depends on what condition you're using it. For now, we just wanted to see the bonus percentage, or sorry, percentage of the total, and that's why I used that option. Okay, so that is our 6th problem which we solved. Calculate a bonus or commission. Oh, okay, how do I do this? I want to calculate a bonus or commission. So let's take, I want to give these guys a 10% bonus for their particular sales. And either I could take this particular graph, get all the total amount and then calculate a bonus. But is there an option in pivot? Yes, there is. Okay, so for that, first let me get the total amount of sales they've done. So I have the salesperson, instead of the count of order, I will remove the count of order. I will go ahead and put order amount. So I have the total order amount which they have done. Now I want to give 10% of this as a bonus for them. So for that, I'll have to go to pivot tables. I have formulas. I click on formulas, calculated field. I actually insert a new field called bonus, and then also define what the formula is. So here my formula would be, formula is equal to my order amount, insert field. So I used order amount, that is what I've selected out here, into, how will I calculate bonus? Into 10%. Simple. Order amount into 10% has a bonus. So what I did, I gave a name field. I selected the fields on which I need to apply the calculation. Then I gave the formula over here. And I click OK. There you go. I have the salesperson, the actual sales they did, and also the bonus. Again, I could play around with this data. I could actually move it, probably not on top, but if I move the summation value on top, it makes it a little bit more easier to understand. So I have the sum of order amount, sum of bonus. Cool. So we saw multiple functions in Pivot. You had a demo, and then we also saw different options of how Pivot could be used to create simple report of salesperson, filter it using a particular country. Then we saw how we could use sorting in a Pivot, compare person performance by using grouping. Then we wanted to analyze the data and how we could use that particular cell to open up the data and see that. Then also how to add some manual calculation fields and use some value fields which is within pivots. So that's all in Pivot.
Top Excel shortcuts. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll quickly jump into my Excel sheet and let me display you all the shortcuts that we are going to discuss today. All right, so these are all the shortcuts that we are going to discuss today, guys. And let's start with the first one. So let's say you want to know how many rows you have in your Excel. Have you ever wondered what is the maximum amount of rows that you have in your Excel sheet? So if you want to know that, the simple trick to do that is by pressing Control and down button. So if you press Control and down, you will reach the last row of an Excel sheet, which is 10,48,576. Similarly, if you want to know how many number of columns do you have, then you have to simply press Control right, and then you will reach the last column, which in our case is XFD. Right. So again, if you want to come back to the first column, you will press Control left. You will reach the first column, which is the A column. And if you want to reach the first row, just press Control up and you will reach the first row. So this is how you can navigate to the four corners of an Excel sheet. All right. Moving forward, if you want to know how you can move to the next sheet, then the shortcut is Control plus page up or page down to basically navigate between sheets. If you are on a Linux machine or if you are on a Mac, in that case, the shortcut is going to be the Alt key and then the arrow keys. Right. So if you are on Windows, it will be Control page up, page down. If you are on Mac, it will be Alt plus the arrow keys. So let's say if I want to toggle between the two sheets that I have in this Excel workbook, I will go Control page up, and this way I can go to the next sheet, Control page down, and then I can go to the previous sheet. So this is how you can navigate between the sheets. Next thing, if you, let's say, want to hide certain columns, so how can you do that? All right. So if you want to hide certain columns, let's say I want to hide, let me make it a little zoomed out. Okay. So let's say I want to hide the C column. So the command for that is Control 0 in case I want to hide columns. If I want to hide rows, it is Control 9. So let's hide the C column. So Control 0, and you can see the C column has now been hidden. Similarly, let's say if I want to hide rows, so let's say I want to hide these three rows, so Control 9, and these three rows will be hidden. If you want the rows or the columns back, just select where the hidden rows or columns were. In case of rows, the command is going to be Control Shift and then 9. You will get the rows back. And if you want the columns, just select that range and it is Control Shift and then 0. So this is how you can get your hidden columns or rows using the keyboard. Now next thing is a pretty neat trick. How can you have borders to your data, right? So if you're on a Windows machine, the command is going to be Control Shift and the End key. However, if you're on Mac, the command is going to be Option Command and Arrow, right? So let's say I want to add arrows over here. So now what I can do is I can add the borders. Now the thing is that when you're adding borders, it will add borders to one side of the data, right? For example, if you press Control Shift and End, it will add columns to the below part of the data like this, right? Now let's say you want to add columns to the right hand side. So then in that case, you will have to press the right arrow, and in that case you will get the borders on the right hand side, right? If you want to get borders to the left hand side, again select it and then the left arrow along with control and shift, and that's how you can get borders to the left hand side. Let's say you want to remove the borders, then again just select it and then press control shift and underscore, and with this the borders will be removed. So guys, this is how you can play around with the borders in Excel. The next trick is pretty neat. So let's say you have a row of data, right? So let's say I have 12 123, then I have 567, then I have some other data. Let's say these are some random values that I've put. Now I want to convert these values into currencies, let's assume. So how can I do that? Now the shortcut for converting a row or a column of data into currency is control shift and then dollar, right? So just select this, press control shift dollar, and in this case whatever your native currency is, that the data will be converted in, and along with that dot zero zero will also be added. Okay, so this is how you can convert a column or a row of data into currency. Okay, now next thing is if you want to make a percentage column, let's assume, right? So let's assume I whatever data I should be entering in this C column, it should be percentage. So in that case what I'll have to do is I'll have to type in control shift and then 5 or percentage, and now what will happen is whatever data I enter over here will automatically be in percentage. Neat, right? So this is how you can basically convert a column into percentage. Okay guys, next thing is if let's say I want to go ahead and convert a certain column or a row or a cell into date, how does that basically work? So if I have to do that, so first you will have to understand a very important concept. So in Excel, the dates basically they start from the 1900 year, right? So let's say if I enter 1 over here, and if I do a control shift and then hash, you will see the date that I see is 1st January 1900, right? Now let me tell you one more thing, and with that it will become more clear to you. So if I enter 123, let's say, right? So now if I do control shift hash, you will see it's now 2nd of May 1900. So what does this mean? It means that whatever data that you're entering over here, right? Whatever number that you're entering over here, once you convert it into date, it adds that number to the 1st January 1900, and whatever corresponding date you get, it basically displays that. So let's say I enter 50,000 over here, and then I do a control shift hash over here, then you will see I have reached 21st November 2036. Okay, similarly let's say if you want to come to the current century, just enter 41,000 some number, 41,396, let's say, and now if you convert you will see it's 2nd May 2013, right? If I enter 43,000 number, you will see that control shift hash will basically give you 22nd September 2017. So this is how the date basically work, right? So it basically works with numbers, and the numbers if you will have to enter, and once you do a control shift hash, it will basically convert those numbers into date. So that's how you can play around with the date data type in Excel. If you want to get the current date or current time, if you are on Windows, if you do a control shift and then colon, you will get the current time. If you are on Mac, if you do control shift and colon, you will get the current date, right? And with this current date, if you basically convert it into, let's say, number, you will get the number 44209. So if you enter 44209 over here, right, and if you do a control shift hash, you will get the current date, right? So if you convert this date into the number column, then it will give you the number which is corresponding to days after 1st January 1900. Okay, so remember that. Okay, after that, the next thing that you want to look at is how you can copy from above. Okay, so let's say I am on this row, this particular cell, and I want to copy this number, right? So what I can do is Control Shift and double quotes. So when I do this, whatever number is above that cell is basically copied, right? This works for percentage as well, and this works for dates as well, right? So whatever is the number above, it basically copies that. Great. Next thing is how you can display all the formulas on a current sheet. Now this is very important, right? So let's say I have these currencies, right? So what I'll do is I'll enter a formula over here. So sum, and then I want to enter, let's say A1, and then I want to enter A13, and then I'll close this. Okay, so this is the sum that you got, right? And let's say I just make it a little bold so that we know that this is the sum. Now let's say you are on the sheet, and now you want to understand all the formulas which are there on the sheet. So in order to do that, you will have to enter Control plus the tilt button, which is just below escape. So when you do that, the sheet will convert into this kind of a format, and here you can see the formulas which are mentioned on the sheet, right? So for example, you had percentage, so you can see it's 0.23, 0.24. Then this was the row, this was the cell wherein the sum was basically shown. So this is being shown. If you want to come back to the normal view, again press Control plus tilt button, and you will get back the normal view. So this is how you can display all the formulas. And again, another neat trick to basically do an auto sum of all the numbers is by basically going to sheet 2. Come to the sheet where you want to do the auto sum. Let's say I delete this cell and I want to do an auto sum of this number, right? So if you are on Windows, the formula is going to be Control and then plus. If you are on Mac, the command is going to be Command Shift and T. So just select all of them, or don't select them, and then just do Command Shift T, and that will give you the sum of everything which is there in that particular column. Okay, if you are on Mac or if you are on Windows, you just have to do Control and then plus, and then you will get an auto sum of all the values which are there in the Excel sheet.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We've all heard this term somewhere. It pretty much rings a bell that every time we think about it, right? So analytics with respect to data. Well, what are we trying to analyze is what we need to know here, right? So the formal definition of how it goes, it's basically extracting meaningful information from raw data. It's as simple as that. So we have data, right? So consider anything to be data. If that is not useful to you at that point, it is considered as data. But then if you perform some operation on this data and make sure that it is useful for your organization, this is when the data becomes information. And this information is what is usable for you, right? So the process of pretty much converting raw data into information by performing certain analysis on it can be termed as data analytics, guys. I mean, this is just a very rough definition of what goes in the industry. To give you a better insight of what that means, basically it is the pursuit of extracting meaning from raw data using specialized computer systems, guys. And then these systems, they transform, they organize, and they model the data. End of it is to basically draw the conclusions from all of the data. So you'll have, again, as I've mentioned with the raw example, our goal here is to basically draw conclusions, to identify patterns, to make use of this raw information in a better way. I mean, sure, data can just be used in its raw form, but then not with every case, right? And to give you an example, so think of the data probably you understand. So let's say you're looking at a huge data set which contains thousands of values. Those are just numbers, right? So having these numbers, sure, as a data analyst, you will understand what you're doing. But then let's say you need to explain it to a person who doesn't know what data analytics is, or you need to explain it to someone, probably your peer or someone above you as well. Let's say you have a business meeting where you have to explain this. Giving the numbers will not really be that great, right? It will not make a very good presentation. So converting all of these numerical data, making it into graphs, making it in a way where everyone understands the data, and showing out graphically whatever insights that you can generate from the data, that can be considered as data analytics as well, guys. Again, today basically the field of data analytics is ever so growing rapidly. And why is it growing so rapidly? Well, because the market demand for it is that much. So we have pretty much every startup companies these days have a requirement for big data as well. So big data, to dumb down the definition, it pretty much means a huge amount of data that cannot be handled by just one machine. If you're stretching out your data across multiple nodes, you have data coming in from various sources. Then you need a method to handle all of this big data that's coming in, to process the data and then to perform analysis on it, guys. So this has been in demand in the market for a while, and for the last couple of years, data analytics has been in the boom, and then it's providing a very straight answer to all of the questions being raised about how all these can be handled, guys. And of course, we're going to need the people who have the skills which is needed, skills which are needed to manipulate all the data queries, to translate all these numbers into graphs, and to make insightful analysis on it, right? So that's what is the main key role of a data analytic person. What is the need for data analytics if you have to break it down into 3 steps, guys? So again, we already know that it is on the rise, right? So I can pretty much go about to step out into the open and then tell you that it is not soon that it will be an integral part of an organization. It is already an integral part of every organization there is, guys. So the first important need is, again, we already know that it is a top priority for all of these organizations, ranging from the small organizations all the way to the big guys. And then this is needed to make very good decision making. Well, with respect to you being confused to, let's say, take a decision for you, then looking at this analytics will make your decision making skills and decision taking skills a little bit easier, and it'll be more validable as well, guys. And it'll be more validated as well, guys. And the second thing is to we require new revenue, right? So let's say you have the data which pretty much only a couple of people can make sense of understand. Let's say your market is very niche. In that case, sure, you'll be still making revenue, still be making money on it. But then at the end of the day, if you have to reach out to a broader audience, you need to make sure your data is understood by this broader audience, right? So that forms the second very important need for data analytics, guys. And the third one is to obviously decrease these operation costs for every organization. So this can be a very demanding task if you have to convert raw data into information, process the data, and make out very good visualizations out of it as well. But then if you have the workforce for it, then sure, you can do it. But if not, again, since it's probably a manual task, and until a couple of years ago, it surely was a manual task. And these days you can implement machine learning and data analytics to pretty much automate itself and make your job easier as well. It speeds up your work. It keeps you very efficient in such a way where your data is being visualized, processed very effectively. So again, time is money when it comes to big organizations, right? So on that note, pretty much it helps decrease all of the operation costs with respect to, either waiting in the data pipeline, or waiting to process, waiting to publish, waiting to do some analytics, waiting for visualization. All of these waits, you need not consider them anymore, because they will pretty much be reduced to null, guys. So on that note, you might be wondering, who are data analysts, right? So data analysts are the people who sit at the end of the chain. I'll just explain the chain in the next slide. So these guys form a very good workforce for the company, where they basically deliver the values by taking in all the data that data scientist might give it to them, a data engineer might give it to them, and then he uses this person, data analyst, uses all of these to answer a couple of questions and then communicate all of the results back. And all these results that he just gives back is basically used to take very good business decisions, guys. It might include analytics of past trends, it may be prediction of what the future looks like, and so much more. And then the common tasks done by data analysts are data cleaning, performing analytics, and then creating visualizations. Well, data cleaning to come about it is basically simple, guys. So again, data is raw information, right? To make sense out of it, to pick out information that we only require, and to make sure that, again, efficiency is the game here. If you're pretty much processing data that we pretty much will not require, then it's just a waste of time and resource. So cleaning the data, making sure that your data is just perfect enough for processing, that's a very important first step, guys. So this is the spearhead of a data analyst's role. And then the second one is, obviously, as soon as your data is clean, you need to perform some very good analytics on it and create very good visualizations, guys. So these four designations you see on the screen right now is basically the designations a data analyst is also known by. So the first is a business analyst. So data analyst is also a business analyst. He or she can be an operations analyst, a business intelligence analyst, and a database analyst as well, guys. So coming to the tasks that they pretty much do, the first important task that we already spoke about was cleaning and organizing raw unstructured data, right? So this is again a very overlooked concept in today's world, unless you get your hands dirty with the data itself. When you start to go about doing that, you will realize that cleaning and organizing the raw data is extremely important, because at the end of it, your data might be unstructured, your data might be semi-structured, or it might be a structured data. This will not matter if the data you're processing is of no use at the end, guys. So cleaning and organizing raw data is very important. And then the second thing is the analysis of all of the hidden trends found in the data. So making sense of something, again, maybe predictions in the future, looking at past trends, generating this sort of an information which you cannot figure out upfront just by looking at the data. This is pretty much the umbrella under which the hidden trends function of a data analyst's work. So you'll be looking at a data, you'll find something very interesting. So let's say you find a trend in your data where pretty much you can access a new side of the market with respect to your sales in the next 5 years, 10 years. And then you were not told this, but then your data was telling you this. So you making sense of the data in which this trend was found, which was not upfront, then this is again a very important skill of a data analyst as well, guys. And the third important thing is pretty much the big picture view using descriptive statistics. At the end of it, sure, we know what the past trends of the company are, we know how the company is going on now, but then if you need to just summarize all of this and say even add some predictions for the next 5-10 years, getting this big picture view of what's happened, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future, not just using very simple statistics, but using descriptive statistics where we'll be picking up each aspect of what's going on and then perform analytics on it and find out what's going on. If we are right at this place, if we are wrong at this place, how can this be improved? How can this concept be checked? How can we reach the clients better, and so much more. So getting this big picture view is again a very important task a data analyst goes about doing, guys. And the fourth one is probably the most important thing a data analyst does, is pretty much the creation of dashboards and visualizations, guys. So as I already told you in the introduction part of the video, where we're starting out with raw information, again a lot of numbers, but if you have to show these numbers at a business meeting, numbers are numbers, some people like them, but a majority of the people who they might not understand the numbers. So making these numbers as your input, creating very good visualizations, giving them a user interface, and giving your customers, your peers, your superiors, your business meeting members, giving them a very good user experience with all of this data, again at the end of it will add up to very good business methodologies, and then it will help you take better business driven decisions again. And again, the same goes for presentations of results to your clients and your internals as well, guys. So coming to the chain of how the data moves around in a firm, I have 3 important things that I just want to walk you through, guys, in a quick gist. So the first person who is the spearhead of the data for an organization. By spearhead, I mean he's the first one who look at the data, or he'll be responsible for bringing in all of the data from various sources, guys. So data coming in from the various sources, right? So think about all the data you can get from Twitter, or if you're performing any sentiment analysis, think of all the data that can come from all of the big data sources. You can have data coming from your various nodes from Hadoop, so much more. You can have your data coming from your own network, away from your network, and so much more, guys. So the data engineer is a spearhead who handles bringing in the data and making it understandable by the organization, guys. And then as soon as the data engineer finishes his part with the data moves on to the data scientist. The data scientist, he's responsible for working on all of these raw data, converting it into valid information. But then we already told this for the data analyst as well. Well, the data scientist pretty much uses machine learning algorithms, he uses deep learning, he uses, let's say, binary classifications, naive bias. He makes use of so many concepts here that a data analyst might not know. And he uses a lot of machine learning and deep learning, as I've already mentioned, to convert this raw data into valid information. And 99% of the time, the information which is being converted into are numbers, guys. So after the data scientist pretty much goes about doing his magic onto the data, and then we have the data analyst who steps in. This person, again, as we've already been mentioning, he is responsible for the prediction of what happens in the future, that is finding out trends, and then the presentation of all these informations to your peers, to your clients, to your superiors, and so much more. This is the basic gist of how data moves around. So the data is first seen by the data engineer, he does his job, comes to the data scientist works his magic via all these fancy algorithms and whatnot, and then pushes the data to the data analyst. The data analyst performs predictions, sees trends, visualizes the data, makes it presentable for everyone to understand, and then eventually goes about analyzing the data, guys.
When we talk about linear regression, something as simple as linear regression and concepts around linear regression. Linear regression is, of course, one of the most simplest implementations of your predictive models, so to say. It's been, again, it is a concept that has been evolving over at least a few hundred years now, at least 100 years or so, because linear regression has taken various forms. Linear regression is more or less like God, right? It's taken different forms in different eras, right? So currently we have one incarnation of linear regression. It could be something else in the next 10 years, some other version of the same thing can come up. So there are so many different variants of linear regression. And currently there's of course one primary way how people try to understand it, and will try to understand it in that depth. So first things first, the concept of linear regression of course stems from simple concept of trying to predict numeric outcome given a set of dependent variables. So there are two important things. The first one is you have dependent variables, and you also have independent variables, right? You have dependent and independent variables. Independent variables are the ones which typically are the target variables that we use to predict. Like for example, if I'm interested in predicting sales as a function of, let's say, money spent on ads, then sales is typically my target variable. So sales is basically in this example dependent on ads. In this case, sales becomes my dependent variable, and ads becomes my independent variables, so to say. So the thing, of course, is that when we talk about dependent and independent variables, there are, of course, you can take a couple of other examples as well. Let's take the example of I'm interested in predicting the stock price of a particular company as a function of let's say the sentiment of, or let's say the number of positive articles, sentiment, let's say the sentiment, the public sentiment, and let's say there could be numerous other reasons why the stock price could vary. So this becomes my dependent variable. Stock price becomes my dependent variable, and everything else, all the other variables, will become my independent variables. So in this particular case, as you could clearly understand, a dependent variable is basically that variable which is responsible, or which is the variable that we're interested in, or that particular feature that you're interested in trying to predict. It's also often referred to as a target variable. A common term is also a target variable. You will also come across terminologies like that. So do not get worried if you see terminologies like those. Okay, cool. Now, next thing is, let's take this particular simple example. Now, when we talk about linear regression, again, as I said, if you take a simple example like let's say we're trying to predict the yield of a crop based on the amount of rainfall that we have seen in that particular year. I'm trying to predict the yield of a crop based on the amount of rainfall. So if I want to solve this particular problem, what do you do? So what I'm saying is, historically, there is a relationship with the amount of rainfall, that there is a relationship between the amount of yield that we have seen for paddy, or let's say wheat, and one of the primary drivers for that particular thing is, let's say, rainfall. Mind you, rainfall may not be the only variable that is causing this. There could be 100 other reasons why in a certain year, certain crop has yielded a certain value. But one of the more popular or one of the most primary reasons, of course, is the amount of rainfall. So let's solve it with a single variable. And I am hypothesizing that, or in with my limited understanding about how agriculture works, I am hypothesizing that yield can be predicted. I'm saying yield can be predicted as a function of the amount of rainfall that we see. This is not a bad hypothesis, to be honest. This is a simple function, to say the least. But of course, I need to validate this particular hypothesis. What I would have to do is I'll collect historical data, right? And let's say I'll collect historical data from various markets, from various regions. So I'll have yield, and alongside yield, I let's say also collect the amount of rainfall.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So from different regions for the same amount of land, right? Because I shouldn't be comparing the yield of 1 acre land versus yield across 100 acres land. That would be an unfair estimate, right? So I'm assuming that the yield that I'm talking over here is, let's say, per acre. So is number of kilos per acre or number of tons per acre, let's say, something like that. Okay, in a given year of 365 days. So I capture all the data points. Let's say I have 10 tons and the rainfall is, let's say, 250 centimeters in the complete year. Second is, let's say, 20 tons, 250 centimeters. Third is, let's say, 23 tons, 180 centimeters, and so on and so forth. Let's say I collect all of this data historically, and let's say I collect maybe 100 observations from different parts of the country. Now that I've collected all of this data, the next step is, of course, to go ahead and try and find if there is a way extract a relationship between my yield and rainfall, right? So now what would you do? So you would simply go ahead and we'll try to, if you were to visually understand this, you can draw a simple scatter plot, rainfall on the x-axis, and then you can have yield on the y-axis, and then you go ahead and you create all these points. Whatever points that you have over here, you simply go ahead and create all these points, right? So different points that you think are possible. Now, given all of these points, the idea is you would want to identify the relationship, this particular function that you're seeing. What is this function? Linear regression says that this particular function that we have is a linear function, right? What I'm saying is that yield can be predicted as a linear combination of your rainfall, some linear function of your rainfall. So when you say a linear function, what do you mean? It is basically that I can somehow come up with a hypothesis which says, something like this, which says that yield is equal to, m times your rainfall plus c, something in this linear equation format. So for arbitrary values of m and c, when I say arbitrary values, for different values of a and m and c, this whole equation, from our knowledge from in mathematics, basically says that it is a simple straight line equation, something like that. It could be different straight lines for different values of m and c. It could be different straight lines. It could be a line like that or line like this. So different values of m and c will yield different straight lines. I am trying to identify that one single line, right? That one single line that cuts through as many data points as possible, or that is as close as possible to as many data points, right? I can create different values of m, and I can create different lines, but there is one specific value of m and c which is as close as possible to all the data points, right? But when I say close to all the data points, how do I measure close? How do I measure this proximity? So one of the most popular measures over here is that you would want to make sure that every point is as close as possible to the line. That is one way of looking at it. Or another way of saying the same thing is, for every value of x, there is a actual value of y. For every value of rainfall, there is an actual value of rainfall, and there is a predicted value of rainfall, right? This is the predicted value, this is the actual value. This is basically an error. that delta that you see over there is nothing but an error. So for example, if you take this point, or if you take this point, this is the predicted value, while somewhere here is the actual value. Somewhere in this particular range is your actual value. So this whole, that difference is the error for that particular data point. Ideally, what I want to ensure is that the difference between the distance from the line to every other data point should be as small as possible, or I want to make sure that this error prediction is as low as possible. Whatever value I predict, I want to make sure that the error is very, very small. Now the question is, this is great. The fact that I want the lowest possible error is great, but how do I make sure something like that happens? Okay, so to do that, it's actually pretty simple. There's nothing very complex here, and let me try to bring this up. It's quite simple to ensure that the actual values and the predicted values are not far away. So here's how it goes. Let's say this is how your data. This is your data. All that I'm saying is this is nothing but your predicted value. So this is your yield. This is your actual value. And then when you create that particular line, right? These are all your data points. That is a line. So and line basically will have an equation. So yield is equal to 10 plus 5 times rainfall. Let's say you have a line like this, 10 plus 5 times rainfall. That's the, or let's say whatever, 10 plus 0.5 times rainfall or 0.1 times rainfall, whatever is the value. So there is a predicted value. This is the predicted value. What I want to make sure is that for every given value of rainfall, I substitute this value over here. So let me actually take a better equation instead of this. This equation could give me results which are haywire. Let's do it this way. 0.5 plus 0.1 times rainfall. Let's say this is one particular equation. So what we're saying, if the rainfall was 250, what would be the predicted value? So if the rainfall was 250, so it'll be 0.5 plus 0.1 times 250. So this will be 25.5. So the actual value is 10, but the predicted value will be 25.5. Similarly, in this particular case, if the rainfall was 180, the predicted value of yield would have become 0.5 plus 0.1 times 180, so which would have become 18.5. So this value would have become 18.5. Right? So you have the actual value, you have the predicted value. Now we can always compute the difference between the actual value and the predicted value. This is the actual value and this is the predicted value. You can always compute the difference between the actual value and the predicted value. I want to make sure that I come up with that particular line where the summation of actual values minus the predicted value square for every term from I is equal to 1 to n. So for every value, the actual value and the predicted value. So whenever you see this means it's the predicted value. It's called y hat or y cap, right? So I want to make sure that this particular value, and I can take the mean. So this is referred to as mean squared error. Yi minus yi hat is nothing but error, square of the error, and the mean of that particular error, if you observe over here. So what we are saying is, I want to make sure that this particular metric that we see over here, currently is minimum. Okay, I want to make sure that this particular metric is minimum. So just to let you all know, this metric is simply nothing but a measure of, if I were to put it, is simply a measure of how far away is this line from the data points. How far away is this line from the data point? The line is extremely far away, then what you will see is that the equation will have a very, very high value. If the line is very close, then you will see that this value will be a very, very small value. Okay, and first let's try and understand this. This is the most important part of the complete class. I mean, if you understand this particular equation, then we are all set to go ahead and actually solve this particular equation. So to give you a small intuition of what this actually means, just to kind of give you a feeler for what does this really mean, I have we're actually going to do a small Excel exercise just to kind of get a feel for it. So let's do a small exercise on it. Let's take a few values. Let's say this is yield, this is rainfall, and let's say 10, 20, 15, 30, 22. Let's take 5 data points for the moment. And yield is, let's say, 100, I don't know, 150. I've just taken the numbers a little differently for the moment, but 150, And then let's say we have 300 and let's have 250. Let's say these are the values that I have currently. Okay. And let's quickly insert a simple scatter plot. This is how the data points look like. As simple as that. Okay. 5 data points. Currently, this is how the thing looks like. Now, let me just add the axis titles. This is your rainfall and this is your yield. Remember, this is my dependent variable, also called as the target variable. So don't get confused. It's called independent variable or also called as predictor variables. So they are all the same names for the same thing. So don't get confused. If you read content from different places, different names are going to be used. So do not get worried about it. So yield versus rainfall, or actually it's the other way around. Rainfall versus, my bad, yield versus rainfall. Cool. So now if you logically look at these this thing, I can have multiple data points. I can come up with different lines, so to say, right? One line basically, if you look at it, let's try to do it here. So one of the lines could be something like this, another line could be, I don't know, another line could be something like this, and then maybe one more line which goes, let's say, like this. Let's go completely bonkers on this, completely the other way around. So the point is, there are 3 different lines. For simplicity's sake, let's actually take 2, just so that working with it becomes relatively easier. Let's take 2 simple lines. Red line which goes like that, and then we'll take a green line which goes the other way around. Let's go that way. Yeah, I have the red line and I have the green line. So quickly speaking, out of these 2 lines, each of these lines has a different slope and a different intercept value. Okay, has a different slope, because if you look at the red line, if you, for example, take this particular line, the red line, this has a positive slope, right? Almost a slope of 1, because if you observe, this is almost at 45 degrees to x-axis, almost at 45 degrees to x-axis. And logically speaking, slope is simply nothing but the tan of this particular angle. So if you go back to your trigonometry, the tan of this particular angle is nothing but your slope. So let's not worry too much about it. Essentially, this has a positive slope, and what we're saying is this fellow has a negative slope. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, the second point is, if you look at this particular line, this has almost it's almost close to 0, but that's okay. It has a negative this has a negative intercept. Intercept is simply nothing but the point at which the line cuts the y-axis. The point at which this particular equation cuts the y-axis. Here, the intercept is almost around 250. This is nothing but your intercept. This has a positive intercept, right? From your understanding of what you've understood till now, out of these 2 lines, which will have a lower MSE? Will the green line have the lower MSE or the red line have the lower MSE? The red line should have the lower MSE. Fair enough. So from my understanding over here, I am actually coming up with 2 equations. I don't know if these equations are going to be correct. I'm assuming that they are the best equations. So for the red line, let's go with the red line first. So the red line equation could look something like this, where I'm saying that yield is equal to negative intercept. So minus 20, I'm assuming minus 20 plus 1.1 times, plus 1.1 times, let's say, rainfall. Something like this. I don't know. I don't know if this is even correct. I'm just taking a random guess at it, right? On the other hand, the green line could have something like this. Yield is equal to 250 plus, it'll have a negative slope, if mind you. So it could have a negative 1.2 slope or something, negative 45 degrees. If you look at it, it's sloping downwards times your rainfall. So 2 equations. I'm hypothesizing that these could be the 2 possible equations. And I am saying that this, out of these 2, the red one should have the lower MSE. And let's actually go ahead and simply prove it. So the way you do that is, let's say, first things first, this is the red line and red line prediction, and this is the green line prediction. Before I have the red line prediction and the green line prediction, let me simply make a note of the red line equation. So where I'm saying yield is equal to, predicted value of yield is equal to minus 20 plus 1.1 times your rainfall. Similarly, for your green line, I'm saying this is 250 minus 1.2 times rainfall. Just a random guess. Arnab has a question. Yield intercept equal to minus 10. So in such cases, what we generally do is we fit the intercept to 0. We make sure that the line cuts through the origin. So we force fit the line to go through 0. There are ways to do it. Basically, we make the intercept 0 in such cases. So for the red line, if you actually go by the prediction, so this is going to be minus 20 plus 1.1. So let me just do this. Plus 1.1 multiplied by my rainfall. What is rainfall? Rainfall is this. Actually, the slope would be a little larger. Okay, let's not worry about it too much. And on the green line prediction, this is going to be 250 minus 1.2 times your rainfall, which is this 238. That's the prediction of your green line. So you have your red line prediction and you have a green line prediction right at this particular point. And yeah, currently I think I made a small mistake with this particular equation here because the red line needs to have a higher intercept cut through these data points. Let's just do a small change here. Let's make this 0. Let's make this 200. Let's make a small change. Instead of making it negative 200, let's make this 120. Just for kind of hypothesized it incorrectly. Plus, let's do it this way. These are my red line predictions and my green line predictions. Now what you could do is you typically compute the error now, and then you identify, so you compute your mean squared error of your red line and you compute your mean squared error of your green line. And the way you do it is, this is your actual value. So let's come here. So to compute your MSE, what you're going to do is, it's going to be your average of actual value minus your predicted value squared. Essentially going to be the average of actual value and your predicted value whole squared. That is what your MSE is going to be all about, squared error. So this is my actual value minus predicted value. And then I'm simply going to do a square here. Yeah, average of variance, absolutely. So it's called sum of squared error. If it's R2, it has to be to the power of 2 square. Similarly, you do the same thing here as well. This time it's going to be, instead of E5, it's going to be 5. So in here now, what we're simply going to do is we're going to try and compute the mean squared error. So to do it, it's going to be average of these values, and similarly the average on actually the looks like the green line has a lower MSE because the red line equation is slightly incorrect here. Let's do a small change. Let's make it 150. Let's make it 180. Let's go change a little. Yeah, done. So a small change. So now if you observe, the red line seems to have a slightly different equation with almost a mean square error of around 40. So out of these two, what we are saying is that this particular equation has a lower MSE than the green one. But then the whole point is that if I keep trying like this, there are infinite possibilities of M and C. There are infinite possible values of this 180 and the 1.5 or 250 or 1.2. I mean, logically speaking, because these are continuous values, there are effectively infinite possible values of this that I can get to. So where is the end? I mean, how do I find the best possible values of these two? There are infinite values of this and there are infinite possible values of. Then if I keep doing this continuously, there is no end to it. I might always find a particular value which is better than, let's say, the red line. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if there is a better value of M and C that would give me a lower mean squared error, right? And I would always ideally want a value that gives me a lower mean squared error. To actually show you how these lines look, I can actually plot those lines. It's not going to be very difficult. What we can do is we could try to plot all of these three together. Insert I can change the chart type and just remove this from here. Okay. So for different values, and let me just change the chart type here. So between these two currently, it's a bad equation anyways. It's not giving us a straight line equation. Of course, it doesn't give you a straight line equation. But technically what we are saying is that each of these equations, this equation and this equation, out of these two equations, your red line seems to be, if you go back to this particular chart, your red line seems to be closer because your MSE is the lowest. In this particular chart, the red line is closer to all your data points than your green line. Your green line is probably a bad fit, red line is a better fit. That's the whole story in this particular chart, so to say. But then the question is, how do I make sure that I find the best possible line anyways? I mean, I don't even know if this particular equation is the best equation, or if I can find 100 other equations that will give me a best, I can find 100 other combinations that will give me better values than this. So to do that, we're going to employ a simple optimization concept. We're not going to do it by optimization, but we'll use simple differential calculus concept. It's called, we'll apply something called as minima and maxima to solve this particular problem. Let's go back to this particular step and let's actually take another problem, and we'll try to solve that particular problem with different equations. And I think we will get we should be able to get an easy hang of how to solve this particular problem. Let's take a simple set of data. Let's say this is X and this is Y, and then 5, 8, 7, 14, 6, 6, 10, and 3, 7. Let's say these are 4 data points, right? These are 4 simple data points, and I want to find a linear regression equation wherein I can predict basically this whole data point would look something like this. This is Y and this is X, and these are my 4 data points, and I want to find that one single equation that cuts through all these 4 points, and I want to find the equation of this. I know one thing for a fact, that this looks like the form of y is equal to mx plus c form. I don't know what is m, I don't know what is c. I need to find the best possible value of m and c. But one thing that I know is that come what may, I want to make sure that the predicted value and the actual value, I want to make sure that for all the data points, I want to make sure that this whole thing, this whole equation is minimum, right? For any data point, I want to make sure that this whole equation is a minimum. I want to minimize my mean squared error. So how do I do it? So let's assume that my equation is y is equal to mx plus c, right? Or rather, your predicted value of y is equal to mx plus c. You don't know what this is, but then let's assume that this is your y equal to mx plus c. So for every data point over here, you can simply compute y hat. For every data point over here, you can simply compute y hat. So if you just draw this line over here, your predicted value is simply nothing but, in this particular case, m into 5 plus c. Similarly over here, m into 7 plus c. Similarly over here, this will be m into 6 plus c and m into 3 plus c. For this thing, it will be m into 3 plus c. All of us okay with this? Because I'm simply substituting mx plus c, right? M into 5 plus c, m into 7 plus c, m into 6 plus c, m into 3 plus c. Okay, so this is my actual value and this is my predicted value. I don't know what MNC is. We'll solve for MNC in a minute. So my mean squared error equation will simply look like this. For data point 1, my actual value is 8 minus my predicted value is 5n plus c, the whole square, plus for the second data point, this is going to be 7 minus 7m plus c, the whole square. Similarly, for the third data point, it's going to be 6 minus, sorry, 10. Oh, sorry guys. This is going to be 14 and this is going to be 12, the whole square. And last but not the least, for my fourth data point, it is going to be, this is 10, right? It's 10. 7 minus 3m plus c, the whole square. 7 minus 3m plus c. Yeah, Jayant, Jaitirth, I've corrected it already. Yeah. Hope this is 10. Yeah, you're right. All of us okay with this? Yeah. So now if you actually expand this complete equation out, You can, if you actually expand this complete equation out, simply speaking, what you're going to get a polynomial equation with m and c. Can you think of it? You'll get a second degree polynomial equation with m and c. So let's actually solve for it. This is taking me back to my 11th standard or my 10th standard, but yes, that's the whole point. So if you actually expand this out, if you expand this equation out, 8 minus 5m plus c, if you expand this whole equation out, this is going to be, anyone? It's going to be 64 plus 5m plus c the whole square minus 8 to 16, 16 times 5m plus c. So a square plus b square minus 2ab is a square plus b square minus 2ab. Similarly, the second equation that you're going to get is 14 square. Anybody? What is 14 square? 100 and okay, super. 196 plus 7m plus c the whole square minus 14 into 2 is 28 times 7m plus c. Similarly, for the third data point, 10 square is 100 plus 6m plus c the whole square minus 20 times 6m plus c. Last but not the least, 49 plus, what is this? 49 plus 3m plus c the whole square minus 14 times 3m plus c. Sorry, you're not going to get the square, just the 3m plus c over there. Sorry about that. Okay, so now I'm going to give you all 5 minutes and try to expand this out. Right? Try to expand this out. What will be the sum be totally? Super. 409. That's correct. So this is simply going to be 409 plus. Now let's come to this expansion in a minute. So okay, let's expand this out. So 5m square is 25m square. So if you actually sum up all the m square terms over here from all of this, so this is going to be 25m square, 49m square, 36m square, and 9m square. 563, Preetham. What is 563? Yeah, okay. So 25 plus 49 plus 36 plus 9. It's going to be anyone. Okay, please ignore. Okay, cool, very nice. 119m square plus, if you look at c square, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be 4c square straight away. And if you look at MC terms, if you look at the MC terms, anybody? How many? What will be the MC terms over here? 5 2 is 10, 10 MC, 14 MC is 24 MC, 24 MC plus 12 MC is 36 MC, 36 MC plus 6 MC, 42 MC. Spot on, perfect. So 42 MC, and you're going to get the M terms and the C terms quickly. How many M? Minus some M and some C. What will be that sum M? This is 80M. This is 96, 196, 80, 120, 42. Anyone? What about the M? N, M, and C both. 3M? Are you sure? It's 3M. It's all negative, right? So the whole thing. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is going to be 438M, and the C term is what we're left with. And the C term is simply going to be negative 16, negative 28, 28, 20 is 48, 48, 14 is, so 14, 14 and 16 is 30. So 48 plus 30, 78. And that's it. So that's the complete equation. If you look at this, so logically speaking, what we are saying is we'll just rewrite this equation a little better. So if we were to rewrite this equation, what we're saying is this is 119m square plus 4c square plus 42mc minus 428m minus 78c plus 409 is your final equation. So your MSE equation is basically this whole thing. So we've all got equation, but now what to do with this equation? So what does this equation give me? This equation is basically, if you actually think of this is a second degree polynomial in M and C. So if you actually rearrange this whole thing, a second degree polynomial, or if you simply forget the C term, just forget wherever there is C. This looks like ax square plus bx plus c, if you observe. If you forget wherever C, or am square plus bm plus c. If you just forget the C term for a minute. What does this look like? Am square plus bm plus c. Anybody? If you simply forget the c term, just forget about c for a minute. If you just take the m terms wherever there is m, this one, and forget about this as well. Just take this and the final constant. 19m 119m square minus 428m plus 409. Absolutely yes. This looks like a parabola. Just perfectly right. So this whole thing, it looks like a parabola, and it is actually a parabola. But this is a parabola in more than 2 dimensions. It is a quadratic equation. Spot on, correct. Parabola, basically a quadratic equation. If you were to just look at it in M or in C alone, if you just looked at it from an M or a C, it would look like this. If you forgot about M, you can think of this as M and this is your MSE. So this whole thing would look like a parabola, or it could also be like this. If you imagine this was C and this is your mean squared error on a y-axis, this would look like a parabola, something like that. Okay. So basically what we're saying is that your mean squared error, your model has a particular value of M where your mean squared error is the minimum. Similarly, your model has a particular value, or your linear regression has a particular value of C where your mean squared error is the lowest. I mean, it cannot be zero, because if it has to zero, that means your line has to cut through every data point. So it's more or less impossible to have something like that. But what we're saying is there is a particular value of M. There is a particular value of M for which your MSE is minimum. If you see, this is the minimum most point. Similarly, over here also there's a minimum most point, particular value of C where your MSE is sort of minimum, so to say. Now what we are going to do is we are going to try and find these values of M and C. What is the value of M? What is this value of C? We're going to try and find what these values of M and C really are. But then now that this particular equation doesn't really look in a, because we're not looking at it only in a C or only in a M. So how does this actually look like?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What does this equation actually look like? How it looks like? It looks like this. But then let me give it a try. Right? So it looks like this. This is M, this is C, and this is your MSE. So think of this. I can only, of course, draw in 2 dimensions. Think of this as a bowl that is kept in your room. On one side you have M, on the other side you have C, and on the y-axis you have, let's say, MSE. This is a value of M, this is a value of C, and this is MSE, and this whole thing more or less like a 3-dimensional parabola, which is like a bowl. Think of it like a bowl, right? So what we are trying to identify is we are trying to find a particular value of M and the corresponding value of C where your MSE is minimum. There is one specific point where your M and your C give you the lowest MSE, some specific value in this whole hemisphere. We are going to try and find that. But to find that, what we are going to do is we're going to employ a very simple concept. The point is to solve for corresponding values of M and C. What we're going to do is we're going to apply a very, very simple concept of maxima and minima, right? So if we remember long ago, once upon a time, we all learned about it, something called as maxima and minima. Maxima and minima simply is to find the maximum value or the minimum value of any particular equation. What we will simply do is we simply will differentiate that equation and we'll equate it to 0. So you have MSE. Let me try and simplify this for you. Let's start with a very, very simple equation. Let's say you have a simple equation like 3x square plus 2x plus 1. Let's say I have an equation that looks like this: 3x square plus 2x plus 1. So if I were to find the minimum most value of this particular equation, how do I find it? The best possible way is I differentiate this equation, dou y by dou x, or dy by dx, which will be 6x plus 2, right? This is 6x and this is 2. Differentiation. The ones who don't know, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't fret about it too much. Basically, 3x square will simply become, the power will reduce by 1 and this will get multiplied by this value. That's how differentiation works. Similarly, you have 1 here, this gets multiplied by this fellow and it reduces by 1. So x to the power of 0 is what it becomes. So 6x plus 2. So I am at 6x plus 2, I equate it to 0. I get, if I equate this to 0, I get x is equal to minus 2 by 6 or minus 1 by 3. So at x is equal to minus 1 by 3, this equation that you see over here is going to have the minimum most value of y. Okay, to simply identify the minimum most value of that equation, what you simply will have to do is just differentiate the equation and equate it to 0. When you differentiate the equation and equate it to 0, you compute the slope at a given point. Don't worry about it too much, but essentially what you do is you compute the slope. So if you have a parabola like this and you differentiate an equation, you basically identify the slope of that particular thing, right? You find the slope of that particular tangent, right, at different points. So whenever you differentiate, you basically get the equation of the slope. Okay, but then there is only one point where the equation of slope is equal to 0, and that's the minimum most point. So you differentiate and you equate it to 0. So when I differentiate, I get this equation, and when I equate it to 0, that's only this particular point. So that's the beauty about parabola, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use something very, very simple. We're going to we're going to use the same concept, and we'll try to solve this particular problem. We'll use the same concept of minima and maxima, and then we'll try to solve this particular problem. Okay, how are we going to do it? Let's go back to this equation that we see here, and in this particular equation, if you observe, I have 119 m square plus 4c square plus 42 mc minus 128 m blah blah blah. So the first thing, I'm going to differentiate this equation, dou msc by dou m. When I say dou m, I'm partial differentiating it with respect to m. That means all my c terms will become 0. So this will become 119 times 2, 200 and guys, come on, 238 m plus this becomes 0, 42 m, right? So this will become plus 42 c because m becomes 1. This is going to be minus 428, and this are constants, so the whole thing becomes 0. This becomes a 0 and this becomes a 0 because they're constants. That's the first one. Similarly, dou msc by dou c. This will become 8c. And what about this one? Plus 42m, right? Minus 78 is what I'm going to get. So I got two equations. This will be equal to 0 and this will be equal to 0. Yeah, when I'm differentiating with respect to m, c becomes a constant. So I get 42c. Now there is 42mc. M is still there. Yeah, I still have the value of m. So that will never become 0. It will only become 42c. M will become, so think of it this way. So 42 mc, when I'm differentiating with respect to c, this whole thing is now a constant except for c. So I'll just have 42m. And similarly, when I'm differentiating with respect to m, 42c will become constant. I'll only be left with m in that case. Yeah, I hope that made sense. I'm trying to actually solve the equation at the background. So you should typically getting my value of m. So m is somewhere around 1.057 and c should be 4.2. Yeah, perfect. C is 4. So these are the values. So net, my final equation looks like this. So what I'm saying is y is equal to mx plus c, right? So 1.057 times x plus 4.2. That is my final linear regression equation for the data points that I have seen here. It's 1.057 and 4.2. So anybody who's got values around in that particular sense. So for these data points, right, 5, 7, 6, 3, 8, 14, 10, and 7, if you look at all the values, if you actually compute your linear regression equation, the equation will look something like this. This is typically how one should solve a linear regression equation. When somebody is given a linear regression problem, this is how one would solve a linear regression. Right? And in a lot of our exams, when we attend, let's say let's say you're doing master's degree or you're doing some kind of a degree, in a lot of our exams, we're essentially asked to solve this whole thing by hand. We're given around data points, 8 to 10 data points, and we're expected to solve for linear regression completely by hand all the way through till the end. Okay? So this is a very common affair as far as regression is concerned, and this is one of the most popular ways of solving linear regression. This kind of a regression technique is called as ordinary least squares. Right? Let me just ordinary least squares. Right? Why least squares? Because we are trying to see least sum of squares or the lowest possible value of sum of squares. Sum of squares is nothing but your MSE. Instead of MSE, mean, basically that's also a mean. So instead of a mean, if you replace it with sum, it becomes sum of squared error. So we're trying to find a mean or no mean, doesn't matter. Nobody cares. So logically, what I could have done is, if you observe, I said MSE, but I did not divide this whole thing by I did not divide this the whole thing by total number of observations. I simply summed them. So though I call it mean square error, I actually solved it as sum of square error because it does not matter, right? Because this is just a constant value. Nobody cares. Even if I imagine I divided this whole thing by a constant value, it wouldn't have mattered. So this whole technique is called as ordinary least squares. As simple as that. Now let's try and validate with Excel. Okay, this is one way of solving MNC. This is not the only way, by the way. There are numerous ways of doing this, but this is one of the most popular way. When the value of MNC are small, of course. But if the values of MNC are very large, when I say, I mean, if the number of data points are very large, I'll have too many equations. It becomes very messy. Solving this whole thing for every data point at the same time becomes extremely irritating and very complicated. So things can get a little untidy with large number of data points, but that's okay. At least we know on paper how to solve it. We'll come to how to scale this out later on. Let's come to Excel. Let's take the same data points and let's try to validate this thing here. X and Y. I have X, I have Y, and the values of 5, 8, 7, 14, 5, 7, 14. What are the others? 6, 10, and 3, 7, 6, 10. Okay, so this is it. Insert. That's the simple line equation. Now what I can do is I can simply go ahead and I can try and add a trend line here. So we can go to chart options, add chart element, trend line. Under trend line, you see here, there are different kinds of trend lines that we can add, a linear, exponential, blah, 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 under different kinds of trend lines. We'll come to that in a minute. Let's add a simple linear trend line. And let me just display equation on chart. That's it. Yeah, your linear regression has been solved here. Your Excel says the value of M is 1.62, whereas we got a slightly different value. We got a 1.07 and 4. Are the points the same? Data points exactly the same? Maybe we made some small error somewhere. 5, 8, 7, 14, 6, 10, 3, 7. Yeah. So your linear regression equation according to your Excel is 1.6286 plus 1.2. That is what we are saying at this particular point. That's it. We've got a slightly different value of M and C here. I wonder why. Let me just try to understand this. One thing that we can validate if these two models are extremely different is 8, 14, 10, 7, 8, 14, 10, 7, 5, 7, 6, 3 is if I can compute the mean squared error on both the models, one that Excel has come up with and one that we've computed, and we can identify which is giving a better prediction. So this is, let's say, the Excel's prediction. So y is equal to mx, which is 1.628. This thing multiplied by plus 1.2. These are Excel's predictions, and prediction when we solved it by hand. This is simply nothing but, what are the values? It's 1.057 plus 4.2. 1.057 multiplied by x plus 4.2. And yeah, look at this. I think both almost have very similar predictions. Let's actually try and compute mean squared error. It's going to be average of squared error is going to be this minus this squared, actual value minus predicted value whole square. Similarly, you can do the same thing here as well, but this time it's going to be the actual value is minus the predicted value is this to the power of 2. So if you compute MSE, average of this, and similarly the average of this, the one that we've computed by hand has a slightly higher squared error. I think we made a small mistake somewhere, and that's probably the one that is causing this issue. But that's okay. I think we're not extremely far away from the actual predictions itself. Yeah, it's probably 1 or 2 data points. If you observe, certain data points were actually very correct. Like for example, if you see, this has been perfectly predicted. So is the case with 1 or 2 data points. This is the place where I think we went a little haywire, and I don't know. I think where we made a small mistake. We'll have to see where we made that mistake. then net, I think we've been able to almost find the best possible equation somewhere, except for a small mistake. Arnav, I see a question. Srinath, what function did you use for getting the equation in Excel? What function did I use? Okay, so what I did was simple. So what you can do is, forget about this. Once you create this chart, right? Let's say this is axis titles. You can just set your axis titles over here. This is X, and this is your Y. So what you can do is you can just go to, on the left top, if you observe, there's something called as add chart element. When you click on the chart, you go to add chart element, and you can go to trend line. If you see, there's something called as trend line, and you can go into trend line and you can select any one of the trend lines that you want. What I would typically suggest is you can just directly select linear, or what you can do is just go to more trend line options, right? So just click on more trend line and go to, I don't know why it's, yeah. So if you observe, there's something called as format trend line, and in here, what you can do is you can now select all the things that you want over here. So for example, you don't want to set intercept, you want to display the equation on the chart, and you also want the r squared value to sort of come up. So, and I'll talk about what r squared is in a minute. This will take care of giving you the linear regression equation at this particular point. Now, the point is, I'll talk about what r squared is in a minute. Now, what you can also do is that in this particular example, we only had one single predictor. When I say one single predictor, you just had one value of x at this particular point. But at times you might also want, let's say you might want to perform linear regression with more than one single variable. What do? Right? You would want to perform this linear regression equation with more than one data point at times. So in such cases, we might have to perform something more than a simple linear regression. So currently, this is linear regression, but a simpler version of this equation called a simple linear regression. But then when you have more than one variable, more than one predictor variables, or more than one independent variables. In this case, there's only one independent variable, which is x, but at times you might have more than one independent variables. You might have x1, x2, x3, and so on and so forth. So in such cases, we will perform something called as multiple linear regression. So a multiple linear regression process remains the same. Of course, the process will remain the same. Then the only thing is that instead of fitting an equation that looks like this, we could typically generalize your linear regression equation into something like this. So if it is a single variable, predicted value is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 times x. So in our case earlier, beta naught was simply nothing but your this was your c and this was your m, logically speaking. That is exactly what we had. But the reason why we move away from the terms m and c is because, if you were to generalize this for more than one predictor variables, then m and c values may not be good enough. So you say y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 times x. This is a simple linear regression. But if you have more than one predictor variables, that means I'm trying to predict, let's say, the yield as a function of rainfall. Let's say I'm trying to predict based on the amount of fertilizer used, right? Amount of money that the farmer has, and I want to also predict it against the quality of soil, right? And blah blah blah, 100 other things, right? But this time I am not simply doing yield with rainfall, but instead I'm doing yield as a function of a lot of other variables, because now I'm thinking that, look, yield is not good enough. I might not be able to simply predict the yield based on one single predictor variable. I might need more than one. So in that case, what we do is we move away from a simple linear regression. We do something called as multiple linear regression. But in multiple linear regression, your equation would look like this. Your predicted value is going to be beta naught plus beta 1 times x1 plus beta 2 times x2 plus beta 3 times x3 plus and so on, beta n xn, where x1, x2, x3, and so on are nothing but your predictor variables. And beta naught, beta 1, beta 2, and so on. These terms are referred to as just like m was your slope, these terms are typically called as coefficients. We call these as coefficients, and this is still your intercept. Now I'll explain. In the case of a simple linear regression, what we are doing is we are simply fitting a straight line, right? So if you think of a simple linear regression, you have all your data points, and then you're simply fitting a straight line. But in multiple, and hence the equation is y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 times x, a simple one-dimensional equation. This is y and this is x. But in multiple linear regression, things are a little different. x1, x2, and y, and what you're going to have is you may have a lot of data points, right? Hence what we now do, instead of fitting a simple straight line, we fit a plane. Yeah, think of that plane that we're talking about currently. So imagine in your room you have a small sheet of paper that's kind of lying from one corner to another. So this equation that you see here, this, instead of a single straight line, this becomes a plane. So hence this will have the equation beta naught plus beta 1 times x1 plus beta 2 times x2. That is what this will be, right? Then what about if I have three? Right? If I have more than three, currently I just have two. One is a straight line, two is a plane. But what if I have more than two? Then we call it as this is a line, this is a plane. But what if I have more than these? So we call that as a hyperplane. So y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. This is beta, guys. This is not spare my plus and so on. We call this as a hyperplane. And how does it look like? It's hard to envision a hyperplane, but imagine, take a piece of paper in both your hands, right? No, it's not like a dice. Take a piece of paper in both your hands, right? Take a paper, and let's say you're holding both the edges, and let's say you twist your paper, right? Imagine somebody is holding this paper from this corner, right? And somebody is holding this paper from this corner. You rotate this in one direction, you rotate this in the other direction. Imagine you twist this paper a little. So what will happen? So this paper will now start to have some contours on it. This paper will start to have some kind of ups and downs. You think of that. In certain places it will be up, in another place it will be down, things like that. So the point is, with a single predictor variable, you have a very simple equation. With two predictor variables, you have a slightly complex model. With many predictor variables, this surface that you see over here will not be as straight as this. It will start to become more and more complex. Mathematically, this space will become more and more complex. Think of twisting that paper more and more. The more and more you twist the paper, the more and more complicated the surface will become. The point is that linear regression with one or two variables is actually very simple, but with more variables, it actually could yield in a very, very complex could yield in a very, very complex surface. And because when you have many variables and you have many data points, at times what happens is solving problems like we just did, right? This whole thing that we just kind of did a while ago becomes a little non-trivial. Yeah, solving it in this particular fashion becomes very, very difficult because there are too many variables. Then you'll have to perform too many partial derivatives. Too many partial derivatives means very, very complex solutions. Hence the whole equation becomes very difficult for us to solve. Okay, so that more or less brings me to the end, except for one last point which we will anyways be discussing later on, but I think it's worth talking about it. This concept of r squared. R squared, if you see observe over here, there's something called as R squared. So when you build a linear regression model, there are multiple ways of evaluating a linear regression model. One of the most popular ways of evaluating the linear regression model is using this particular term called as R squared. R squared is also referred to as coefficient of determination. A popular name for R squared is, so your R squared, a popular term for R squared, or another name for R squared is coefficient of determination, right? But basically what we are doing over here under R squared is R squared x talks about the proportion of target variable explained, portion of variance in the target variable or your dependent variable, I'm sorry, explained by the model, right? So what we simply mean by this is, when you see your R squared is, when you see your R squared is 0.8, what we are simply saying is that 80% of the variability in your target variable has been explained by this particular model. So the model that you see currently over here explains 80% of the variability in my target variable. My target variable is varying. So for example, here over here, there's some variance, there is still some variance over here, there's some variance over here. There is still some variability in my target variable, which is currently not explained. My model where had explained all the variability in my target variable, then my R squared would be 0. Sorry, my R squared would be 100%, or rather 1, a value of 1. So intuitively, your R squared ranges between 0 and 1, where 1 means you have a perfect model, you have a perfect fit with almost an error of 0. Yeah? So it's highly unlikely that you'll get something like this. In reality, if somebody comes up and tells you that they have an R squared of 90%, then I'm very sure they're doing something wrong, because it's unlikely in a modern day, in a real time scenario, you'll get something like that. Right? We'll be hovering somewhere around the 70s and 60s and so on. So because it's impossible to get a model that kind of, or impossible is an incorrect word, improbable to get a model that gives you an R squared of 0.9. With the current data set, we can achieve, because this is a simple model. I'll show you how you can achieve it. Linear regression probably it only gives you 80%. If you actually go to polynomial regression, look at that. Polynomial second degree equation. Look at this. Instead of fitting a linear regression equation is 1.6286x plus 1.2. The same thing if you were to solve it using polynomial regression with a second degree polynomial. Look at it. So the equation, if it were to be y is equal to 0.6591 x square minus whatever, blah, 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 your model would have got an R squared of 0.99. And you can try with more complex models as well. Look at this. Third degree polynomial will almost give you a 100% R squared. Just learn that R squared is basically a term that talks about how much of your target variable has been explained by the model. The current model, if it were a polynomial regression, not a linear regression, but instead of polynomial regression, it would have given you an R squared almost close to 1. We are only doing linear regression. Hence your R squared is 0.8 at this particular point. Okay, everyone? Yeah, that's that. That brings us to closure on your statistics with Excel and your basic statistics and statistics with Excel. Just as a quick refresher, what we've covered until this particular point is we've learned simple statistics of how to descriptive statistics like your mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, and so on. And then we moved on from there into inferential statistics, where we learned quite a bit about normal distribution. We did some problems with z-scores, and then we moved on and we learned about hypothesis testing, and we learned about 3 important tests like your t-test, chi-square test, and ANOVA. And in all these 3 tests, especially in your t-test, we learned about p-value. I mean, in all these tests, we've realized that whenever we perform a test, there is a p-value associated with it, and the corresponding p-value will give you the probability of committing an error if you reject a null hypothesis and things like that. So we understood all of that quite well, to be honest. And then we moved on, and then we wanted to talk about the next thing in statistics, which is statistical modeling. One of the most popular statistical modeling techniques is your linear regression. So under linear regression, what we have explored is we've explored how to perform a linear regression. In today's session, we've explored how to actually solve a linear regression by hand, and we've also understood how to implement the same using Excel. Additionally, we've also looked at how to implement your t-test, chi-square, and ANOVA in your Excel as well. So that is where we are at this particular point. Let's take a quick example and we'll try to understand this thing better. So let's say this is X and this is Y. Let's say there are 2 classrooms, 2 students, or 2 sets of students, class A and class B, and both of them have written 2 different exams conducted by 2 different teachers, and they've got 2 different sets of marks. Or another way of evaluating on another typical problem could be, imagine you're currently performing, let's say you're in a production plant, and what you've realized is that currently you've taken a small sample of data points, a small sample of a particular batch. Let's say you're manufacturing a particular liquid or a drug, let's say, or it could be a food product. Take for example a food product, like let's say there's chips that you're manufacturing, or any manufacturing unit, any food manufacturing or any drug manufacturing unit. A typical quality control team, what they would do is they take draw samples, right? They would draw typical, let's say they've drawn two different samples from one from a batch that they know is very good, and the other is a batch that they would want to test against. So there is batch A and there's batch B. Batch A is basically the batch for whom they know that that's a very good batch, and batch B is the currently getting manufactured batch. So now what they want to do is they want to evaluate if the current batch and the batch that they know, if the two batches have significantly different means in, let's say, the amount of sodium levels, right? Because chips have a lot of sodium in them. Or let's say beer manufacturing, where there's a ton of sodium that's being added into beer. So you'd want to identify if there's a significant difference in the beer or not, in the sodium levels in the beer or not. So what you do is you go ahead and you capture it. I don't know the metric for that, but let's say let's just identify that there are certain values. So let's say this is batch 1. Similarly, batch 2 is you get some other values. Why would I get 21? So let's say there are batches, batch A and batch B. This is not, so two separate batches at this particular point. I'd want to identify if the means are significantly different or not at this particular point. So when I say if the means are significantly different or not, what is my null hypothesis? So Raja, here is where we're trying to identify your null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. I want to identify if these two batches are significantly different or not, right? To prove that my batches are significantly different. So first things first, what is my claim? My claim is that these batches are significantly different. See, remember, when you perform hypothesis testing, when would you do hypothesis testing? You would do a hypothesis testing when you know that there's something wrong, or when you know that there's something different than the normal behavior. You have a feeling that it looks like this is different from the normal behavior. Right? You have a feeling that the current behavior is different from the regular behavior. So what that means is that when there are two different batches of a drug being manufactured or food being manufactured, whatever kind of food, somebody sensed that there could be something wrong, or somebody is assuming that there is something wrong, and they're trying to prove that these are wrong or these are different from each other, right? So then in that case, what is the null hypothesis in general? The null hypothesis is that there's nothing wrong, right? Null hypothesis says no difference. Null hypothesis is you're nullifying the claims. The claim has been nullified, so no difference. And the alternate hypothesis, there is a difference in the mean. There is a significant difference rather in the sodium levels or whatever levels, I don't know what they are, in both the batches. Okay, so now this is my setup, and I'd like to go ahead and perform a simple hypothesis test. So how do you perform a hypothesis test? So let's just go here and go to data and batch 1 and batch 2. What kind of a test are we talking about over here? Is it a paid sample t-test, or is it a two sample t-test? What kind of a t-test is this? It's a two sample t-test. Spot on, correct? Yeah, it's a two sample t-test because there is no dependency between these two samples. So let's go ahead and click on data analysis, and here if you see data analysis, t-test with unequal variances and equal variances. If you're not sure, just click the one that is equal variances. The primary difference between these two is that if you know for a fact that these two are supposed to have the same mean and the same variance, right? If you want them to have the same mean and the same variance, that means both of them have to be more or less the same. In such case, we typically we just don't compare the mean, we also compare the mean with the variances. In the case of that, just go ahead and select a two sample t-test with equal variances. If you're not unsure, it was most likely equal variances. So just select that. Variable range 1, this is variable range 1, variable range 2. And there are labels. Hypothesized mean difference is 0 because I'm saying that both of them have no difference. So the difference in the mean is 0. And I'm going to select an output range where the output will simply come up. So I'm going to select this output and I'm going to hit OK. Boom, done. That's it. So that's my t-test output as you see here. Now remember, this is a two sample t-test, but is it a two-tailed t-test or a single-tailed t-test? One-tailed t-test. Two sample t-test am I directionally dependent or independent in this particular case? I mean, am I looking at should the mean be greater than 0 or less than 0, or the batch 2 mean is greater than batch 1? I'm independent at this particular point. So hence I'm more interested in a two-tailed t-test. I look at on both sides of the both sides of the mean. I'll be performing a two-tailed t-test, and the corresponding p-value is 2.2. The corresponding p-value is 0.88. Basically saying that these two have a significantly different mean, right? This has a mean of 15.33 and this has a mean of 15.83. Though the number of data points are quite small, with the current data set, what we are saying is that with the variances, what we're currently saying is that these two have a significantly different mean. It's probably not simply because of the mean, probably because of the variance that we see that kind of an issue at this particular point. Let's say if I were to, if we just forget about this whole thing, and if I were to, let's say, change this to 21, I go to data analysis and perform the same thing. For this time, if you observe, I get a slightly lower p-value because again, the variance is significantly different from each other. I see that the p-value is still very, very high, saying that these two samples, though they look alike, they probably have a similar mean. But then because of fact that the variance is very, very different, saying the p-value is very, very large. Again, remember, this is because we are assuming that there has to be equal variance. Imagine if you were to do the same thing with unequal variance. Let's go here. For this time, unequal variances. And if you were to do the same thing, first one, second one, labels 0. This is my output. Even with unequal variances in this particular case, the p-value is actually quite high, simply because I think the difference in the means is quite significant in this particular case. Hence, it says that with the total number of observations that we see here, I also the fact that the number of observations are quite small, it still says that the p-value is actually quite high. I would have rejected my null hypothesis if the p-value is less than 0.05. So somebody is asking that question, p-value is greater than 0.05. Therefore, you don't reject HA, you fail to reject your null hypothesis, right? So you by default are with null hypothesis, right? When you say reject alternate hypothesis, that is typically not the right terminology. You have failed to reject your null hypothesis. Rejecting null hypothesis is your aim here. So you either succeed in rejecting the null hypothesis or you fail to reject your null hypothesis. So currently we are failing to reject the null hypothesis. That's the right terminology. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. Exactly. Yeah, you failed to reject null hypothesis in this case. Correct. Yeah. So I hope you're comfortable with this. Yeah. With this example. This is how you typically perform a t-test. Similarly, we've also done chi-square test and ANOVA in our previous session as well. Yeah. So it's the same thing, right? You just go here, select chi-square test, select ANOVA, and then or chi-square test. The point is ANOVA, we did ANOVA straight away. ANOVA single factor ANOVA is what we already did. Same example, similar example. You could also do the same thing with ANOVA as well. Imagine you had the third batch and you were to compare x1, x2, x3, or the three batches. Then you could simply identify what is the best approach over here. Or you could identify if the p-value is less than 0.5 or not, 0.05 or not. Same thing ANOVA as well. You have a new way of, let's say, mixing text and let's say images and coming up with a completely different way of representing data. It's the research field where all of this happens. It's the data science researchers at Microsoft, at let's say Google and Amazons of the world. They are the ones who are in the front. IBM, yeah, they are the ones ahead in the market. They are the ones building those very, very complex features. But that's more of an engineering. It is. I mean, see. So whenever you talk about a particular problem, right? There are three phases of how a product typically gets built. One is the actual research, the core research of how a problem needs to be solved. So I'll give you a simple question, right? So you have to perform language translation, right? So I give you a piece of English text. You need to convert it into Spanish. The first is figuring out the underlying algorithms or underlying math of how you solve the problem. That's the most important piece. Next is scaling this up, right? Actually applying this at a large scale level. The third is once you've cracked how to scale it, then it's about applying this to larger applications, different kinds of applications. So performing language translation in text, performing language translation on top of OCR read documents, performing language translation from languages to, let's say, code. I have SQL and I want to convert ANSI SQL to, let's say, Oracle SQL, or Oracle SQL to, let's say, Teradata SQL. That's basically different applications of the same problem. But cracking the actual problem of converting, of representing text in some numerical format and then trying to solve that is, and trying to perform translation on top of it, or building architectures where something like this can happen, is a research problem. Once that's done, then you scale this up. So then it becomes an engineering problem. You scale this up, you apply this on large volumes of data, then you operationalize it. That's an engineering problem. And then it's the consulting teams who take this solution, pre-built solution, and apply it on different fields, and try and solve the problems, because you have a semi-baked solution. So you take that semi-baked solution and do that final tinkering on different. They basically solve the last mile, so to say. So yeah, I mean that's generally how product development happens, and it's different in different organizations. But typically the research teams are the ones who are at the heart of building new algorithms. So when I say new algorithms, remember this is new machine learning algorithms, right? This is not the new. This is not the tip. This is not how can I read data quickly from the disk. No, that it's not those kind of problems. When I say algorithms, something like linear regression, a complicated version of linear regression. That's what I mean by algorithms.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, what is VBA? So, VBA stands for Visual Basic for Applications. It is a programming language created by Microsoft Office to automate operations in applications that support it, like Excel, MS Access, Word. So we have so many Microsoft products. So we can use VBA in all those applications which are done by Microsoft. So VBA is a powerful language that enable you to control Excel in countless ways. And VBA is a object-oriented programming language. So object-oriented programming means everything you do in the program is an object. For example, if you take Excel, in Excel the workbook which you work on is an object, and each and every sheet in that workbook is again an object. So this is how the concept of object-oriented programming works. VBA can also be used to manipulate other Microsoft applications in Access, Word, PowerPoint, and Outlook. No additional installation is required for VBA. If you have Excel on your computer, then you have VBA on your computer. So VBA is basically a programming language which is used to automate tasks in Microsoft applications. So basically we use it mostly in Excel for report automation and all that stuff. What is a macro? So a macro is a sequence of VBA commands to run a task automatically instead of manually doing it. So macro, what is a macro? So macro is nothing but steps of code that you write in VBA programming language in order to automate the task. And what macros can do for you? Macros help us to do the repetitive tasks and recurring tasks in less time with accuracy. So when we write the macros, we can automate the tasks that we are doing in Excel or MS Access. And what happens because of doing the automation is the time taken for doing the reports will reduce a lot. And again, the accuracy will be more. Because when you start doing a report which take hours together, there is always a chance that you might commit a error. So when you automate tasks, if you run the macro 100 times also, it will run the same set of steps without any monotony. So along with time saving, we will get accuracy. We will get accurate results with macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor. Okay, So when you are in Excel, you need to press Alt F11 to go to the Visual Basic Editor. So this is the Visual Basic Editor which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. And this is the on the left hand side you have the Project Explorer, and if you want to write the code, let's say I select this workbook, and then you have on the right side you have the code window. So as I go through the classes, I'll explain you more in detail what are the options we have in VBE. So we have all these menus: file, edit, view, insert. So I'll take you through in detail in the coming classes regarding the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, and one more thing I just want to mention here is the developer tab in Excel. So here if you see you have the developer tab. Okay, in 2003 version we don't have the developer tab. From 2007 we have this developer tab. However, by default we don't get this developer tab. If we don't have the developer tab, I'll show you where you can add this. So we need to go to Excel options, and here you have under popular you have show developer tab in ribbon. If this is unchecked for you, you need to check this option, click on OK, then you will get this developer tab. So this developer tab is very useful for us when we are doing the macros, because if we go to the developer tab, we have the Visual Basic icon. If you click on the Visual Basic icon, it will again take you to Visual Basic Editor, same as Alt F11. And then you have macros. This gives you the dialog box with the existing macros. Currently I didn't have any macros in this workbook, so it's not showing up anything.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then you have all these record macro, all these macro related functionalities. So this developer tab is very useful. So we can add this from Excel options using macro recorder. So this is the most important thing, because we can record our macros. Every time you don't need to write the code, some of the things you can record. So how we can record the macros? So the easiest way to create a macro is to record your worksheet actions using a valuable tool called macro recorder. All you need to do is to turn on the macro recorder, perform the actions that comprise the task you want to automate, and then turn off the macro recorder when your work is finished. While a macro recorder is on, every action you do, like selecting a cell, selecting a number, formatting a range, everything gets recorded, and it is represented in the form of a VBA code. So if you see here, you have an option called record macro. So this is a really powerful tool, because even if you don't know the VBA coding, you can record the set of actions, and that will be shown in the form of a VBA code. So most of the times around 25 to 30% of the automation work can be done using the record macro option. However, record macro have its fallbacks. Okay, so I'll just show you some of the programs using the record macro option. Then we will see how it's actually working and what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages, few disadvantages we have in this option. So for that, let me just open the base data. Okay, you would have already done text to columns manually. So I will show you how we can record a macro for this, and next time we can use the macro to do this task. I'll open a new Excel sheet. Okay, as I already mentioned in my demo classes, if you want to save the macro and if you want to run the macros, the format of the file should be Excel SM. It should be a macro enabled workbook. Macros cannot be run on a normal Excel file. So let me just save this file. Alt F8, save. I will save this as macros 1, and I'll save this as Excel SM, which is macro enabled workbook. Now this is the file where I am going to record the macro. So let me just use the data here. Okay, now I have the data. So here we have the data, everything is separated by a semicolon. Now what is your requirement is you want to get each individual user in individual columns, and you know how to do it. You can use the text to columns option. But let's see how we can record a macro for it and do this task with a macro. So for record macro, it's very simple. You just need to click on record macro, and the macro name, if you want to change it to some other name, you can say, let's say you want to change it to, we can just keep it as macro 1 here. And then you have shortcut key. Shortcut key is nothing but if you want to run the macro using a shortcut key, you can assign the shortcut key here. However, make sure that you are not using any of the existing shortcuts. For example, if you say, see here, Control C. So Control C is the default shortcut for copying an object in Excel. So it shouldn't be overwritten. So we should make sure that we are using a shortcut key that is not already used for the Excel default codes. So it's always better to take a combination of Control Shift. That would be good, because with Control all other alphabets are already used for the default keywords, I guess. So let's say I use Control Shift, I just press the Shift, and again I just use L. So Control Shift L. So Control Shift L is the shortcut key I am assigning to this macro in order to run this macro. Store in this workbook is nothing but I am just storing the macro within this macro 1 Excel SM workbook itself. Description, let's say this is text to columns macro. It's not a mandatory thing. It's better if you give it, because tomorrow if you want to know what is this macro for, you can just refer to the description. So I'll say okay. So now the record macro option, now if you see, it's showing as stop recording. That means currently the recording is on, and whatever actions we do on the sheet, everything gets recorded in the form of VBA code. So we need to be very careful. We are doing only the required action. Even if you scroll the mouse, even if you do some other action, even that will get recorded. So you need to make sure that you are only doing the set of steps that are required. So first I need to select A1 where I have the data, and then I go to data, text to columns, and then you want to use the option delimited since you're using a character. So delimited, click on next, and then here you want to delimit based on the semicolon, and then click on next, and then finish. This is how you do manually. So our work is done and we recorded it. So I just want to stop the recording. I'll go to developer tab, stop recording. So now we have done the work. Okay, so let's see how it got recorded since we recorded it. So you want to go to the Visual Basic Editor, or you can press Alt F11. So if you see, now under the Project Explorer window, you have VBA project macro1.xlsm. This is the workbook we are using. And if you see here, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook, these are the default objects. Sheet 1 is for the sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and this workbook is the workbook object. Along with this, if you see, you have something got created here, what is called as modules. Okay, let's see what is this module now. If you go into the module, you have module 1. Click on module 1. So if you see here, macro 1 is nothing but the macro you have recorded, and this is the description you have given, and the keyboard shortcut you have given is Control Shift L, and this is the code that got recorded for the text to columns action what we have done now. So if you see the code here, it is very long. This is one of the advantages. This is one of the disadvantages with recording macro. It records as it is. If we write a code for this, we can write it in 1 or 2 lines. But since we recorded the macro, we got the code this long. Okay. For now, just forget about the disadvantages and the advantages. Let's see how whether this code is working or not. So this is where this code is now. Let's go to our Excel again. I'll just delete this data. Okay. So let's copy the base data again into this macro template. So this is the base data. Okay. So previously, see now if you see, you have entire thing in one column with the semicolon separator. So previously we have done the action with we have done the action manually. Now anyhow we have the recorded macro. Let's see whether it's working or not. So how to run the macro? So we can run the macro by clicking on macros, and the macro which we have created is macro 1, right? And you can click on run. This is one way of running the macro. And other way of running the macro is directly you can run it from the Visual Basic Editor. So you have the module. I'll just minimize this. So this is the macro 1, and you can click on the run option here. This is the second option. So from view macros, you can select the macro and run it, and from Visual Basic Editor you can select the macro and you can run it. And the third one is we have assigned a shortcut key. So what is the shortcut key that we assigned for this? It's Control Shift L. So let me press Control Shift L on my laptop. So Control Shift and then I press Control Shift L. See, as soon as I just press Control Shift L, it has done the task for me. So whatever macro is recorded, it's working. So let me just run it again. Let me just clear off the entire data. Okay, let me copy the base data again. Okay, so now let me run the macro using the other option. Okay, so now you see you have all the data in A1. You don't have any data in other things. You have all the data in A1. So macros. So macro 1 is the macro which I created just now, and then click on run. See, now the text to columns has worked. Now we have done this action with using a macro, and we have not written any code manually. We just use the record option, and we got the VBA code, and we are using the macro. So very simple this is, just recording the macro, and most of the time you can use the record macro option for 20 to 30% of your work. What are the disadvantages of using the macro recorder? I'll just show you. First thing, when you use a record option, the code will be too long because it will exactly convert the action into the VBA code. And second, and the most important thing, when you record a macro, it will work only for that specific range. So what I mean to say is, for example, if you have 10 rows and 10 columns and you recorded a macro for that, it will work only for that 10 rows and 10 columns. For example, tomorrow you have 11th row and 12th row and you run the macro and you will not get the desired output. So even if you have additional columns, if you have additional rows, you will not get the desired output, and if there is a difference in the format also, you will not get the desired result. So in a real world, in a real-time scenario, this will not be possible because you cannot say the report should have only 10 lines every time, because sometimes you might get a report with 100 lines of data. So your macro should be dynamic. So whatever the range, whatever the number of rows, whatever the count, and what are the fields you have. The macro should be able to dynamically count the range, and it should do the action irrespective of the number of rows and the kind of data. So for that we need to learn the further concepts of VBA, and we need to learn how we need to write the code in VBA so that the macro will be dynamic. Okay, so these are the main things to keep in mind. I'll show you a few other programs as well using macro recorder, and then assignment of shortcut key to a macro, which I already showed, and then assigning a macro to a command button. So this is the same macro now we have. Let's see how we can assign this to a command button. Command button is nothing but it's a button which you can click. So you, instead of running it using a shortcut key or directly from the macros tab, you want to click on a button and you want this macro to run. So let's see how you can do that. Let me just clear this data. I'll again copy the data. Okay, so now I want a button here, like say some run macro. So if I click on that run macro, I want the output. So in that case, here on the developer tab you have something called insert. If you click on insert, you have form controls. So you can use these controls. Now in the first one you have button form control. Click on the button form control, and then you are getting this plus sign. You can draw this command button wherever you want. So I'll just draw the button. Just cancel this. Okay, if I want to change the name, I can just click. So I'll say run macro. So this is the command button which I have created now. So I want to assign the macro to this command button. So I'll just click on it and then right click. You have something here called assign macro. Okay, and the macro you want to assign is macro 1. Okay, so now we have the macro assigned to this command button. Okay, so when I click on this command button, it runs the macro 1 macro. So now this is the data which we have. So let's see whether it works or not. Run macro. So as soon as I click on run macro, it did the same action. It just run the macro 1, which is for text to columns. So now I'll show you one more program how to record the macros. I'll just delete this data. I'll just delete this for the time being. Okay, so let's see one more program. Okay, let's see the sorting. So you would have done sorting manually. Let's see how we do the sorting using the record macro option. So let's say this is the data we have, and our requirement here is we want the item column at the start, not the date. We want item column at the start, and then we want to sort the data using the item. So let's say this is our requirement, and I will use this macro template. I'll create one more macro here. So let me just copy the base data from here. Okay, so now I want to record the macro. So make sure whenever you are recording the macro, you are not doing the additional scrolling and everything, because whatever action you do, everything gets captured in the form of a VBA code, and it will increase the code. Okay, so let's start. I'll click on record macro. So this one is coming as macro 2. I just want to keep it as macro 2, and if you want you can give a shortcut key for this. Let's say I'll say Control Shift and then I'll say M, Control Shift M, and this is for sorting. Okay, so now it's showing stop recording. That means recording is already started. So what I want to do is I want column B item that I want in column A. So I'll select column B. I'll do Control X cut, and then I want it here. So I'll select this. Just right click, insert cut cells. So now I have the item in column A. After that, I want to do the sorting based on column A. So I just selected Control Shift right arrow, Control Shift down arrow. So I selected the entire range, and then I would want to do the sorting, and I want to sort based on items values from A to Z. Okay, so this is the action I have done and I have recorded it. Now I want to stop the macro. I just stop recording. So let's go to the Visual Basic Editor and see how we got the coding for this. So if I see here again under module 1, now I have macro 2, and I haven't given and this is for sorting. This is the description I have given, and keyboard shortcut is Control Shift M. So this is the code I have got for it. So this is the code I have got. Okay, so now I want to test this macro, so I'll just delete this data. Again, I'll just copy the raw data here. Okay, see now the raw data, you have date in the first column and then item you have here. So now I want to run the macro. So I can run this macro using the shortcut key Control Shift M, or else I can go to Visual Basic Editor and from there I can run the macro, or I can click on macros here to get the list of macros. See, we have macro 1 which I have already done for text 2 columns, and macro 2 is the macro which I have done for sorting. So macro 2 I select. If I select, it's showing the description as well. If I select macro 1, it's showing text 2 column. So it is very easy for you to know which macro you are running. Anyhow, you can give the macro, or you can change this macro name, whatever name you want, you can always give for the macro. So macro 2, this is for sorting. I just want to run it now. Click on run. See, now you have the item in column A and it's sorted as per the alphabetical order. So you got F first, fridge, and then you got the laptop. So this is how we can record the macros for simple tasks. However, when you are doing a real-time report automation, then the record macro option would not suffice, because as I told you, the macro whichever you do, it should be dynamic. It should calculate every time how many rows you have, how many columns you have, what kind of data you have, and then it need to run the code accordingly. And you have decision making, and sometimes you need to repeat the task, you need the loops. So all these concepts you get in VBA programming. I want to show a few more things in Visual Basic Editor. Alt F11 is the shortcut key, or under the developer tab you have the Visual Basic Editor. So how you get this developer tab? You go to ribbon and then Excel options, you have developer tab. If you just switch it off, the developer tab is not here. If you want it back, Excel options, show developer tab. Okay, and then under the developer tab you have your all the icons related to macros. So you have Visual Basic Editor, and then you have macros, record macro. So let's go to Visual Basic Editor. Okay, one thing here is the module, which is new to you, because whenever we open Visual Basic Editor, you will have the project with the name of the workbook, and then these are the default options: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook. These are the default options which you use when you want to write a event. Event is nothing but basically whenever you want any change to trigger an action, then you write in the default objects. For example, if you want a macro to run when you open a workbook, then you write it under the workbook object using the open event. So there are so many events like sheet active, sheet before double click. So whenever you want any macro to run based upon an event, then you use this workbook Excel objects. So if you want, like for example, sheet, let's see what we have in sheet activate, sheet double click, sheet right click. So whenever you want to run a macro based on any other action, then you use these events. So but however, if you want to run a macro manually, then you need to use the modules. So where you get these modules? Insert, you have your modules here. However, when you are recording a macro, it automatically creates a module and gives the code under the module. You don't need to manually insert a module. But whenever you are writing the VBA code manually, you need to insert a module. Let's say insert a module. Now it added one more module, module 2. And then you need to write the procedure or the VBA code in this module. So whenever you want the macro code to run automatically based on a action, then you use the events. Events are nothing but the using the existing Excel objects, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook. And whenever you want to run the macro whenever you want to run the macro manually, then you use the module. Okay, so this is one more thing I mentioned about the disadvantage of recording option. So now I'll just show you using the same sorting example. So let's just copy the data from this. Okay, so if you see here, we have 239 rows. Okay, so we recorded the macro and it worked fine. Okay, so let's say I'm just adding few more lines here. So till 239, this is what we have the data. Now I additionally added these lines. Let's say I just make everything as Jan 2012. Okay, so 240 from here. These are the lines which I additionally added from the base data. So now let's run the macro and see how it worked. Previously, when we recorded the macro and we run the macro, it worked perfectly fine. So now let's run the macro again. So the macro which we have done for sorting is macro 2. This is the sorting. Let's run it. Okay, so it worked. Let's see. If you see here, till 239 it worked fine, but here if you see the laptop, we are getting it here. So first it should sort by item. So laptop should be coming after the fridge. So the laptop line, everything should come under laptop itself. But if you see the lines after 240 where we have laptop, it still come as laptop here only. Ideally, if the macro has run perfectly, it should have come after the fridge, right? So all the laptops should come here when you do the sorting. But few laptops, whatever is after 240, we still have it under 240 because the macro code whatever we have written, it took the range till 239 only. So after whatever is there, it's not applying the sort. Let's see the code for the macro 2. You will come to know. Okay, this is the code for macro 2. If you observe the code here, if you see the sort range, it mentioned as A2 to A239. So this is what the drawback of recording. So it exactly takes the range whatever we are using. So initially when we recorded the macro, we had only 239 rows. So the code applied only for 239 rows. Even now, even if we have 247 rows, it is not dynamically taking 247 as the number of rows. It's still taking only 239 rows. So this is the major drawback which we have if we use only record macro option. So this is why record macro option can do only 20 to 30% of your automation work. Again, you need to edit the code and you need to write the code in your own way so that the code is dynamic and it works for any number of rows and any number of columns. So this is one thing we need to always keep in mind. And one more thing, whenever you are writing a macro, it's important that which version of Excel you are using. For example, if you are using an Excel 2007 version and you have done a macro, and if the other user to whom you have given the macro might have Excel 2003, then there is a chance that the macro didn't run in his don't run in his system. Okay, why? Because for example, in 2007 you have some features that are not available in 2003. So if you are using those options in the VBA code, that will not run in 2003. For example, in 2007 you have something called remove duplicates. If but in 2003 you don't have this remove duplicates option. So in your VBA code while writing in 2007, if you have written a code related to this remove duplicates, using this remove duplicates, then that will not work in the 2003 version. So you always need to keep in mind who are the users who will be going to use this template, and you need to create the macro keeping that in mind so that it will run on all the versions. Okay, so first let's start. What is a variable and why do we need variables? VBA stores data in memory using a variable. A variable is a name given by you, to which you assign a piece of data that will be stored in computer memory that can be retrieved when you need it later in the macro. So what is exactly a variable? A variable is nothing but it is used to store the data in computer's memory and then reuse it whenever you need it in the macro, and you are going to give the name for your variable.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Variables hold values of different data types that are specified when the variable is declared. So data types I'll explain you in a bit, so you will know what is a data type. So variable can hold different data types, meaning you have variables which can hold numbers, you have variables which can hold strings. So there are different data types, and we will see in this session how we are going to define variables with different data types. How we declare a variable? So you declare a variable with declaration statement which contains 4 keywords in particular order. So when we need to declare a variable, and there is a syntax for that. So what is the syntax for declaring a variable? First we use the dim statement. Dim is the shortcut for dimension. And then after dim, you give the name of the variable. So variable name can be anything. So you can give whatever name you want for your variable. And then we need to give the keyword as. And then you need to give the data type. So for example, here if you see dim my name as string. So what I'm doing here is I'm defining a variable called my name of data type string. That means my name is a variable that can hold a string value. Okay. However, there are few rules to be followed while giving a variable name. In this case, I have given my name as the variable name. Let's see what are the rules we need to follow while giving a variable name. So variables must begin with an alphabet. So always it should begin with a alphabet. They must contain only alphabets, numbers, or the underscore symbol. No spaces. So a variable name can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore, but no other spaces and all special characters. They must not exceed 40 characters. A variable name shouldn't be more than 40 characters, and they must not be a reserved word. Reserved word meaning the keywords which the VBA program understand. Like when we said dim, it's a keyword, and the data type string is a keyword. So we cannot use those names as variable names. Let me show you in a VBA editor how we just declare a variable. The macro template which we already saved in our session 1. Okay, I'll just press Alt F11 to go to VBE. Let's insert a module. Okay, so here and every program, every macro should have a subroutine. So it would be sub, let's say macro, I say it as a test, and then open brackets, and then enter. So as soon as you start the subroutine, the end sub will automatically come, and in between you need to write your VBA code. So now I want to declare a variable. So how I do it? I use the keyword dim and then the variable name. While giving the variable name, what are the rules we have? Variable should start with alphabet. It can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore. No spaces should be used, and the variable should not be more than 40 characters, and it should not be a keyword. So let's say I give the variable name as test1, and then keyword as, and then data type. So I want test1 to hold a string value, so I say the data type is string. So this is how we declare the variables. So next we have implicit and explicit declaration. So what is an implicit declaration? You do not have to declare a variable before using it. You can just include the statement like the example I have shown here. Like I am taking a variable temp val is equal to 6. So here I never declare the variable, like I never did a like dim temp value as integer or string. So I never declare the variable temp val. However, I am directly using it in the statement. So this is called as implicit declaration, where we are using the variable without declaring it previously. So in this case, what are the problems with the implicit declaration? The problem with doing this is this can lead to errors in your code when you misspell the name of the variable in a later stage. So here the problem is, for example, now you have tempval as the variable. You never declared it, you directly used it. So at a later part in the macro, if you misspell it, tempval, if you just misspell, then what it do is it again creates another variable with that name. For example,
if you, instead of temp val, if you just type temp val in the next part of the macro, then the system won't understand that temp val is same as temp val. Okay, so what the system understands is this temp val as a new variable, and it will create another variable called temp val. So now we have temp val and temp val, two different variables. So this is a major issue with implicit declaration, and during the runtime it takes a lot of time for us to correct these issues. Explicit declaration. So what is explicit declaration? To avoid the problems of misnaming variables, you can stipulate VBA to generate error message while compilation whenever it encounters an undeclared variable. Okay, so what explicit declaration means, we declare each and every variable before using it. So by doing this, when we create any variable, or when we misspell any variable, it will throw an error message saying that this variable is not declared. Then we can check and correct the spelling. So in this way we don't get any errors. So how do we do explicit declaration? By using the statement called option explicit. When we use option explicit, it will make mandatory for us to declare every variable before using it. So in this way, if we use any variable that is not declared, it will throw us an error saying that the variable is not defined. Then we can go ahead and do the changes accordingly. Now I will show you in VBE how to do this. And option explicit we need to give in the module declaration. So here I say option explicit. Okay, so here I define the variable test1 as string. Let's say I haven't defined it. I'll just directly give test1 is equal to string, always need to kept in double quotes. So I say now. Okay, let's just run this code. Variable not defined. See, because test1 we haven't defined and we are directly using it. In case if we don't use this option explicit, now what we are doing here is a implicit declaration. We never declared it, however we are directly taking test1 and assigning it a string value. Let's run this. Okay, we didn't get any error. Let's say I just want to throw a message box, the name is, okay, and then I want to ampersand just to concatenate the sentence, and test1 I need to display. So let's see, this is the implicit declaration where I have taken a variable test1 and assigned it to a string value ram, and then I'm just putting a message box to display the name is and then the name. Let's run this. So the name is ram, so the macro is running. So in this case we never declared the variable test1, but still macro is running fine. This is implicit declaration. However, for the same case, if I use option explicit and if I run this code,
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
It's showing me the error message, variable not defined. So explicit declaration, when you do, it will ask you to declare the variable before using it. So what I do, dim test1 as string. So now, even if I have option explicit, I already defined this, declared this variable, and then I am using it. So now the macro should run. So this is the difference between implicit declaration and explicit declaration. So the main use of this explicit declaration is, if a variable is not defined, it will throw us the error message. However, in case if you are not using the option explicit, here if we haven't defined this, so in this case it takes the RAM into the variable. However, if we misspell this test1 by mistake, if we say test11 here see, we are getting incorrect result. We are getting the name is, but we are not getting anything, because what's happening here, it has created one more variable called test11. So test11 is not equal to test1, so we are not getting RAM here. So test11 is a different variable which do not have any value. So this is the issue when we are doing a implicit declaration. Scope of a variable. So what is the scope of a variable? So we have three kinds of variables: local variable, module level variables, and global variables. So a local level variable is, if you declare a variable within a procedure, only code within that procedure can access that variable. The scope is local to that procedure. Local variables remain in existence only as long as the procedure is executing. So what is a local variable? A local variable is a variable that is declared within the procedure. So in this case, the procedure here is the subroutine, and here we are declaring test1 as string inside the procedure. So here test1 is a local variable. So this test1 will be in existence only as long as the test macro is running. So once the macro is done, this will not be available in the memory. So test1 is local only to this macro, and this will be in existence only during the execution of this specific macro. Then we have module level variables. A module level variable is declared in the declaration section of the module instead of within the procedure. Module level variables are available to all procedures within that module, but not to the rest of the application. Module level variables remain in existence for the lifetime of the application and preserve their value. So what are module level variables? So in this case, test1 we said is a local variable. If we want a module level variable meaning that variable is available to all the procedures within that module. So if I say module, I have here module 1. So let's say I have one more macro here, test 2. I take one more variable, test 3, as string. Test 3 is equal to, let's say I just give a name Sam, and then MSG box, and then test 3. So here test1 and test3 are local variables, but both these macros or procedures are in the same module. So let's say I want a variable which can be used by both these procedures. So in that case I can go for a module level variable, so that whatever macros in this module, whatever procedures in this module will be able to use that. So for that, where I need to do the declaration? In the declaration section of the module. If I do the declaration within the procedure, it becomes a local variable. So if I want it to be a module variable, I need to do it in the declaration section of the module. So where it will be? At the top. So here let's say I define dim I will take it as mod test as a variable as and the string. Okay, so now here if you see, as soon as I have done the declaration here, we got a line here. So this means this is at a module level. So this mod test, the variable, we can use it in the test procedure and test2 procedure as well. Okay, so let me use it in test. Here mod test is equal to the name is, and here instead of giving the text, I just use the variable mod test. So here this is a different procedure, test2. Since mod test is a module level variable, we can use this in this procedure as well. So here also I will just replace mod test. So mod test, I already have given the value the name is, and then I am using mod test in test macro also and test2 macro also. So let's see how this is working. I'll go to the template, view macros. First let me run the test macro. Run. The name is Ram. Okay, so let me run the test2 macro. The name is Sam. So whatever mod test we assign the value the name is, we are able to use it in test macro also and test2 macro. So in this case we have defined the variable is a module level variable, and then we are using it in the procedures, all the procedures available under that module. So this is the advantages of module level variable, whereas local variables are the variables which are defined within the procedure and they can be used within the procedure. In this case test1 can be used only in this test macro. We cannot use test1 in test2. However, the mod test is a module level variable, so we can use it in both test macro and test2 macro as well. So let's see what is the third type, global variable. Global variables are declared in the declaration part of a module with the global statement, and they can be accessed by any code within the application. Global variables exist and retain their value for the lifetime of the application. So now we have seen local variables which are local to the procedures, and then module level variables which can be used within the entire module. Even though there are different macros and procedures in a single module, we can use in all those procedures which are in a single module. And finally, global variables can be used within the application. This means if we have more than one module here, let's say I inserted another module, and let's say I have one more macro here. Okay, so this mod test I can use in any number of procedures within this module. However, this mod test I cannot use it here because mod test is a module level variable and it is defined in declaration section of module 1. So I can use it only in module 1 but not in module 2. So however, if I define this as a global variable, so how we define a global variable? By using the keyword global. Now this is a global variable which can be used within the application. Application is nothing but the entire program, entire Excel application. So even though in a different module also, even the module 2 is also existing within this VBA project, within this application itself. So now when I define mod test as a global variable, I will be able to use it even in module 2. So let me use it here. Let's run this. The name is Radha. So in this case, mod test is never defined in this module. However, since in the other module within the same application, it's defined as a global variable. So I'm able to use it in the other module as well. So global variables can be used within the entire application and they will be in existence throughout the application. So next, data types. So what are data types? Why we need data types? A variable can be given a data type that determines the type of data it can store. This can have an effect on the efficiency of your code. If you don't specify a data type, then the default data type is variant. So whenever we are declaring a variable, it's important that we define the data type. What kind of data the variable is going to store. Like in the previous examples, when we defined the variable as string. So their string is a data type. So the data type is saying that the variable defined as string means it will store the string values only. For example, if you want to store a integer value, then you need to define it as a integer. So the data type defines what kind of data that the variable is going to store. And if you don't define a data type, then the default data type is variant. Let's see what is a variant. A variant can store all kinds of data, whether it's a text, number, date. A variant variable can freely change its type at the runtime, which is not possible for other data types. So a variant is a data type. It can take any kind of data. Like when you define as a variant, when you define a variable as a variant, it can take text, it can take number, it can take date, any data type it can take. So then in that case we can use variant only in all the cases. Why we need other data types? So let's see what are the drawbacks of variant. Using variant data type reduces the speed of the program. Also variant data type occupies more memory compared to the other data types. So variant, when we use a variant data type, it reduces the speed of the macro. And also the variant data type consumes more memory space in the system. This is why we need to define the exact data type. This is the table which explains you with the type of data types we have and what is the values that the data type take and what is the memory that it consumes in the system. So we have, these are the few data types and the major ones. We have few other data types, I'll explain you later, but for now we can just go through this one. So we have boolean. So boolean data type usually takes only two values, either true or false. The memory it takes is 2 bytes. And then we have byte. Byte takes integers from 0 to 255.
and it occupies 1 byte of memory. Currency. Currency is the data type that is used for currency values, and it consumes 8 bytes. Date. So in VBA, for date and time also we have only one data type called date. So if you want to give any time or if you want to give any date, we need to use the date data type, and it consumes 8 bytes. Single. Single is used for floating point numbers. So for decimals like 3.2, 4.6, if you want to use decimal point values, we use single, and it consumes 4 bytes. And then double. Double is again for floating values, but it's of higher capacity. It can store higher values. So it consumes 8 bytes. And then integer. Integer is the most commonly used data type, because in our day-to-day macros we mostly need the numbers. So we mostly use integer. And integer range is from minus 32,768 to 32,767. So these are the numbers which integer data type can take, and the memory it takes is 2 bytes. Long, again long is also for integer numbers, but if you see the range it can take is more. So for example, if you have numbers in thousands and lakhs, so then you cannot use an integer, because the highest value integer can store is 32,767. That's the number that it can store. So if you have a value higher than that one, you need to go for long, and long takes 4 bytes in the memory. And then string is again one more most commonly used one. String is used to contain the string values. So it it can take up to 2 billion characters, and again the byte size would be 10 bytes plus storage for string. And here we have variant. So if we don't define any data type, it automatically takes it as a variant. And data type for all variables that are not explicitly declared as some other type, which can be contain any kind of data except fixed length string data. So variant can take any kind of data, and it takes around 16 bytes and 22 bytes plus storage for characters. So if you see the drawbacks of a variant, it reduces the speed of the program, and also if you see the memory size, the memory it's taking is very large compared to the other data types. Constants.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what are the constants? Now we have learned about variables. So what is a constant? A variable's value may often change during the execution of the macro. However, a constant is a value in the macro that does not change during the execution of the macro. Essentially, constants are variables that do not change. So variables in the execution of a macro, when you're doing the calculations, the values of the variables keep on changing. However, a constant is a variable that doesn't change. The value is constant. So a constant is declared by using keyword const, const. For example, you can see down const pi as double is equal to 3.14. So in programs, you might need to use a fixed value. So instead of hard coding it directly, we assign it to a constant, and we use the constant in the program. A constant is used to store a fixed value and refer to that value multiple times in the macro without hard coding the actual value every time. So let me show you some of the programs using the variables and constants and data types, so it will be very clear for you. Okay, let's say I have name, and then marks, and then here I want the output. Let's say here I give the name as Ram, marks as 80. Let's say this is the output. So what I want here is when I run the macro, I want the output like Ram scored 80. Okay, so let's see how we do that. So I go to the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, just delete this. So I'm writing it in module 2. I'm writing it in module 2. So every macro should start with sub, and I say this macro is output. Okay, so now here I have name and then marks. So I need to take variables to store this data. So name is a string, so I'll take a string variable name as. If you note, when you're typing the keywords, you will get the drop down to select from the list, so you can just select it. Okay, now I have marks, dim marks as. So marks, which one we will consider? Integer, because max we will get marks would be like 90, 80. So integer would be enough, we don't need long for this. So I say integer. So now I want to assign the name, whatever is there here, to the variable here. So name is equal to, so I want the value in A2. If you see Ram, it's under A2. So I want to assign the value in cell A2 to the variable. How I do that? I say range of A2. This is how always we refer to the cells. If I want to refer to A2, I'll write it as range, open bracket, in double quotes I give A2 and close bracket, dot value. So what this statement does is it picks the value in cell A2. So here it's getting assigned to variable name. In the similar way, marks is equal to range of, so this is in B2, so range of B2 dot value. So now we have assigned the name and marks to the variables here, name and marks. Now we want the output in C2. So what I do is range C2 dot value is equal to, so what you want here is Ram scored 80. So Ram, the name is stored in name variable, name, and then you want scored. So ampersand is used to join the sentences, same like how you do in Excel. Concatenate feature is the same, name, and then you want scored, the fixed string, and then what are the marks? Marks are stored in variable marks. So let's run this map. See, Ram scored 80. So if you just want the spaces, just use the spaces here. Ram scored 80. If I just send this to Sam 90, run the macro, Sam scored 90. So this is how we define the variables, assign the values to the variables, and get the output. So let's see one more example using constants as well. So this is the macro which we have done, and then let's in the sheet 2 let me do another macro. Let's say we want to calculate the area and circumference of a circle. So let's say we have radius, and then we want to calculate area of circle, and then we want to calculate circumference of circle. Okay, so whenever we have the radius, we can calculate area and circumference. So for area of circle, formula is pi r square, and for circumference it's 2 pi r, where pi is a constant value. The value of pi is 3.141. So let's see how we can write a program for this. Let's say the radius is given as 10, and we need to calculate area of the circle and circumference of the circle. Let's write a program for this. I'll write one more macro. Sub, I'll say calculation macro. Okay, so here we have radius, and then the area of the circle and circumference of circle. Let me take three variables: dim radius as double. Here I have taken double because we can have decimal values as well. We can have 10.2, 10.3 also, and then you can say dim circumference as a circum. Take it as double. Okay, so we can do one more thing. Instead of defining in different lines, I can just define it this way. Just give a comma, area is double, circumference as double. Let me maximize this. So instead of defining the statement in different lines, I have just given in one statement. So radius as double, area as double, circumference as double. Then I want the value of pi, and here pi, it's a constant value. We know it doesn't change, so I will define as a constant. Const pi as double is equal to 3.141. Okay, now I have taken the variables for radius, area, and circumference, and then I have taken a constant pi. Now I need to calculate area. Area is equal to pi r square. So instead of keying in the value return, I can use pi into r square. So radius into radius. So radius I have in a2. However, I have a variable here for radius. Okay, before that, let me just assign the value of a2 to radius. Okay, so pi we have the value assigned, radius I have assigned the value, and then now I'm calculating area. Area is equal to pi r square, pi into radius. For example, if radius is too long, if you want to use r as a variable for radius, I'll just take r. Okay, and then circumference, circum is a variable, is equal to 2 pi r, 2 into pi constant we have into r. So I want to display the area in B2. Range of B2 dot value is equal to area range of B3 is equal to circumference. Okay, let's run this. I guess I just need to change this to R because everything we change to R here. And then range of B2 you want area, and here you want, so this would be C2. Okay, not B3, this is C2. Okay, so we are good to go. So let me add a command button to run the macro. It will be easy every time to run it. So let's just insert command button. So I just rename as just run, should be fine. Okay, and then I need to assign the macro. So calc is the macro. Okay, so run the macro. So as soon as I run the macro, I got area and circumference. So let's see whether it's correct or not. So area would be pi r square, so 3.141 into r square would be 10 into 10 100, correct, and then 2 pi r, 2 into pi 3.141 into r is 10. So this is also correct. So we are getting the correct values. Let's say if the radius is 20, run the macro, it's calculating correctly. We just take a, let's take a small value 3, then just run the macro. So it's working. So this is how we use a constant, variables and data types in the program.
Firstly, what is decision making? So you all know that a macro is a set of steps, and you have the code starting with sub and ending with end sub. So you will have n number of lines in between sub and end sub. But sometimes you don't want your macro to execute all the lines. Based on the choice, you want your macro to execute a set of lines and ignore the rest. So this is called as decision making. Decision making controls the flow of the program. We have various control structures to control the flow of the program. So what decision making is, for based on a choice, we would want our macro to execute few set of steps. We don't want to run the entire lines. So in that case, we use decision making so that only a certain part of our code is run. We have various control structures which are used in decision making. Let's see one by one. So first one is if then. So let's see the syntax. If condition, then code if the condition is met, and if. So this is a very simple control structure. If condition, then set of statements and then and if. So how it works is, if the condition is true, then the code between if and if is executed. If the condition is false, then the code between if and if is not executed. So here we need to remember one thing. Every if condition ends with and if. Like how we have sub ending with end sub, we have if ending with and if. So in this if, then we will have one condition, and if the condition is true, then the set of statements or the code which is there between if and if is executed. If the condition is false, then the macro doesn't execute the code which is there between if and if. Let's see an example for this. Let me take the macro template which we are using for our examples. Just enable the macro. We have seen this output macro just to print Sam's code 90. So let's just make few changes to it to see how we can use the if then control structure here. Let me open the Visual Basic Editor, Alt F11. So this is the program we have written for the output. Let's say here we have another requirement, like we have remark here. So we want a remark here. So however, we want a remark only when the score is greater than 90. And if the score is less than or equal to 90, we don't want any remark. Let's say this is our requirement. So how we are going to do the condition for this? Let's go to VB. Till here the program is the same. And then here, if. So if marks greater than 90, marks is the variable, greater than 90, this is the condition, marks greater than 90 is the condition. Then keyword, if marks greater than 90, then I want to give the remark. So remark, you want it under cell D2. So how we write it? Range of D2 dot value is equal to, I want to put a remark. Very good. And then and if. So what happens? We get the remark as very good only when the marks are greater than 90. And if the marks are not greater than 90, then this set of code will not be executed. So the remark column would be blank. Let's try this out. Let's say Sam got 92. Let's run the macro. It's the output macro. Run. So Sam got 92, which is greater than 90. So we got the remark as very good. So let's say Sam got 85. So this is less than 90. So greater than 90 condition will become false. So let's run the macro and see what happens. So Sam scored 85, output we got, but remark is blank. Why remark is blank? Because the if condition here is false and the statement under the if block is not executed. That's why we have remark as blank. Let me show this to you in step into mode. Step into mode is nothing but it shows how the macro is executing line by line. Okay, so let's see the first case here. Let's say 92, which is greater than 90. Let's see how the macro runs. So you need to place your cursor anywhere in the code of the macro and then press F8. F8.
So once you press F8, the macro gets highlighted in yellow. So it started, and then keep pressing F8. Then again press F8. So you go to the first line of the code, skipping the declaration. So now we are at the first line of the code. If you press F8 again, this specific line which is there highlighted in yellow gets executed and it goes to the next line. Just press F8. See, now this line is executed and it came to the next line. Now if you place your cursor on name, you can see name is equal to Sam. So this specific line got executed and Sam got assigned to the variable name. Now the macro, the control is in this line which is highlighted in yellow. Now again press F8, came to the next line. Now press F8 and then range c2.value, this specific line got executed and we got the output displayed in our range cell C2. Now here is we have the if condition. So if marks greater than 90, so in this case it's true. So when we press F8, since the condition is true, it is going to execute the statement in the if block. So the control has gone to range d2.value is equal to very good. And when we press F8, that statement is executed and we got very good in D2. Then press F8 and if and sub. So this is how is step into mode line by line execution we have seen. So let's see in the second case. Again I'll do the F8 mode. F8, F8, F8. So name is equal to Sam, marks is equal to 85, range C2, the statement got executed. Now if marks greater than 90, here the condition is false. So let's see what happens if I press F8. See, once the condition is false, the control directly went to and if. The statements in the if block are not executed, and that is why we didn't get the remark field. The remark field is empty. So this is how the simple if then control structure works. Okay, let's see the next control structure, if then else. So here we have else one extra block. So the syntax is if condition, then set of statements, else we have set of statements, and if. So we have if block and else block. So how this works? If the condition is true, then the code under the if block is executed and the control transfers to and if, ignoring the else block. If the condition is false, then the code under else block is executed, ignoring the if block. So in this if then else, either one of the blocks will be executed based on the result of the condition. If the condition is true, then if block is executed and control transfers to and if. If the condition is false, then else block is executed and the control transfers to and if. So either if block or else block gets executed based on the result of the condition and the control transfers to.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And if. Let's see the same example with few modifications. So let's say if marks greater than 90, we are giving very good. But when this condition is not true, we are not getting any remark. So let's say I'll add here else range d2 dot value is equal to need to
improve, and if. So let's see what happens in this case. Let's say I gave the marks 92. Okay, macros, output, run. Okay, here marks greater than 90. So the condition is true. So it went into the if block and it gave the remark as very good, and then after that the control directly shifted to and if. So the else block is ignored. Why? Because the if condition is true. It executed only the statement under the if block and the control transferred to and if. Let's see the other case. Let's say 75. Now let's run this. Till here it's fine, it gave the output if marks greater than 90. So 75 greater than 90, no, false. So the condition is false. If you press F8, see, it skipped the if block, the statement under if block, and directly it went to else block, and it is executing the statement under else block and if answer. So we got the remark as need to improve. So this is how if then else works. Let's see the next control structure, if then else if. So if then else if we use when we have more than one or two conditions. So if you see if else block, we have a condition. If it's true, then the if block is executed, else the else block is executed. However, if we have more than one condition, then we need to use if then else if. So let's see the syntax of if then else if. If condition 1, then set of statements, else if condition 2, then set of statements, else if condition 3, then set of statements. Till then we have else if condition n, then condition if the else block is met, else code if none of the above conditions are true. So here if you see we have multiple conditions. So the code executes, the macro executes each condition, and whichever condition becomes true, the set of statements or the code under that block gets executed and the control transfers to and if. And if none of the conditions are true, then the set of statement under else block are executed and control transfers to and if. So if then else if we use when we have multiple conditions. So under whichever condition becomes true, then the set of statements or the code under that specific block gets executed and the control transfers to and if. If none of the conditions are true, then the code under the else block is executed and the control transfers to and if. Here we need to note that else block is an optional block. So let's see an example to see how if then else if works. We use this example again. Let's say here we want to have different ranges, like let's say if greater than 90 we want to give the remark as very good, if greater than 75 we want to give the comment as good, if greater than 60 and less than 75 then we want to give as average, and if less than 60 we want to give as need to improve. So let's say we have these many conditions. So here let me just copy this so that I can just reuse it. If marks greater than 90 then very good, I'll say here else if marks greater than
75, then range d2 dot value is equal to good, then again else if marks greater than 60, then d2 dot value is equal to average.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And if less than 60, so if it is not satisfying any of these three conditions, that means it's obviously less than 60. So I'll use else block, range d2 dot value is equal to need to improve, and if and sub. So what this macro is actually doing is, if it checks whether the marks are 90, if marks are 90, then it will just give very good and the control transfers to and if the marks are not greater than 90, then it will check for the next condition if marks are greater than 75. If this condition becomes true, then the output is good. If this condition is also false, then it checks whether the marks are greater than 60. If the marks are greater than 60, then range d2 dot value is average. If this condition is also not true, then it goes to the else block and range d2 dot value comes as need to improve. So let's run this program and see. Let me give the marks like 76. Now let's run in F8 mode. Okay, till here it's the same. If marks greater than 90, so 76 greater than 90, no, false. So when you press F8, just go to the next condition. Marks greater than 75, 76 greater than 75, true. So when we press F8, it goes inside this else if block because the condition here became true. So range d2 dot value is equal to good. So this statement will be executed and then the control transfer to and if and sub, and the macro is done. So let's see one more case here. Let's say the marks code are 45. Now let's run the macro again. F8, F8. Till here it's fine. Marks greater than 90, this would be false. So it goes to the next statement. Marks greater than 75, this is also false. This goes to the next statement. And then marks greater than 60, even this condition is wrong. So then it goes to the else block and then the statement under else block is executed and if and sub. So this is how the if then else if control structure works. Let's see the next control structure. Next one is select case. So select case structure is used to test for the true evaluation of a particular condition or set of conditions. You have as many case statements as you want and only the code associated with the first case that's evaluated to true will be executed. This can be used to replace multiple if-else structure. So select case, let's see the syntax. Select case, expression, and then case value 1 code, case value 2 code, till case value and code, and then case else we have the code and then and select. So how this select case works is you will have an expression or a statement at the select case, and wherever the value case value becomes equal, then the code under that specific case is executed and the control transfers to and select. So first the expression is evaluated and under which case value the value of this expression is equal, then the code under that case value is executed and the control transfers to and select. Let me show this in example. So we have already done example with if then else if. The same example, let's do it with select case. So I want to use select case instead of this if then else if. So how we are going to do it? So let me remove this if then else if. So for the same scenario I want to use select case. So SELECT select case. So expression here I want the marks to be compared, and then accordingly I want to give the remark. So if case, I give here marks as the expression, and then case, first case is greater than 90. If case greater than 90, so as soon as I press enter, it came like case is greater than 90. That's the default syntax. When we are comparing, it will come as case is greater than or less than, whatever we want to do. So if case is greater than 90, then you want to put range d2 dot value is equal to very good, and if case greater than 75, then you want good. Case greater than 60, average. If none of the cases are matching, then case else, need to improve, then and select, like how if ends with and if, select ends with and select. So here what we are doing, select case, here we want to compare the marks, select case marks, here I want to compare the marks. If case is greater than 90, then d2 dot value is equal to very good. Case greater than 75, then set of statement. Case greater than 60, then d2 dot value average. Case else, need to improve and select and answer. So let's run this program now. Let me give the marks as 62. Let's see how this is working. F8. So till here is the same. Select case marks. Marks here are 62. So first case it will check greater than 90. 62 greater than 90, false. So it goes to the next case value. 62 greater than 75, false. It goes to the next case value. Case is greater than 60. 62 greater than 60. So this is true. So the statement under this specific case value gets executed. So when you press F8, range d2 dot value is equal to average. So this is the statement executed, and the control transfers to and select and sub. Let's check for another value. Let's check for 76. F8 greater than 90, this would be false. Greater than 75, so this is true. So range d2 dot value is equal to good. So this statement is executed, and the control transfers to and select answer. So this is how select case works. So select case basically it evaluates an expression, and the value of that expression matching under whichever case value, that specific the statements under that specific case will be executed and the control transfers to nselect. So we can normally use select case as an alternative to if then else if. Next, we have input boxes. So this is again an interesting topic. So till now we are already giving the values in the Excel sheet. However, if you want user to input their values, you want to flash a message to the user and you ask the user to enter values. So that is where we use the input boxes. We use an input box when we need the user to input a value. Input box looks similar to a message box with the prompted text that tells the user what to do. OK and cancel buttons which cannot be reconfigured as a message box button. I'll show this to you in a while. And an optional title argument. An input box requires a prompt argument and it provides a field wherein the user would enter the kind of information as needed for the macro to continue. Let's see how an input box works. So here we are giving the values in the Excel cells and then we are running the macro. However, let's say our requirement is the macro should ask us to enter the values of the username and marks, and then it should give the output and remark. So let me remove everything. Let's see how we can do the changes. So here, if you see the code here, name is equal to range A2 dot value. So it's directly reading from cell A2. Now our requirement here is instead of reading it from Excel cells, we want the macro to give a box to the user where the user can enter the name. So how to do that is name is equal to, so this is the string variable which we have defined, and for this I'll say application dot input box enter the name. Similar to a message box, I have just given the prompt. So here name is equal to application dot input box enter the name. So what this does is it will just prompt an input box to the user to enter the name and the value will be stored in the variable name. Similarly for marks, application dot input box enter marks, then rest everything what is as it is. Only instead of taking the values, key in the values in Excel and take it from Excel, what we are doing here is we are just asking the user to input the values. So in this case A and B, I'll just hide it because we don't need it. So here marks and even B we don't need. So output and marks will be the marks and the name will be inputted by the user and then we get the output and remarks. Let's see how this macro works. Let's just add a comment button and assign the macro so that it will be easy for us to do to run the macro every time. Developer tab, insert, command button. I'll just draw it here. Cancel. Just rename it as just want to run the macro. And then I need to assign the macro output. Okay. So let's just run the macro. As soon as I run the macro, so now I'm getting the input box saying the prompt enter the name. So enter the name Ram, and then I'm getting one more input box saying enter marks. I'll say 95. Okay, so I got Ram scored 95 and remark is very good. So this is working fine. So what we have done here, instead of taking the values from Excel, we are asking the user to enter the values. How we did it? By using the input box. So for the variable is equal to application dot input box and then we are giving the prompt which should be seen by the user. So application dot input box, enter my name. So this statement is displaying a input box to the user and asking the user to enter the name. The name is entered. There is one more input box prompting the user to enter the marks. And once the name is entered in the input box, it is stored in variable name, and once the marks are entered in the input box, it's stored in variable marks, and then rest of the code remains the same. So this is how the input boxes are used, and this is the use of the input boxes. Next we have message boxes. So we have already seen message boxes. We use message boxes to display a pop-up message to the user. So previously when we are using the message boxes, we are just using the message boxes to display only the message. However, from the message box we cannot take any action. However, message box are flexible tools that allows you to customize the buttons while asking questions directly to the users that will force them to select one option or the other. Instead of OK, you can have a yes button and a no button on your message box and write the code that will be followed if the user clicks yes or the user clicks no. So message boxes are customizable. So you can customize a message box. Normally in the previous cases, whenever we are giving message box, we are just displaying the message and we have only OK button. However, we can customize the message boxes with buttons, different buttons like yes, no, and again, if the user clicks on yes, it should do specific action. If the user clicks on no, it should do some other action. So here, message boxes, we are not only displaying message, we are also giving the options to the user, and based on which option the user clicks or selects, the code runs accordingly. Since we have the message box here with options like yes, no, and different kind of buttons we can give. So here we need to know which option the user selected. For example, if the message box popped up with yes, no options and the user clicked any button, so the VBA should know whether the user clicked yes or no, so that it can take the action accordingly. So how VBA know whether the user clicked yes or no? So we have a table for that. So depending upon the option the user clicked, it returns a specific value, and we store that value in a integer variable. So here, if these are the buttons and these are the return values, if the user clicked OK, then it returns the value 1, cancel, it returns value 2, abort, it returns value 3, retry 4, ignore 5, yes 6. So this is the yes and no are the most used options. So if the user clicks on yes, then the message box returns a value 6. If the user clicks no, then the message box returns value 7. So this value we store in a variable, and then we can use a if condition to specify the action and to specify the flow of the control. So I'll show you now how we can use the message box. So in the same program, so I want the output every time, but remarks, I want to pop up a message box saying you want a remark or not. If the user clicks yes, then only the remark should come, or else the remark shouldn't come. So let's see how we can do this. Okay, so input box, we gave the name and then we give the marks, and then train c2.value. So this output I want every time. However, this remarks, before this remarks, I want to pop up a message box saying that you want to display the remark. If I click yes, then this code should execute and I want the remark. If the user clicks no, then the remark should be blank. So here what I will do, I need to add a message box. Since I need to capture the value yes or no, I need to have a integer variable for that. For that, I'll take one more integer variable dim. I'll take variable response as integer, and I say response is equal to msg box for the message box, open the bracket, prompt, do you want to display remark? To maximize this, do you want to display remark? And then as soon as you press comma, you're getting so many options: VB about, VB critical, default button. So you will have VB yes no, VB yes no. So what this will do, here it will pop up a message box asking, do you want to display remark mark? Do you want to display remark? And then you will have VB yes okay. So the message box contains, sorry, VB yes no. So the message box contains yes and no. So whether you click yes or no, the corresponding response will be stored in the integer variable response. And if the user click yes, then we want the select case statements to be executed, and you want the remark. So if response is equal to, so if the user clicked yes, so for yes, what is the response we get? For yes, it's 6. So if the user clicks yes, then the response would be 6. So if response is equal to 6, then we want the remark. So all these statements should be executed. And if the response is 7, that means no, then this condition will becomes false and the select statement is not executed and the remark will not be populated. So this is the logic. Let's go to the macro, enter the name RAM, okay, let's say marks 64, okay. So as soon as you clicked okay there, here we got the output, that's fine, and then we didn't get the remark here. So instead of that, we are getting a message box saying, do you want to display remark? So if you click on yes, the remark will come. If you click on no, the remark will not come. Let's see. If I click on yes, see, I got the remark. Let's run it again. Let's say Sam marks 54, okay. We want to display the remark. If I click on no, the remark should not come. The remark didn't come. So how it is working? Let me minimize this. Let me do it in F8 mode. F8 name, I'm getting the input box, RAM, okay, and then F8 marks 89, okay, and then the control comes to message box statement. So do you want to display the message, yes or no? F8, see what happens if I click yes. So when I clicked yes, response is equal to 6. So it took the value of response as 6. And then if response is equal to 6, here it becomes true. Then it will execute the select statement. So it goes into the select statement, and in this case it's true. So it displays good, and if ends up, and that's the program. So for the other case, let's see. Aim, okay, marks 56, okay, just output the value. Then so do you want to display the remark? I'll click on no. So once I click on no, see what the response is. So response is equal to 7. So now if response is equal to 6, so 7 is not equal to 6, so here the condition becomes false. So the control transfers to and if, skipping the select statement. So the remark, we will never get the remark and if answer. So this is how the message box works, and we have the written values here. So in the message box we have several other options. Currently I showed you only yes no option, but if you want to see, let me just show you. In this case, if you want, let me maximize this. VB yes no. If you see here, we have VB yes, we have yes no, cancel. If I select this, okay, so let's see the difference here. It would be the same if I just run the macro. Previously we were having only yes and no. If we click on cancel, the action gets cancelled. So similarly we have many other kind of buttons, not only yes no cancel. We have different kinds of buttons which we can use depending upon the situation. Okay, so if I say yes, just I get the remark. So this is about the message boxes.
Excel debugging. So what is debugging? In simple terms, we can say that debugging is nothing but step-by-step execution of our statements. So alternative for debugging is directly executing the entire code at once. Okay, but sometimes it may happen that you may want to see in detail what is the steps going on, what is the values, what is the output. So in case you want to analyze every steps, you can go for debugging. Okay, so right now let's take an example and see what is debugging. So first I'll just go to developers tab over here and I'll just go to Visual Basic. Okay, so over here first I'll just create a module and let's name this module to be debugging. Okay, now over here I'll be writing macro, a sample macro, okay, over here. So let's see what is this code. So first of all, let me write a sub procedure with this sub, let's say demo or debug. Okay, so just a second. Or let me just name it as demo. Okay, that would be fine. All right. So I have a sub procedure over here. Now after this, I'll declare three variables. So for that, dim, a, b, and I as integer. Okay. Let me just correct this. All right. As integer. Now next, what I need to do, I have three variables declared over here. Now value of variable a and b, I'll assign it to 0. So a equals to 0 and b equals to 0. Okay, now over here, I'll add a for loop and I'm going to do some calculation within this for loop. So let me just write the for loop. So for I'll declare I over here, I equals to 1 to 10. Okay, now within this for loop, I'll do some calculation. So for that, a equals to A plus I, and then B equals to B plus I. And then next to come out of the loop. Okay, so this is my sample macro. I have written a code over here. Okay, so if I look over here, all the three variables are declared here, and there we have assigned values of A and B to be 0. Okay, I have given certain value which is nothing but 0. Now, and for I, it is assigned at this place. Can you see I have assigned value of 1 at this place? And there will be some calculation within the for loop. So if I just go ahead and if I click on run button, or if simply I press F5, what happens if I click on run button? This entire code will get executed. The sub procedure has been executed, but right now I didn't understood what exactly happened. I don't know what exactly the procedure. I didn't understand what exactly happened over here. So in that case, so if I want to execute that thing step by step, okay, so what I'll do, I'll use step into, that is nothing but debugging. Okay, so before that, what I'll be doing is, so can you see local windows over here? Okay, over here, this is in the bottom over here. If I just expand the screen, this is the local. Okay, so if it is not there, I'll just go to yeah, locals window. Under view, I'll get the locals window, and right now, yeah, can you see there is a locals window, which is this. Okay, now what is the use of this locals window? Okay, but before that, I'll just show you, okay, show you here step into, that is F8. So if I go over here, I think it would be under, yes, if I come over here and I go to debug, I can see step into, which is nothing but debugging, and the shortcut is F8. I can simply press F8 and it will get executed. So let's do that. If I press F8 over here, let me just do this. Okay, let me just press F8. Okay, so can you see now it will execute the thing, the entire code step by step. Okay, now if you see the locals window, now I'm getting, there is an expression value and type. Okay, so if you see the locals window here, the value of A, B, and I, okay, values are given over here, empty, empty, and 0. For this step right now, for this step, that is for the first line, the value of A, B, and I is empty, empty, and 0. All right. Now, if I go, now if I execute F8 again, let's press F8 again. If I press F8 again, can you see? Now again, you can see this locals window. You can see this locals window over here. The values get changed. Now again, if I come to F8, if I again press F8, can you see values are getting changed? Now the value of A, B, and I is 0, 0, 0. Okay, now if I click on F8, now again you can see value of I has been changed. Now for every step, the values are getting changed. And right now I can understand, okay, what exactly is going on. If I don't use step into function and if I directly go ahead and execute the entire code at once, I cannot see the step-by-step execution, like, okay, for the first step, what value of I am getting or how the value of A has been changed. So in order to get those things, if you want to know the step-by-step execution for your code, you can go with step into function. Okay, so now again, let's do the F8 and see. Now again, value of A has been changed to 1 and value of I is 1. For the first loop, value of I will be 1, correct? Now if again I go now next, and at this time, value of A, B, and I has, like, all the values are 1. Similarly, again, if I press F8, again it came back to the second iteration where the value of I has been changed to 2. Okay, so right now at this place, value of I is 2 and value of A and B is 1. Similarly, if I again see the next step, You can see the values has been changed. Right now value of A is 3 and value of B at this particular step is 1. Once this step is executed, again the value of B will get changed. So right now you can see value of B has been changed and now value of B is 3 because this has executed this step and right now it is on next. So that it will come out of this loop and again it will go back and this time value of I will increment by 1. So right now the value of I was 2 and now value of I will be changed to 3. So if I press F8, now you can see value of I is 3 right now. Now, if I again, right now it hasn't executed this step. So once I execute this step, that is F8, right now you can see value of A has been changed to 6. Similarly, if I go ahead, values will keep on changing till I equals to 10. So you can see right now I equals to 9. So for last time, if I execute, right now I equals to 10. Now it will come out and it will end the procedure. Okay, so now right now I have executed the command one by one. That is step by step I have done the execution. Before that, if I simply press F5 or simply I click on run, what it will do, at once it will execute the entire code. But at that time, it could not know what is the exact procedure that is going on. So in that case, if I want to know the step-by-step execution, if I want to know that how the values of I, A or B are changing, in that case, I'll go for step into. Okay, so now we kept on observing the values were getting changed, correct? So now, but over here, we can do this using step into. Okay, so finally, if you want, you can simply click on this run button or you for everything, you'll like everything will get executed at once, at one go. Okay, all right then. Now over here for local, okay, locals, you got 3 variables and you can keep track on them. Right now, if I just come over here and if I press F8, so I got 3 variables and I can keep track on all the 3 variables because as of now my code has 3 variables. Okay, so I can keep track on all the 3 variables. But let's suppose, but what if I don't want to keep track on all the 3 variables, but instead I just want, like, I'm just interested in one variable. So what should I do or what can I do? In that case, what I'll be doing is we can use a method known as watch. Okay, now why this local is being used? This local is being used to keep track of the variables that are used in our code. But in our case, let's suppose I have a 1,000 line, or let's suppose I have n number of like n lines of code. Okay, in that case, I'm not interested in all the variables. And let's take our case, we have 3 variables, correct? But I'm not interested in A and I, I'm just interested in B. But in locals, I'm getting track and I can keep track of all 3 variables. But right now, I don't want to keep track of all these 3 variables, but I'm just interested in B. So in that case, what I'll be doing, we have another option called watches. You can keep a watch on some variables or on a particular variable itself. So in our case, I want to keep track on a particular variable, that is B. So in that case, what should I use? I'll go with a method called watch. So this is a watch window. Can you see over here? This is the watch window. Okay, so what happens over here? I'll just give me a second. Okay, so what happens over here? This is watch window. Okay, so if you click on this watch window, okay, so we can see this is watch, values, type, context, and if it is not there, if I remove this, how you can get this? Simply you need to go to view and you can see watch window. You can just click it and you can see the watch window over here. Okay, this is how you can get if it is not there. Now you want to keep a watch on one variable. You can just select that variable like this. You just select this variable, okay, and I'll just click on right click and I'll add to watch. Okay, So select the variable, right click on it and click add watch. Now it will, like, a dialog box will pop up and it will just say expression. Yes, I want to keep a watch on B, and simply click on OK. So can you see B is over here, and right now the value, the expression is B, value is empty, type is variant empty, context debugging demo. Okay, right now debugging is our module name and demo is our procedure name. All right. So now if you see B is empty variable type, so when you execute this step by step, the value of B will kept a track, like you will be keeping track of only this variable. So right now if I go ahead and if I execute, okay, I'm over here now. If I execute F8, 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 can you see in watch window right now? Just observe the watch window. Can you see before it was empty, but right now value of B has been changed to 0. Okay, now again what I'll do, I'll press F8, F8, F8. Just look at the watch window. Right now can you see value of B has been changed to 1. Now again I'll do F8, F8, F8. Now right now can you see at this point value of B has been changed, and right now value of B is changed to 3. Okay, similarly if again I go ahead and if I press F8, again I came back to the loop, and this time I will be 3 and value of B will be 3 right now. So if I again execute step into function, value of B is getting changed, and in locals I'm keeping track of all the 3 variables, but in the watches or in the watch window I can see value of B is changing and I'm keeping track of value of B itself. Okay, I'm not keeping track of all the 3 variables, but only value of B, or I'm keeping the track on B itself. Okay, so if I see locals, local will keep track of all the variables that are used in our code, but watches will keep the track of the variable that I have added to this watch window. So in our case, I just want that I need to keep track on B. So I have added B to this watch window, and that is why in this watch window, I can just see or I can keep track of B. So what value are getting changed after every step? What is the value of B? I can see it over here. Okay, so this is why we are using watches. So local window is used for keeping track of all the variables that are used in our code, and watch window is used to keep track on a particular window. It may happen you can add more variables over here. Let's suppose you have, because what happened, sometimes code is very large. There are n numbers of variable and you cannot keep track of all the variables using this local. So at some point you need some personal window which will keep track on the variables. So so over here value of B are getting changed, correct? So right now it is working fine. So simply if I click on run button, okay, so it will just execute all the commands. Okay, so one by one it will just execute all the commands. So I cannot see anything locals over here, because only if I want to keep track, I know if I want to know the step-by-step execution, I can see it over here. Okay, now this is what step-by-step execution is. At some point, if you want to keep track, if there are if there are 1,000 lines of code, and if you want to keep track on a particular line, okay, that is what is the result at this particular line. Let's suppose for now I just want to keep track at this line. We saw that how I can keep track of all the variables, how I can keep track of all the variables in a code using locals window, how I can keep track on a particular variable using watch. Now how I can keep a track on a particular line, because it may happen there is 1,000 lines of code and I don't want, like, I want to keep track on particular line. In that case, what I need to do, so there is a function called breakpoint for that. So we'll be using breakpoint for that. So what this breakpoint will do, okay, you can use this breakpoint option over here. Breakpoint option, now if you are executing the code and if you put a breakpoint at some point, let's suppose this is if I put a breakpoint at any of the point, a breakpoint at some point like this, so you just need to click on this place and breakpoint will be inserted. Where I need to click, I'll just left side. If I click over here, can you see now at this point breakpoint has been inserted. So what will happen is if you execute your code will come your code will come and stop at this particular location. Okay, so if right now I click on run button, can you see at this point my code has been stopped, so I can see the values over here. Okay, the values over here was like before that, if I was at this point, the value of a b was 0 0 empty empty, and value of I was 0. But after executing these all things, at this point the value of all the three variables was 0, and once this step is executed, value of I will get changed to 1. But right now at this point itself I have added a breakpoint. So this code has been stopped over here. After executing till here b equals to 0, at this point my code has been stopped. Why? This is the yellow color marker. You can see it has been stopped at this point. The reason is I have told them, like I have told this here to stop. It's a kind of you can say it's a kind of breaker, or you can say a breakpoint. So if like I execute, like if you execute, you can see the values are changing over here. The values has been changed. Now again, if I run, you can see. Okay, so if I again run, you can see values get changed and it is showing over here. So values are changing. Okay, right now the execution is done and everything is stopped at this point. Now if I remove this from here, so simply I'll click over here and it will get removed. Now what if I want to add breakpoint at this point B? Simply I'll go ahead and I can click on this left side, and right now if I execute, can you see this time the code has been stopped at this point? Why? Because I have inserted breakpoint at this point, at this line b equals to b plus I. So right now the execution will stop at this point. And can you see the value this time? Previously, when I inserted breakpoint at this for loop for I equals to 1 to 10, at that time the value of all the three variables was 0. But at this point, at this line, b equals to b plus I, value of a is 1, value of I is 1, but value of b is 0. And right now execution has been stopped. Why? Because I have inserted breakpoint over here. Now how I can remove? I can simply again left, like I can click over here and breakpoint will be removed and you can execute the code. Okay, so if you want to keep track at a particular line, you can insert a breakpoint. You can check, okay, what is happening over there. Now again, if you want to go ahead and execute, simply you can remove the breakpoint. Okay, so inserting a breakpoint is very simple. Just you need to click on this place right side using the mouse, and if you want to remove the breakpoint, you have to click over again. So if I click over here, breakpoint has been inserted. Now if I want to remove, I can click over there again and it will get removed. Okay, so inserting and removing, like this was the shortcut method for inserting and removing the breakpoint. Now other method is that you keep your cursor over here at this point, let's suppose over here, and go to debug. Can you see toggle breakpoint? Just click over here and breakpoint will get inserted. Okay, now if you want to remove, again just click over here and it will get removed. Okay, so breakpoint, like if breakpoint is used to stop your execution at particular line, so you can see what is the result at that point, what is the result for different variables, and you can see, and accordingly you can calculate and work on a particular thing as per your requirement. Because if you have 100 or 1000 lines of code, it may happen that you need to keep a track, or you just want to know that, okay, at this line what has happened, what is the value of the variable, what is the result. It may happen that you need to know. So in that case, breakpoint would be useful method and you can use that. Okay, so that was all about debugging.
Coming to the first question on these top data analysis interview questions, it is, what are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Well, data analysis involves the procedure of actually cleaning the data, organizing the data, first procuring it before doing all of these, and of course at the end of it, driving meaningful insights out of it. But data mining is a very different concept, because in data mining, we are very much concerned about finding patterns in the data, finding hidden patterns, and to see how better we can use these hidden patterns to drive insights. Well, data analysis can also be compared to data mining up to one certain extent, but then the procedures that goes into working of data mining is pretty different. Now, data analysis is actually used to produce results which will have a larger impact on the audience, let's say in general, when you directly compare it to data mining. So these two, form to be very vital differences that lie in between data analysis and data mining. Coming to question number 2, it says, what is data validation? Well, data validation is the actual process where we try to see if the data is valid or not, as simple as that. It's not just that, when we're thinking about data and its accuracy, we want to find out if the data is actually accurate and if the data is actually of a high quality as well. First, see if it's coming from a valid source. Second, see how accurate it is. Third, see what the quality of the data is. So to go on to do these, there are multiple processes where, we use to actually go on to perform data validation. Two of the very important processes are data screening and data verification. Data screening involves making use of a lot of models to make sure that our data can be verified in a way that it is accurate, and to make sure that there are no redundancies, no repeatances, or nothing in the data that will harm the models, let's say. And then we have data verification. What happens in data verification is that, if let's say there is a scenario of redundancy. Now, if there is a redundancy, what we try to do is we try to see if we can evaluate using multiple steps, and to see if the presence or the absence of that particular item in the entire data set is required or not. If it's required, we keep it. If it's not required, it gets removed. As simple as that. So first, screening the data and then, performing data validations are a couple of processes that have a huge impact in data validation. Coming to question number 3, it states, what is data analysis in brief? Well, it says in brief, so make sure you do not get carried away with your answer. Data analysis is actually a very structured process where we work with data continuously to perform activities, such as data ingestion, data pre-processing, data cleaning, data transformation, data visualization, and eventually we drive insights out of these analytics result or the visualizations themselves. So why is this done? We do it to make sure we can drive revenue or analyze any of the key performance indications of a business. So to begin with, data is collected from multiple sources, right? It can be an on-site server, it can be an off-premise server, a cloud storage network, or wherever it is. Once the data source is grabbed, we have to make sure that we bring in the data into the company architecture. And once this is done, we'll understand that the data is a raw entity, so it needs to be cleaned, it needs to be processed. If there's any missing values, it has to be filled. If there's any entities that's repeating, or if it is out of scope, we need to remove it. So after pre-processing, what we'll do is we'll use a couple of models to drive analytics out of it, to see that we can create very good reports, and to make sure that the data output is converted to a format which is understandable by a technical audience and an equivalent non-technical audience as well. Because at the end of the day, a data analysis result can be viewed mostly by board members, stakeholders, and you will basically be explaining this to a non-technical audience. So in that particular case, all of these steps are paramount. Coming to question number 4, it states, how do you know if a data model is performing well or not? Well, this question is very subjective, as you can already tell, because there are many things that involves to check if a data model is performing very well or not. So to find out and assess the accuracy of a data model, we can use a couple of steps. The thing we can do is, a very good design model, as you might already know, will give you very good predictability, right? So you can understand if this is the input, that can be the output, and it will keep doing that on a basis where it will offer you good predictability. That is one. Second thing is that a good model will make sure that no matter what changes you make to the data or what changes you make to the pipeline, the results can be obtained without having to make major changes in the model itself. That is what defines a good model. And then of course, your model needs to have the ability to scale against data in a way where, with one requirement, you might be working with a small amount of data. You might have another requirement where you're working with a huge amount of data as well. So your model needs to cope up. That's point number 3. Point number 4, when you're talking about this, is to make sure that your model's working itself should be easy, right? If it's complicated for you as a data analyst to use, it literally wouldn't make sense to spend a lot of time and effort into it. So having it easily understood among clients and in fact, data analysts equally will make sure that both the requirement specification from the client and the performance of the data analyst working with the model will be as high as possible to get the results. So these are some of the points that you have to keep in mind to check if a data model is performing well or not. Coming to question number 5, it says explain data cleaning in brief. One thing you have to know about this question is that it can also be stated as explain data wrangling in brief. So because data cleaning is also called as data wrangling, and as the name suggests, whenever we talk about data cleaning, we try to find ways where we can clean the data, take it from its raw entity into usable information, right? Our end goal is to basically have data with the utmost quality possible. So how do we do it? First, we'll try to see if we can clean the data by removing all the stuff we do not require, right? We call it outliers, but then to remove it, we need to understand what do we need to remove. Do we need to remove one particular row, one column? Do you need to remove the entire data block or what? The second thing is, it's not just about removal, it's about adding certain stuff back in as well. So we can fill certain data in without having to cause any other redundancies or to obstruct anything else in model performance as well. So we remove the data, we can add the data, and in fact we replace the data with mean or median values as well. Again, this is a very important statistical concept that we'll be discussing in the next couple of questions. But then yes, you can replace existing data with the mean or median values of the data itself, and that in fact makes models very much accurate in a couple of cases. And the last thing is that we'll make use of concepts called as placeholders, which are used for all the empty spaces in the data too. So these are some of the 4 very important steps or procedure that's involved in data cleaning. So after understanding data cleaning, here's question number 6. What are some of the problems that a working data analyst might encounter? Well, there are many issues that a data analyst might face when you're working with data, right? Because data itself is an ocean. So working with the ocean is not easy. So the one very important thing we talk about this is the accuracy of the model, right? If there are any issues that causes the biggest problem is going to be the accuracy in model development, and if it is low, it will cause a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes, where at the end of the day performance will fall. The second thing is that the source of the data, if it is not a verified source, it means that your data will be very raw and very shabby. This means that it will require a lot of cleaning, a lot of pre-processing even before the analysis has begun. This will take a lot of time and effort as well. And the third thing is, whenever you're extracting data from multiple sources, or let's say, you're merging data from multiple sources, right? So this will cause, again, a lot of redundancies with respect to data, and it is very vital that these redundancies are taken care of. So when you're thinking about all these steps, right, it is very vital they go hand in hand, because if you miss one of these steps with data ingestion or data cleaning, the rest of your model will come tumbling down. So, these are some of the major problems that the data analysts face in a production environment. Moving on to question number 7, it states, what is data profiling? Well, data profiling, as the name suggests, is a methodology that we make use of to make sure that we have the right steps in place to analyze all of the entries that are present in our data. So it's not just taking a quick overview of what data is present, but rather taking an in-depth look. So what we're trying to do with data profiling is to make sure that we have the ability to see the data in a very high accuracy way, and to make sure that we understand the data better, right? So what are the data types of the data that is present? What's the frequency of occurrence? And a lot of other things as well. So when you're thinking about all of this, it's very important that we profile the data. So with this, we can check out question number 8. Question number 8 asks, what are the scenarios that could cause a model to be retrained? One very important thing about data that you have to know is that data is never a stagnant entity, right? Data keeps changing as business changes. So whenever there's an expansion in the business, it means that, there's a day and night difference in the data that the company starts seeing. So what this does is a huge challenge to data analysts, because here we have to analyze if the model itself needs to be retrained or not to work with the new data. If yes, then yes, the model will be retrained, the new data will be shown, the model will be trained, business protocols will be changing, whatever the model sees will change, and of course the output can change drastically as well. So considering all of this, we have one general rule of thumb that we make sure is that whenever we have the models that are retrained, right, we try to align it as much as possible to the new business protocols and whatever is being offered as well. So this, and it is very vital to understand the scenarios that happen to cause a model to be retrained as well. Coming to question number 9, it states, what are the prerequisites to become a data analyst? Well, there are many skills that's actually required to be a data analyst, and I'm sure you guys will know most of these skills if you're here at this video, right? So, you'll require programming skills such as JavaScript, ETL, and XML. You need high proficiency with working with databases, especially like MySQL, MongoDB, Oracle SQL, and more. And you need to have the ability, the passion, and the interest to collect and eventually analyze data. You'll need to figure out how to design databases on your own and how to perform data wrangling and data mining as well. And once you know how you can go about working with data, what comes next is you having the ability or the experience itself to work with a large amount of data sets in a production environment. This is very important, and all of these skills are the major prerequisites, let's say, for you guys to become budding data analysts. Well, coming to question number 10, it states, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? Well, as you might already know, there is multiple tools that can be used in the field of data analysis, right? But then there are really popular ones that get a lot of attention. And these are, Google search operators, also called as GSO. We have RapidMiner, we have Tableau, we have Kineem, we have OpenRefine. We have a lot of these other tools which take the center stage as in when we talk about data analysis. So it's very important that you know these tools. Question number 11. It states, what is an outlier? Well, an outlier is basically a value in a data set that we consider to be very much away from the mean of the data, because in two ways it will hurt the data, because an outlier can cause model accuracy to fall a lot, and of course at the end of the day, if it's outside whatever we call the normal zone or the useful zone in the data or the inliers, right, what it does is it is redundant, right? So when you're thinking about small amounts of data, it's probably okay, but then when you have large data sets, if it can swing the model accuracy around, big no. The second thing is storage as well. Storage is not really cheap, and when you're thinking about all of these, it's very vital to know what outlier is and how to remove them as well. But then there are two types of outliers you have to know about. One is univariate outliers and there's multivariate outliers, and they speak, the names speak for themselves as well, right? Well, so moving on to question number 12, it states, how can we deal with problems that arise when the data flows in from a variety of sources? Well, when your data is coming from a variety of sources, it will come with a variety of problems because data is really shabby, as we've been discussing, and it is very important to handle these as well. So to go on to solve these problems, what we try to do is we try to see if the data is same or if the data is similar. Which might cause redundancy, and if it is similar, of course, we can merge it into a single record and reduce the redundancy. We can restructure the entire schema where we are trying to make sure there's good schema integration with the data, and at the end of it, no matter how much cleaning you do, no matter how much pre-processing you do, and how much time you take to do all of these, there will be an entry in a large data set, or there'll be a couple of entries, in fact, that will be hurting model accuracy if you're not careful. So these are some of the problems that arise and how we can deal with them as well. Coming to question number 13, it says, what are some of the popular tools that are used in big data? There's many tools in big data, and again there are some of these tools which come to the back of the head as soon as we think about big data. So a couple of these tools are Hadoop, we have Spark, we have Scala, we have Hive, we have Flume, Mahout, and as you can see, there's a pattern that exists, right? All of these tools are by Apache. Apache is an open source foundation, and they've been contributing a lot to the world of big data, and it is very important that either you have the experience using these tools or you know what each of these tools do as well. That brings us to the 14th question that states, what is the use of a pivot table? Pivot table, as you might know, as you might have heard it or used it, is one of the most important concepts that exists, in fact, in Microsoft Excel, in my opinion. Because they will give you a very easy to use way where you can view and summarize large data sets without having to put much effort into them. So, most of the operations that we do with pivot tables actually are drag and drop operations, and it really does not require any sort of coding or any sort of programming, or really any sort of, let's say a hard amount of effort is not required to create reports and to make them look beautiful itself as well. So in all of these usages, pivot tables are very important, and I'm sure if you're at this video, you guys might have used pivot tables yourselves as well. So coming to question number 15, it states, explain the KNN imputation method in brief. KNN is K nearest neighbors, and one of the most important methods that we use to see how we can pick up the nearest neighbors in a nodal arrangement and to see how we can measure the distance metric between each as well. So what we're trying to do here with a KNN imputation is that we try to predict both discrete and continuous attributes that happen to be present in a data set. With this, how can we do it? Well, a distance function is exactly what we use here to find if two data, two nodes or two neighbors are similar or not. If there are similars in more than one attribute, then we're going to use that to perform analysis as well. So to go on to do this in a very structured way, we use a method, and that method itself is called as the KNN imputation method. Moving on to question number 16, it says what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment, right? So we're living in a world of distributed computing where we can make use of the computing power offered by thousands, if not millions of computers across the globe at a time, right? So when you're sitting with that kind of a power, there are two tools which always come to center stage. This is MapReduce and Hadoop, because these are the top Apache frameworks which are in the limelight, which can handle large amounts of data set very easily. And if it's in a distributed working environment, there are a very less number of tools that get to outshine what MapReduce and Hadoop does. So these are the top Apache frameworks. Coming to question number 17, it states what is hierarchical clustering? Hierarchical clustering can be, this question can be asked to you in another way. What is HCA? HCA is basically hierarchical cluster analysis, or it can be called as hierarchical clustering as well. So it's basically an algorithm that we use to make sure we can find the easiest ways where we can group similar objects. So once we group this similar object, each group itself will be called as the cluster, and hence the name. So why do we require hierarchical clustering? Well, we require hierarchical clustering because we need to create a set of clusters to show that this data differs from another cluster itself.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Be it individually, be it cluster-wise, or even if they consist of similar entities as well. So to show the difference that exists in between data, we make use of hierarchical clustering. Moving to question number 18, it says what are the steps that are involved when working with a data analysis project? Well, again, this question can be answered in multiple ways, but then the foundational concept is the same. So, there are many steps that are involved when you're working on an end-to-end project, especially in the world of data analysis. You'll begin by finding out there is a problem existing, or you'll have a client bring you a problem statement. Once you understand the problem, you'll source the data. Once you get the data, you will clean it, you'll pre-process it, and you'll explore it to see what the data actually is. Once you understand the data, you will start creating data models, and you'll create situations where you'll use the data on a smaller scale to see if you can solve a problem in a simple way. Once you do that, you will validate it across a bigger data set to see if it works on the complete data set. If it does, you implement it. But then it's not just done with the implementation aspect of it. Once you implement it, you need to verify if you have solved the problem or not, and that is the last important step. So based on how much the interviewer is asking you to stress on the answer, make sure to expand on it. Keep it concise. Don't get lost in each of these steps, because I can talk about each of these steps for 20 minutes right now, but then it really wouldn't add a lot of value in an interview scenario, right? So read the room, read the interviewer, understand what he or she is expecting, and deliver the answer in that way. So with this, we come to the 19th question that states, can you name some of the statistical methodologies used by data analysts? Well, again, you can name a lot of methodologies used by data analysts, but try to keep your answer concise, right? So name 4 or maximum 5, in my opinion. That should be very useful. See, we have Markov process, we have cluster analysis, we have imputation method, we have imputation technologies, we have the Bayesian methodologies, we have rank statistics, and we have a lot of other statistical techniques that are very useful. In fact, I can say they are foundational in many cases when you're working in the case of data analysis as well. So for all of these techniques that exist, each of these have their own niche purposes, and they're very effective at doing what they state. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the next question, which is the 20th question, it states, what is time series analysis, or also called as TSA for short? Well, time series analysis is used to perform, trend analytics. We try to see how the data changes with respect to time, and it's not just how the data changes with time. Here, what we're trying to analyze is for a fact that the presence of data at particular intervals of time, and seeing the presence of data and its response and its behavior of how actually it drives the data set. So if you have a data that does this at this point of time, and you want to understand why it does that, or you want to understand what it does because of it changing its state or changing its data at that particular point in time, then TSA is very, very effective to use. So moving on to the 21st question, it's actually a follow-up to the 20th question. It states, where is TSA used, right? So TSA has a lot of usage when you think about it in a lot of different domains. So make sure to at least mention 3 or 4, but then I have given you more out here so that it'll help you remember, right? So TSA is used in statistics, in the field of signal processing, econometrics, weather forecasting, earthquake prediction, astronomy, and even applied sciences as well. There's a very good chance the interviewer will not ask you how it is used, but probably give you a situation and ask you to think about it and tell if you can provide a solution there as well. But then these are some of the most important places where time series analysis adds a lot of value. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this. Moving to question number 22, which states, what are some of the properties of clustering algorithms, right? Well, clustering algorithm, whenever you have it implemented, will have a lot of properties, but then these are the main ones. So you have the flat or the hierarchical property, it can be iterative, it's going to be disjunctive, and a lot more. So when you're thinking about clustering algorithms, do talk about how these foundational concepts of it being flat or hierarchical, it being iterative to make sure that you arrive at the solution, or it being disjunctive, which definitely defines how clustering algorithms work effectively to split out data into clusters and make use of it as well. Coming on to question number 23, it states, what is collaborative filtering? Well, collaborative filtering is a very important concept. It's an algorithm which is widely used in the field of data analytics to create recommendation systems. So recommendation systems is used to understand the behavioral data of a customer, or in fact to understand what the data is doing and why it is doing something the way it is doing as well. So when you can think about it, when you're shopping on an e-commerce site, maybe like Amazon or Flipkart or something, you will be shown recommendations, right? So users who bought this also bought this. So when you think about that, that's a recommendation given to you. And in fact, collaborative filtering is used just for this purpose as well. So it'll be using a lot of data. It'll be using cookies data, browser history, and there are very complex methodologies, there are very complex models and algorithms put into place to recommend the best products out to you. And the working of that is achieved through collaborative filtering. Coming to question number 24, it says, what are the types of hypothesis testing used today? There's 3 main types of hypothesis testing which gets the center stage again, right? So in fact, there's many types of hypothesis testing, but these are the important ones. The first will always be ANOVA, or what we call as analysis of variance, because here we try to perform analysis in between the mean values of multiple groups to see how data is changing. The second thing we call as the t-test. The t-test is actually used wherever standard deviation is unknown to us, and let's say the sample size is pretty less as well. Again, we'll have another question discussing about t-test. And the next thing is the chi-square test, or also called as the chi-square test. You can pronounce it both ways. So what we do with the chi-square test is that we try to use hypothesis testing here to find if there is a requirement, find what's the association of the categorical variables in a sample, and to see how best we can arrive at the goal of our model as well. So when you're thinking about hypothesis testing, make sure to talk about 3 or let's say even 4 types of testing, and quickly briefly talk about what they do as well. Coming to question number 25, it says, what are some of the data validation methodologies used in data analysis? Well, there's many data validation techniques as we've been discussing for a while now, and these 4 are very important. The first thing is field level validation. Field level validation is we try to validate every single field where data is present to make sure that there is no errors, let's say because a user might have entered it wrong, and any other redundancy which would have caused the wrong data to be in the wrong place as well. So form level validation is done when the user works with the form, but then before saving the information, if there's any changes that's been made, we need to keep a track of that as well. And then we have data saving validation. Data saving validation will take place when the file, let's say, or even the database record is being saved as well. So whenever it's being saved, there's a change of state. To analyze that, we perform this validation. And then we have the search criteria validation. Here we're trying to see if the valid results can be returned or not whenever the user asks for it, or whenever the user is going through the data set, summarizing it, or even driving results out of it as well. So these are some of the very important data validation methodologies that are widely used by data analysts across the globe. Coming to question number 26, it states, what is k-means algorithm? K-means algorithm is a very, very, very popular algorithm that we use to cluster data into multiple data sets, or in fact cluster data into multiple clusters as well. So each of these clusters will consist of similar data, and the name k-means comes from k actually being the number of clusters that we required. If k is equal to 5, it means that our k-means algorithm is going to divide the data set into 5 different clusters. So to use this, you will require a good amount of experience. It's very simple to use though, but then to achieve really, really effective results, it requires experience to work with k-means, and of course to know how many clusters you want. And since you'll be working with the data which is unsupervised in nature, you will not have any sort of labels that guide and show what the data is as well. So, working with k-means can get finicky at times, but then it's really fun and it's really effective too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what is the difference between the concepts of recall and true positive rate? Well, this is a very tricky question. I'll tell you why. Because recall and true positive rates are literally the same thing. So recall and true positive rates are exactly the same. And whenever we try to think about the formula of either recall or true positive rate, right, it's basically true positive divided by the true positive value and the probability of the false negative value too. So it's TP divided by TP plus FN. It's the actual formula for recall. It's a very simple question with a very straightforward answer. Coming to question number 28, it says, what are the ideal situations in which a t-test or a z-test can be used? We have one very simple, practice that we follow that's become standardized in fact right now. A t-test will be used if your sample size is less than 30, and a z-test will be used if your sample size exceeds 30 in many cases. So a pretty neat trick to remember this is that t is less than z. So, t can be used whenever you use a sample size less than 30. Z is at the end of the alphabet spectrum, and it means that your data is exceeding certain cases, right? So that's a pretty simple way in case if you have not had any experiences working with z-test and the t-test as well. Coming to the 29th question, it states, why is naive bias called as naive? Well, whenever we think about naive bias, right, we don't know why it might be called naive, because this is a very tricky question. It gets asked a lot just to see if you actually know the answer or not. Well, it's called naive because it actually makes the general assumptions that everything present in your data is important and it is independent of each other. Thinking this always as a human being, it can be naive because your data is different. It is sometimes dependent on each other. It will not always be independent. Not all the data is important as well, right? So to know all of this, your model will not understand that. It will just say everything is important and everything is independent. So this is not true. It will not hold in a real world scenario, and that is the reason we call naive bias as naive bias. Coming to the 30th question, it states, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? As the name suggests, whenever we talk about standardized coefficients, we're trying to interpret all the results based on the standard deviation values. When it's unstandardized, it means that we're trying to use the actual value of the data rather than the standard deviation results. So if you're considering the standard deviation values, it's the standardized coefficients. If you're considering the actual data that is present and not the standard deviation value, then it's unstandardized. Pretty simple question, pretty straightforward answer. Coming to the 31st question, it says, how are outliers detected, right? There are many methodologies that we make use of whenever we are detecting outliers. It is very important to remove them in most of the cases. But then, out of all of these methods that exist, we have two very important methods. One's the standard deviation method. The other one is the box plot method. In the standard deviation method, what we try to do is the value itself will actually be considered as an outlier if the value is either lower or higher than 3 standard deviations from the mean value. So we'll find the mean value, you'll get to know the standard deviation. If the value is 3 times higher or lower than the standard deviation value, it means that it deviates too much from the data and that it is an outlier. And then we have the box plot model. Box plot model is the most popular way of how you can find out outliers, because here we try to find the interquartile range, or what we call as the IQR. And if your data is to be considered as an outlier, it means it has to be either 1.5 times more or 1.5 times less than the mean in the interquartile range. If that's the case, then of course your data is considered as an outlier. Coming to question number 32, which states, why is KNN preferred when determining missing numbers in data? KNN, as we've already discussed, it's called K nearest neighbors algorithm. It's a very famous one that's used a lot, and we now know why it's called that. But why is it used when you're determining missing numbers? It's because it has the capability to approximate a value based on other values that are present very close to it as well. It can easily approximate these values, and hence it finds a very important place in the world of determining missing numbers present in our data as well. So coming to question number 33, it states, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a dataset while performing analysis? You can think about this in a lot of ways, because when you're thinking about any sort of data, there will be discrepancies in it. So to handle all of these, what we try to do is we create validation reports where we discuss the data in detail to make sure that most of it is right at least. And then we escalate the data or this is suspicion to our superiors or experienced data analysts to have a look at it and then take a call about it. So we try to replace the data which might be old and invalid as well. We try to make it valid. We try to put in the latest up-to-date data to see if it fixes it, and we can go on to use the many strategies that we have in the world of data analysis to find the missing values, use approximation to put in the values to see what fits best to perform analysis, trial and error, and whatever is required to handle either missing data or suspicious data as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what is the simple difference between PCA and FA? PCA stands for principal component analysis and FA stands for factor analysis. Among all the many differences that lie in between them, one major difference between principal component analysis and the factor analysis is the fact that factor analysis is actually used to specify and work with variance that exists in between the variables, right? So whenever we're working with the major difference, what we're trying to do with PCA is we're trying to use the variance that exists in between variables, but then with PCA, it's a little different. With PCA, what we try to do is we try to explain the covariance that exists between the components. So factor analysis deals with variance, principal component analysis deals with covariance. This is probably the biggest difference that lies in between principal component analysis and factor analysis. Now moving on to the 35th question, it says, how is it beneficial to make use of version controlling? Version controlling is very important, and it provides you a lot of advantages, right? One thing is that it will give you a structured pipeline where you can compare all the files, identify a lot of differences, merge if any changes are done in a very structured and a convenient way where you can track it as well. Because here you can track the life cycle of any sort of application building with every stage of its build, be it development, be it production, be it testing, be it verification. You can actually track all of these too. And then when you're thinking about how it will bring together a good way to establish let's say a collaborative work culture in the company, then yes, a version controlling system will do just that. And then when you're thinking about making sure that with every release of your version, the security of your code, the safety of it, the variety of it, and the veracity of it as well, right? So to keep it secure, keep it safe, a version controlling system will definitely help. Coming to the 36th question, it states, what are the future trends in data analysis? Well, if you ask this question, what the interviewer here is trying to do is he or she is trying to assess your grip on the subject and how much research have you actually done into the future of data analysis, right? So to answer this, make sure you can state good number of facts and respective validation for those facts, of course, for all the sources that you have used. To add a lot of positivity to your candidature, because at the end of the day, they're trying to understand how in-depth experience you might have in data analysis, or how in depth of a passion do you have for data analysis as well. Try to explain how data analysis will have a huge impact on businesses today. In fact, talk about how it is already revolutionizing the world around us, how it will revolutionize the future trends as well, and how it is showing nothing but immense potential too. If you have facts, if you have statistics, if you have experience, if you have to talk about new tools, new techniques, new ways that data analysis will help, please do talk about all of these. Coming to question number 37, it states, why are you applying for the data analyst role in our company? Well, with this question, the interviewer wants you to convince them basically regarding why you think you are proficient in the subject, how well can you handle data analysis, how well can you work in a production environment, how best can you be fit as a team player, all of these things as well. So to answer this in a very, very, nice way, first thing you have to do is you need to know the job description in detail. You need to know what they're expecting of you to see if you can deliver that or not. Because once you understand the details of what the company does, what the job description is, what your team does, where you will be fit into the organization, you will of course find the best way to understand why you need to do it. You might have a passion for data analyst, you might have a genuine interest to build your career there. You let's say you have a very keen interest on working with data and to solve problems using that too. Well then, you can have multiple reason, and there is no one answer for all the questions here. So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use this as a guide to go on to answer it. Coming to the 38th question, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in data analysis? This is another question the interviewer will usually ask to see how confident you are when you're sitting at the interview, how much you know about the subject, and how spontaneous can you be whenever you ask questions, right? So one very important thing that you need to understand here is that answer it honestly. Do not be over optimistic, right? So if you think you on a scale of 1 to 10 you are at a 7, please make sure not to say 9.5 or 10, because if you're answering it that way, then you might be asked very, very difficult questions or advanced questions which might be over the scope of your expertise, which might put the wrong image into the interviewer's head, and you might lose out on the candidature as well. So to be as honest as possible, talk about what you've done and talk about why you rate yourself at that particular scale as well. Coming to question number 39, it says, has your college degree helped you with data analysis anyway? Well, talk about the latest program that you completed in college, right? So you firstly start your answer with this. Talk about if your college actually helped you with data analysis anyway. Don't say no if you haven't had any experiences there, because see, if you are in fact enrolled in a college degree, you will have access to a lot of data that in fact you could have used to perform data analysis as well. So talk about if you've been keen to do it, if you have done anything to the data, anything with respect to data analysis in the past, or let's say if you have not done any of these, right? Talk about the experience that the entire college degree program gave you and how you think it built you in a way where you can be a good fit into data analysis, into the entire field and the organization that you're applying as well. So talk about how it molded you into being the data analyst enthusiast that you are today. Coming to the 40th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this data analyst role? So again, do not be carried away by this question. It is very, very easy to get carried away here, and you can talk about it for a lot of minutes. But then keep it as concise as possible. This is my advice to you, because you can talk about a lot of things here, but start out with talking about a plan on how you can begin understanding the data analysis structure set that is already set up in the company, how you think you will be a good fit there, how you plan on either seeing if the actual existing model might need some betterment or not. But at the end of the day, don't just say that you're gonna barge in and do a lot of changes in a short amount of time. Keep your answer structured. Keep your answer thinking in consideration that you'll be going into a production environment, and it's always vital if you can highlight how better you can make the product, the company, the brand, or whatever it is, with you being there as well. So talk about the expertise that you bring to the table and how you think that might help the organization too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? So even though the advantages are huge, right? There are one or two disadvantages that you will have to talk about. And if you do not know this, and it is very important that you know this as well, right? See, data analytics can actually cause a breach into the customer privacy and all of their information as well, right? So it's very vital to know where you're getting the data from. You might be thinking about customer transactions, purchases, subscriptions, and you will have a lot of access into what this customer is doing as well. In that particular case, make sure that you do not cause any sort of breaches in customer privacy. And then when you're thinking about another very important disadvantage as a learner is that some of these tools are really complex to use and you will require training to go on to use it as well. So it's not as easy as you download the tool, install it and begin working with it. You will require a good amount of structured training and to work with it efficiently as well. And one of the other things is that it'll take a lot of skill, it'll take a lot of expertise, it'll take a lot of hands-on experience to go on to select the right tool itself. First of all, to find the right tool to use it and to use it effectively, it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take some money, and of course it's going to take the biggest asset of the company is the client's time too. So in that particular case, even though these are not huge disadvantages, the privacy thing is definitely one disadvantage to consider. Complexity of the tools are important, and of course the requirement for a lot of skills can get overwhelming for beginners as well. So as an add-up question to that, you might be asked, what skills should a successful data analyst possess? Well, this is basically a descriptive question because here the interviewer wants to understand how your analytical skills are and how your thinking skills are, right? See, there are many tools and skills that a data analyst must have. Think about programming languages, right? You'll require expertise in Python, you'll require expertise in R, SAS, concepts of probability, details of statistics, regression, correlation, and many other skills that a good data analyst should possess. How much of experience should he or she possess? Well, that depends on how long this person has been into data analysis, right? But then it is vital that you know what skills are required. What skills are used by professional data analysts. You might have some experts or let's say famous data analysts out there that you might be looking up to. So it's very vital you to understand all of that and answer this question in an effective way as well. Coming to the 43rd question, it states, why do you think that you are the right fit for this data analyst role? Again, if you're being asked this question, it means that the interviewer wants to understand if you are the right fit for the job description, number one. Number two, why do you think data analysis is for you? And number three, what knowledge do you have in data analysis to actually fit into their organization well? So one thing again, a very important note is that do not get carried away because you can answer this for 20-25 minutes straight, but keep it very small, keep it concise, keep it detailed, and just talk about your passion, talk about your interest, talk about your goals and how much these goals and passions will match the company's substructure and their goals as well. See, every company will have a vision and a mission, and if you can commit to the vision and the mission of that company and better either better the product that they deliver or better the brand itself, then of course you will be the right fit for the table, right? So taking a product from one place into another place which is definitely better, and you can prove it with numbers in the case of data analysis, it is very important you know how you are the right fit for the role as well. Question number 44. It says, can you please talk about your past data analysis work? Well, you might be asked this even though you're a fresher. You might be asked this even if you're an experienced candidate as well. If you're a fresher, then do talk about how you've either figured out there are problems that exist in the world of data analytics. So if you're a fresher, do talk about how you might have performed very simple analytics as well, right? So think about how many people could have how many guests that come into your place. Find a structured way on calculating that and why you think that's the case. Talk about how many people buy a certain product in your supermarket. There can be many things that you might not have officially done on paper, but your brain would have analyzed it, right? Talk about that. But then if you actually have a certification program, you would have worked on, in fact, a good certification program, you would have worked on a lot of industry level projects as well, use cases too. Talk about that. And of course, if you're an experienced person attending a data analysis interview, talk about your previous company, talk about what you did to the company, what value you added, what problems you solved, and how better was the team when you left, compared to when you were joining as well, right? So talk about a lot of these insights, talk about your debating skills, talk about how you can think out of the box, how good you are with your statistical skills, and of course, how much of a team player you were in the past and how that has continued as well. So let's talk about a behavioral question now. Question number 45 states, can you please explain how would you estimate the number of visitors to the Taj Mahal in November of 2019? Well, this question does not expect you to say the exact number of what number of visitors Taj Mahal got in November 2019, but then here people are trying to see your thought process without you making use of a data set, without you making use of a computer, to see how you would approach the problem, right? So here's a very good template that you can use. First, you would begin by gathering some data, right? So to do that, you will have to understand a lot of things. You will need to know the population of Agra, where the Taj Mahal is located, how people can move in and out of Agra, how convenient is it, and a lot more. The next thing we'll be looking at is the number of tourists that come to Agra, right? And how popular is Taj Mahal itself in Agra. So with all of these, you will find the average stay of these tourists that come. You can analyze it in detail. For example, the age of the people who come, the gender, the annual income that they have, the number of vacation days that they take, the number of bank holidays that exist in India, and all of that. The number of days Taj Mahal is closed, the number of days it's open, the number of days it records the highest number of visits, and all of these. Once you have gathered all of these data, you will go on to perform statistical analysis on it to understand how many visitors it has got as well. And if you want to perform even advanced analysis, you can go to the local tourist offices to gather all sorts of data, process it on your own, and eventually use it to verify if your model is right or not as well. So this is a classic behavioral question, and it's not just the Taj Mahal, it's not just the date.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is Excel? A. Word processor. B. A spreadsheet. C. Graphic program. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This question can be asked in many different ways. For example, how many cars were sold in India in, let's say, the last month or the last year as well. So that's another very common question that's asked. And whenever you ask this, make sure to take this kind of an approach, use the template, and think about it for a second. Take 1 or 2 minutes to think about it. There is no hurry when you're answering this question. Coming to question number 46, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? Well, as you might already know it, a data analyst will fit into a lot of domains, right? Even in the field of medicine, even in the field of social media, be it whatever it is. A data analyst is required if there's a business, as simple as that. So if you've worked in the same industry as the company that you're applying for now, do talk about how you've used your skills to polish yourself into that industry and how best you brought yourself out of it. If you do not have worked in the same experiences, don't just say no. Talk about what you think are the skills that are needed for this industry and how you're working on yourself to come to that particular spot as well, right? So it's very important that you talk about how you're building yourself towards working in this industry, your interests, your passions, and if you have had experience, of course, do talk about that and thoroughly explain it. Thoroughly explain all of the skills that you might have used, techniques, tools, and how you've benefited the past company that exists in the same industry as well. Coming to question number 47, it says, how good are you in explaining technical content to a non-technical audience with respect to data analysis? See, your ability to explain a technical content to a non-technical audience has to be one of the most important things that you'll do as a data analyst, because your communication skills are very vital. It's not just delivering technical content, it's your ability to have patience, it's your ability to break complex things into simpler, it is your ability to break up complex things into simpler things where you can explain it to an audience who might be your board members, stakeholders, or some other non-technical audience as well. So if you've had any experiences of situations where you had to explain technical concepts and break it down to a non-technical audience, make sure to talk about that. Talk about how well versed you are, how effective that you have been in delivering content before as well. So this question again is a question where I cannot give you one answer for each and every one of you, but then you yourself give it a thought for 15-20 minutes and you will get the best way on how you can answer it. Coming to question number 48, it says, what tools do you prefer to use in various phases of development? Again, this is a question that's asked to check what all the tools that you have used, how you have used it, and how best do you think a tool will fit into that particular task as well. So if you have used any or all of the tools that's involved in data analysis, talk about it. Talk about how comfortable you were in using these tools and talk about how they're popular as well. See, some of the tools that we discussed in the questions are very popular, right? Talk about how they are popular and why they are popular too. So this will add a lot of value to your candidature. And coming to the 49th question, it says, which step of a data analysis project do you like the most? Well, it's very, very common to have a liking towards one or two tools in the entire process of data analysis, right? See, a data analysis is a vast field. You just cannot have one particular tool where you will do everything with that tool. So you will have multiple tools to do it, and you will have a liking to one particular tool. You might not like the other tools as well, right? So when you're thinking of the entire analytics cycle, it is always vital that you do not talk negatively about any of these tools, because those tools are put into place to do their tasks and they have been doing it well. If you do not like it, well, okay, you do not like it, we understand that, but do talk about what best the tool can do, how it can improve itself to probably making yourself be inclined towards that, or what are the steps that you think can help make the tools better in fact as well. But understand this, when you're answering this question, know that it is okay to have a favorite tool. Know that it is okay to put in more time into one particular tool, because it's your career, it's your interest, it's your liking, and if you think you can be very efficient at using that tool effectively, then be it. It is okay. And then coming to the last question on these top data analyst interview questions and answers set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process, right? See, a good certification program, what it does for you, it's going to give you thorough knowledge, in-depth expertise from top trainers across the globe. It's going to give you a certificate. It's going to give you exposure to potential hirers. It's going to do a lot for you. So if you are involved in a very complex program that has the capability to take you from a beginner all the way to an advanced data analyst, it means it's adding a lot of value to your life. But how should you answer this when you ask this in an interview? See, one thing is that if you have a certification, right, it shows the interviewer that you have interest in advancing your career in this particular field. It shows that it shows that you have strong aspiration to learn, because you've put in your time, you've put in efforts, you've put in money, and all of these, and dedicated it to the world of data analysis, right? So if you're doing all of this, it always adds value to the interviewer as well. And then when you're thinking about how effective learning that you've put into place, see, many certification programs will give you all the theoretical knowledge that exists, but only the good ones will give you really good industry level projects and case studies to work with. So if you have had the experience to actually crack these industry level problems, it means that you have the capability to learn things on your own and be a player in a productive environment as well. So that itself is going to portray a lot of value of you being certified in that domain. And now if you have more than one certification, just go on to list the certifications of what you have done as well. But instead of stating a lot about what you have done, the most value that can be added to your application is to state how you have used this certification, right? So you could have learned a lot of things, but if you have not used that, it will not add any value, right? So what problems have you solved? The entire world of IT came into place because we have problems and we realized we can use computers to solve them. So to how best of your capability and potential have you made use of these certification programs to solve problems that are there, or how do you plan to solve them if you haven't done any as well? Talk about how helpful it's been to you, your career, and how much value it added to your life experiences, to your learning and interests towards data analysis as well. So coming to the first Excel interview question, it's always going to be something like this. They're going to ask you to tell something you know about MS Excel. And there are various ways you can go on to answer this, but the most simplistic and the most expected answer where they check your depth of understanding is something like this. So MS Excel is an amazing tool which is primarily used for data analytics and to perform data validation across a spectrum of data. It has spreadsheets, it has a lot of workbooks, and an amazingly put together user interface which helps a student or a professional go through the same and understand and churn through data very easily. So the second thing you need to know is that data sets form a very vital ingredient in the world of data science today. And most of these data sets are accessible, are generated and stored via a spreadsheet in the MS Excel format. So coming to question number 2, it's going to be, what are spreadsheets or workbooks in MS Excel? Well, spreadsheets actually are a very organized form of a presentation where data is stored in rows and columns, and the data stored in these rows and columns can be manipulated as per the user's requirement. But then They are mostly manipulated mathematically if they are numbers, like performing arithmetic operations, mathematical functions, statistical techniques, and much more. Coming to question number 3. What are the single blocks in the spreadsheet called as? Well, a single block in the spreadsheet is actually called as a cell, or in fact, they're called as a cell block as well. Let me quickly jump to Excel where we can check this out. For example, you can see all the single entities that are present here. Well, each of these are known as cells. And whatever you're seeing right now is just one sheet of the particular book. Well, a book can have more than one sheet, and eventually we're going to get into that. But to create a new sheet, make sure to click the new sheet option and you can have any number of sheets that you desire. And again, each of these sheets will have the blank rows and columns where you can work with at any time of your choice. Coming to the question again. So I hope we're clear with cells. Question number 4 on the top interview list is, can we add notes to a cell in MS Excel? If yes, can you show us how? Well, yes, notes can be added to a particular row or a particular column, or in fact a particular cell as well. So basically, comments are added when there is more than one person accessing or noting something down, or it just might be one person as well. It just increases the readability and it makes sure that you can collaborate with others easily and they can understand via the notes that you've put. Putting a note is very simple in Excel, so let's check it out. So here I have a simple cell which says note example. It can have anything for that matter, and I just have picked up this for the sake of the question. Alright, so to add a note to this, it's very simple. All you have to do is right click and click on insert comment. And you can put in any comment such as, we are learning MS Excel questions, right? And after that, pretty much you can click anywhere else and the note is stored. To access the note again, all you have to do is hover your mouse across that particular thing and you can see a tiny red tab at the end of it, right on the top right part of the cell here. Well, this particular thing denotes that there has been a comment made and by who it's made as well. So admin, pretty much that's the name of the machine that I'm working on right now, and that's the access which I have. And pretty much it will tell you what the comment is. We are learning MS Excel questions. So it is as simple as that. Coming back to the next question. Question number 5 asks, can each cell be identified and used individually, independently? Well, yes, cells have something called as cell addresses, which basically help them to be used uniquely at any point of time. Again, let's dive back to Excel. Well, you can see the column names which start from A, they go all the way till V, and pretty much there are lakhs and lakhs of rows as well. So each of these have actually an address through which you can access them. For example, if I place my mouse here at the first point of time, I am addressing it via the column A and the row 1. Hence, this particular cell has an address called as A1, which you can see here. This has to be B1. This is going to be C1 because it's C and it's 1. So what is this going to be? I am hovering my mouse here, right? Can you guys take a guess? It's under C, so it starts with C. It's the 6th row, so it's going to be C6, right? Let's take up another random one somewhere here. Sure. So this one is under L. This one is in the 13th row. So this is going to be L13. I hope you guys got this. Coming back to the presentation. So question number 6. Can comments be added to a cell block if we need it? Guys, we just checked out how we can add notes, right? It is pretty much the exact same thing. Yes, Excel allows comments, right? We just checked how it can be done. And this is done to ensure that there is better visibility, there is higher readability and good collaboration among teams who are working on the same sheet. Coming to question number 7. How can we make use of relative addressing in Excel? Well, relative addressing is primarily used so that you can save a lot of time and eventually perform repetitive tasks very, very quickly, which again saves time, and time saved is time earned in the field of data analytics. So let's check out how we can go on to make sure we can use relative addressing in MS Excel. So let me quickly go on to create a field. So I'm going to name this field as ID. Let me make it center align. All right. Alright guys, to check out how relative addressing works in Excel, let's take a very simple example. For example, I have a column which says ID and I have 1. For example, let's say I need 2, I need 3, 4, 5, all the way till 10. It's going to be cumbersome to manually do this. So what's the most simple way to do it? Let's use relative addressing. For example, if I want 1 to be added to every single element, I just say equal to A2 plus 1. And what this does is it just took one value, added it to the value which is present here and gave it to us, right? Now the fun part comes. If I just drag and drop this entirely, as you can see, it is going to keep adding 1 to every single element. Again, I can just pick up random elements and I can start doing it as well. As you can see, every time that I am doing it, it's pretty much picking up one number. So if I have to change this, instead of 1, let's add 2 to every element, right? As you can check out, as I changed one particular element, everything else changed because we added 2 here, right? Now if we drag and drop again, everything should change because this time 2 was added instead of 1. And I hope you guys are clear with relative addressing. And this brings us to the next question, which is how can we insert new rows and new columns in MS Excel? Well, again, inserting columns and rows is very easily done and it is hugely advantageous as well. So to do this, let's quickly check out in MS Excel. Alright, so if we have to add a row here, let's say above this, you need to select a cell which has to be below that. For example, if I right click here and I say insert a row, you can actually check where you have to shift the cells. So if I'm adding a row, then the cells gets shifted down. As you could check, all the values which were present are right there. But then we just got another free row where, we can work out, we can put something. For example, here we can type in, double digit numbers. I'm just giving you guys a fairly simple example of how this is done. But then you could go on to do something just like this. Alright. So again, if we have to add a column, again, you can select anything, right click, insert, and you can shift everything right. If that's the case, as you can see, the value which was there got shifted right, and now we have an empty spot in this particular row of the same column. And I hope this was clear to you as well. So this brings us to question number 9. Can each of the cells in MS Excel be formatted if it is required? Well, yes. Excel supports a huge amount, a plethora of formatting options when it comes to working with each of the cells. This is done for customization purposes and this is done to make sure that there is better data visibility overall as well. So again, let me remove everything and we can consider a simple example. So I'm going to call this name. Let's have, for example, age or something. This is just for the example purpose. So name, let me type in my name. It's Anirudh. And again, if we need to do something, all we have to do is click on format cells and then we are here. Let's say we need to change the font to it. Let's say we just need a bold version of it. All I have to do is click on bold and hit OK. And as you can see, it's done. Of course, all of these can be done from the shortcut you see here. But then there are certain things which you cannot access right there. So for example, let's say you want a strike through for some reason and you have a strike through as well. And there are n number of customization options that I've mentioned. So let's take out how we can work with a number. Again, format cells, we have number, there is various types. For example, the numbers can be actually a number place where you can have a decimal to be added to it. If it's a currency, there's dollar amount added. For example, you can have the date, you can have the time, percentage, and so much more. Since I just typed in this, it's showing me the percentage of it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. How can we customize the ribbon tab in MS Excel? Well, the ribbon tab is a godsend in my opinion when we're talking about MS Excel because it is extremely helpful by guiding a lot of users novice to advanced to basically give them a variety of options and a lot of tools as well. So let's dive back to MS Excel to check how we can do that. So coming to MS Excel right now, this is what is called as the ribbon tab, the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, and view. So this particular tab is called as a ribbon tab because it gives you everything at a very convenient way. In case if you have to add anything to this ribbon tab which you particularly need or use a lot, all you have to do is right click on it and pretty much you can customize the quick access toolbar here as well. So you have save, undo, pretty much this is the top part of it. To customize the ribbon, all you have to do is come to the customize the ribbon part of it. And you can see, for example, if you want some developer options here, all you have to do is tick the developer options and then hit OK. And now as you can see, you have the developer options here too. And it is as simple as that. Coming to the 11th question. Can you please show us how to freeze panes in MS Excel? Again, freezing panes is a huge boon when you're working with lots of data in multiple rows of the same columns. I'll show you what I mean. Let me quickly open up MS Excel. Again, for example, let me just remove all of these columns. Let me type in ID. Again, okay, so let's have ID, let's have age. And for ID, again, we'll have one. Let's put in that same formula we used that time. All we're gonna do is drag and drop this for, let's say, 100 entries. Right. Even though this looks very simple and Spartan to you, as I'm scrolling down, you cannot see what column name this is, right? For example, we just created this called as ID and we know it. But then when you're working with it, let's say you're entering this in the 100th or the 101st field, and you have to add more than one row of data, then you might not know what this column is, right? So to do this very conveniently, just select the rows and go to view. In view, pretty much all you have to click on is freeze panes. In the freeze panes, you can freeze the top row. See, now the entirety of the top row is frozen. So if I keep scrolling down as well, the first one is always there, as you can see. So you can see, even though I'm almost at the 100th entry, the first row which is pretty much there, the ID and the age. This makes it very convenient for all the developers out there to work with it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. Question number 12. How can we protect the workbooks in Excel? Well, Excel spreadsheets can actually be protected with a password. You know, each of the cells, rows, columns, and each of the sheets can also be logged based on the requirement as well. And data protection is actually a very vital tool, and in fact a very widely used tool in MS Excel. So anyway, checking that out. For example, if we have to lock this particular cell, all you have to do is right click on it. Again, you'll have to click on format cells, and here you have the protection tab that you need to click on. In the protection tab, you can either lock the cells and you can hide the cells as well. If I go on to click hide the cells, pretty much as you can check it out, well, these cells cannot be accessed without any privileges. But there is a small catch. If our workbook is unprotected, then in that case, this will not make any sense because anyone can actually access this. So, protected. And if you have to remove the protection, all you have to do is click on it again and it's going to ask to unprotect the workbook. In that case, again, enter the password, hit OK, and your workbook is up. And your workbook is now unprotected. So, coming back to question number 13. Can you please explain about pivot tables in Excel? Yes, pivot tables are one of the most widely used concept in MS Excel as well, because these are the tables which give out comprehensive details about the data present in the sheets. Well, they are used to analyze the trends, patterns, relationships, and all of the other concepts with respect to data analysis in the data fields present in the MS Excel sheet. And at the end of the day, it also helps in creation of dashboards and reports. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the next small concept in the same pivotal concept, which is the pivot charts. What are pivot charts? Well, pivot charts are actually used in accordance with pivot tables to basically visualize them. The visualization ensures that we have nice looking graphs where the data can be visualized and in fact analyzed in a very beautiful manner. The visualization actually adds a lot of weight when it comes to the insight because it makes the graph more readable, more presentable, and more pleasant to look at. And this in turn makes it very easy to interact with the data. Coming to question number 15. How can we format multiple sheets at once in MS Excel? This again is something very important and something very nice that MS Excel provides to us. It is actually very vital to do that because it saves a lot of time and it helps if there is a lot of redundancy as well. So let's check it out. So coming back to MS Excel, if we do have to copy the formatting present from one sheet to all of the other, all I have to do is select the cells that I want to do the changes to and right click on the sheet name and select all sheets. And after this, we can go on to add, for example, if we need a fill color to the columns, as you can see, I just added a fill color. Again, going to sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, as you can see, pretty much all of that has been added with just one single click. Let me just Control Z so we can go back. And now you can see pretty much none of the sheets have been affected, right? So it is as simple as this to add formatting to all the sheets at one single point of time. Anyway, so coming to the next question, how can you protect cells from being copied? Well, as we discussed, protecting cells can actually help in hiding the formulas and ensuring that there is no unauthorized changes to the sheets and that not everyone can see the formulas which are actually present in the working of the sheet. Well, the advantage is because this is needed sometimes where there is some requirement of abstraction and data hiding which is required to ensure that not everyone has the access to a calculation which is being performed. If that's the case, we can go on to protect all the cells just like we saw. Coming to question number 17. Can you implement named ranges in Excel? Yes, named ranges are again another amazing feature which is pretty much given to us by the people at Microsoft, where again it ensures that we have amazing readability and that common tasks can be done very easily and quickly as well. So let us check it out with an example. So here we are in MS Excel. I have a basic ID column with a formula applied to it where we're basically adding 2 to every single number one after the other. To go on to add name ranges in Excel, it's very simple. All you need to do is select all the rows and the columns that you need to go on to add the name ranges, and you can put in the name you want. For example, I just name this as IDs. So if I have to go check out the named range of my ID, all I have to do is click here. It says IDs and it selects all the IDs for me. If I have to do it for age, let's say there's 12, let's put in random ages here just for the sake of the example. And if I have to select all the data, all the ages, again I select this and I create a named range and I call it ages. And now as you can check out, there are two named ranges. Or if I select the IDs, all the IDs are selected. If I select the ages, then all the ages are selected. You can choose to either use the column header or not. In case if it's a mathematical operation, you would avoid using the column name. And I hope I'm clear with this. Coming to the next question. Can you please tell us something about the functions in MS Excel? Well, this is going to be a guarantee question in any MS Excel interview because again, functions are the foundation of Microsoft Excel because they are used to perform almost any task, which might be otherwise difficult to actually do manually. There are a lot of functions as aggregation functions like, sum, average, maximum of a number range, minimum of a number range, and much more. And in fact, these are the popular ones. And again, make sure to mention that there are many types of function in MS Excel, and after that pretty much they can find out if you can actually use any one of these functions. So the next question is, can you demonstrate the use of any function in Excel? So make sure that you can use a simple function such as sum or sumif to show a basic operation. Any function can actually be chosen based on how advanced the role is that you're actually applying for, but in this particular case, to keep it to the discretion of all the viewers, let us take a simple example. So if we have to use a sum function, it is pretty simple. So let's say we need the sum of all the IDs that are present here or sum of all the ages as well, right? So to start out with the formula, it always starts with an equal to sign. So let's say equal to, and we need to perform the sum operation. So let's say sum, open the parentheses, and you can see in fact the syntax right there. It shows you what number you want to basically do a sum of. But then let's say we want the sum of all of this, right? So let's see the address of this cell. It's an A2. So I say A2 and I add a colon. So colon denotes a range of values. From A2, I want all the sum till A11. So if I type this, close the parenthesis and hit enter, I have the value 100. 100 is basically the sum of all the values present from A2 all the way till A11. Again, if we have to do it for each, we start with is equal to sum of everything that starts from C3 all the way till C6. And I close the parentheses, I hit enter. It's 122. It is as simple as this, and it is very vital that you demonstrate this. Coming to the 20th question, Can you show us how to find compound interest in MS Excel? Well, this is a very interesting question, and most of the time it is asked because MS Excel has a function called as the FV function or the future value function, which is actually used to calculate compound interest very easily. So let's check it out. Alright, here is a sample sheet that I have created in MS Excel to check out the use of the future value function. So basically the future value function has a lot of parameters that you need to check. So to add it, let us type equal to FV, and here as soon as I open the brackets, you can see there are multiple options for the future value function, right? There is rate, there is NPER, there is PMT, PV, types, and much more. So basically the rate argument is telling us what is the interest rate for that period. For example, in our case, it's 5%. So NPER is basically telling the number of payment periods. And then we have PMT, which is basically the short form for payment. And this is the payment which is actually made after each period has been crossed, right? So this has to be entered as a negative number because you will be giving money away. And then coming to PV and the type, basically PV and the type are given in square brackets because these are optional arguments. PV is just the present value of your future payments, and type basically says if there is a due at the end of your payment or not. If it's 0, it means it's the end of the period, there's a due, and if it's 1, it means there is a due at the beginning of the period. Basically the default setting here is always 0. Anyway, coming back to here. So basically to find the compound interest, all we need to do is we need to go on to dividing the interest rate with the term in years first. So the interest rate is at C6. So we need to divide C6 by C8 first as the first argument. And then after this, we need to multiply our C7, which is the particular term in years, with respect to our compounding period, because this is how many times the value gets compounded every single year. And after this, as I mentioned, the default value is going to be 0, and we're going to have to give the negative value because that is the amount which is being taken from us. So the present value is $1,000, so I'm going to type in minus C5, which is basically subtracting the present value, which is 1,000. And as soon as I hit enter here, it's going to give us a calculation which is $1,647.01. And as you can check out, this is going to be the compounded value of an investment of $1,000 in 10 years, guys. This is the final future value that you're going to obtain.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of these is true about data analysis function? A. It can be used on multiple worksheets at a time. B. It can't be used offline. C. It can be used on only one worksheet at a time. D. It can only be used in Excel 2016. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And anyway, coming back to the next question, I hope I was clear with the previous one. So the next question is, what are the type of functions that are actually present in MS Excel? Well, again, there are numerous types of functions which are present in MS Excel. Everything from mathematical functions, date and time functions, financial functions, logical functions, database functions, you name it, it is there. But then these are the most popular ones used. And in fact, these days, all the statistical functions are being used for various reasons because this entire world has become a big data problem. And to go on to analyze that and to perform very good analytics on the same, MS Excel is in fact a very good tool. So to quickly demonstrate all the functions that are available, click on the formulas tab and pretty much you can hit more functions here. As you can check out, you have so many formulas that you can go on to use. You can just click on the insert function on the left as well, and you can check out the type of the function. Let's say if you want to check out all the functions, you have absolute functions. You have average functions. You have so many functions. There is financial functions again, which is used for accounting, financial rates to find the nominal part of a number and whatnot. Then you have math functions, and again, to find out trigonometric functions, to convert degrees into radians, to find out the log of a number, to find the modulus of a number, odd numbers, even numbers, and much more. You have statistical functions again to find out the confidence interval, the normalization of the confidence values, and much more. And you have text functions, you have database functions. Guys, I hope you get the point here. There are multiple functions that MS Excel supports, and you can use all of these as per your requirement. Coming to 22nd. Can you explain one example where you have used averages? Well, again, it is actually very simple to go on to do this. Many people actually tend to do this manually, but again, to save a lot of time, you have a function called as the average function, which does exactly this. So, for example, let me create another set of values here. So, let's say I have 1 here. Let us take up the same example is equal to f5 plus 3. As you can see, 1 added with 3 gives us 4. Let's try to drag this down a little, and we have a couple of values here, right? So to find the average of all of these values, let me name this average. I can make this bold. So again, to find the average, as I told you, there is an average function that you can use. Is equal to average is the keyword. And then again, you can give out a couple of numbers out here, a set of numbers, or in fact, a range of numbers. Since we're using a range of numbers, let's work from F5, which is the first number. We have a colon, which denotes the range, all the way till F14. And as soon as I hit this and hit enter, we have 14.5. So 14.5 is average of all of these numbers that you can see. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the 23rd question is, can you talk about formula precedence in MS Excel? Yes, MS Excel follows the BODMAS rule. The BODMAS rule, the B in the BODMAS rule stands for brackets, O stands for order, D stands for division, M stands for multiplication, A stands for addition, and S stands for subtraction. The rule works from left to right, and the precedence is given in such a way. Let me explain with an example, and you should too. So, let us take up 3, 5, and 7 here. Alright, so we can remove all the other values in fact. So I have 3 values on your screen right now, 3, 5, and 7. As you can see here, we can have I5 into J5, right? So the value of this, if we manually calculate it, we can understand it is 38. And here the precedence has been followed again. As you can see, when we multiplied the value, pretty much it went on to multiply the value in the bracket first, because B comes first, and then it added to the value, right? Because again, if we do it in a different way, we'll get a different answer. For example, let's say we multiply these two values, we get 15, and if we add 15 to 7, we do not get 38. And in fact, if we go on to use the same incorrect rule that I just told you, 5 into 3 plus 7, well, it is correct if we do not make use of the bracket, but since we make use of the bracket, we need to be aware that it is using the BODMAS rule, right? So these two numbers are getting multiplied first, and then this number is getting added to it. Well, if there weren't any brackets, pretty much H5 would have been added with I5, and then it would have been multiplied, which would not give the value of 38. And again, 38 is the correct value out here. This is how a very simple example can be shown on how precedence works. And then coming to the 24th question, the 24th question asks, can we display the current date and in fact even the current time in MS Excel? Well, yes, it is actually possible, and the easiest way to do it is to actually use a function to fetch the current date, and the function is called as the today function. The today function basically returns the current date in the date format in the MS Excel sheet. Well, let's quickly check it out. So let's say I want to print my date here, so all I have to do is equal to today, and I put in the parenthesis because it's a function. I hit enter, and as you can check out, So today's date is the 6th of February 2020 at the time of the recording of this particular video, and hence you can check out it is already formatted to be the date as well. So coming to the 25th question, it is, can you give us an example of how to use percentage in Excel? Guys, we have already checked this out, but then I'm going to give you another example because making use of percentages are extremely vital in the field of data analytics, and in fact in the field of making use of Excel in an advanced way as well. So let's have 10, let's have 50, and let's have 80. Let's consider these to be marks obtained, and next we can have total marks. So let's say these are the marks obtained by some students in the class. This is just for an example, right? So the total marks is going to be 100 for everyone, obviously. And again, all you can do is pretty much drag and drop this, and you can save time instead of manually entering as well. So to find out the value here, again, you don't have to do it manually, is equal to D5 divided by E5. And this is going to give you a value of 0.1. Let me drag and drop the same. And in fact, now you can actually select all these numbers, right click, format cell, the number category, and here you have percentage. Here you can actually choose if you need decimal places or not. Let's say we do not need decimal places. I'll bring it to 0. And if I hit OK, you can check that this person got 10%, this person got 50%, and the other person got as 80%, right? If you change this, the value will actually change. So let's say we have 13 here. As you can see, the value changed automatically. Let's say this person obtained 50.5, but then we'll have 51 because it's being rounded off. But then if you do not need it to round off, you can have the decimal places to be shown. As you can see, 50.5%. So this is a very simple way to go on to use percentages in MS Excel. This brings us to question number 6. Question number 6, what are the various report formats in MS Excel? Well guys, you need to know that there are 3 report formats in MS Excel that you can put out. One is the tabular report, the other is the compact report, and then we have the general report as well. So make sure you answer this question very diligently by taking all the 3 types of the report formats that are existent: compact reports, general reports, and tabular reports. And this brings us to question number 27. Question number 27 asks, how can you explain a VLOOKUP in MS Excel? Well, VLOOKUP is again another very interesting function that is basically present in Excel, which helps to fetch values which are actually placed vertically in the columns. So when you think about the name VLOOKUP, the V in VLOOKUP actually stands for vertical, and VLOOKUP is actually used when there is a lot of data which needs handling, and this again makes life very simple for an Excel developer. Coming to question number 28, what is the main use of macros in MS Excel? Macros, as the name suggests, is basically a simple set of instructions which can be recorded by users. So why do we need to record any instructions? Why can't we do all these instructions every single time? Guys, there might be certain repetitive tasks which need to be done again and again iteratively, and this can get cumbersome, waste a lot of time, and in fact demotivate a human being who's doing the repetitive task. So macros step in here. Macros are used to reduce redundancy on a big scale, and this is actually used primarily to create a set of automated instructions which can run on repeated instructions and in fact on functions as well. This brings us to question number 29. Name any 2 or 3 best practices to use always when working with MS Excel. Well, here is how you can answer it. Here are 4 best practices, in fact. So if they've asked for 2 or 3, make sure you give 1 extra to show the interviewer that you might know more than 2 or 3. Well, the first one is to create multiple tabs while working. Instead of working on a single sheet, it is always recommended you have multiple sheets that you work with to ensure that there is less error rates and better visibility. And the second thing is to add a table of content when you have a lot of data to ensure that your data is always structured or looks structured at least. And then aggressively commenting makes sure that you or anyone else in the team working on this particular aspect, this particular sheet or this workbook has an idea idea of what's going on with respect to each particular cell which is important in that particular sheet. And then coming to good visualizations are very, very important because it is at the end of the day, it is very easy to create a simple graph, but it can be a challenge to create a very good looking table. So having the skills, having the required designing skills to make sure you can make a graph look good is extremely vital. And this brings us to the last question in our top Excel interview series. So the last question is, what is the shortcut to show syntax of functions? Well, the syntax is actually shown in a very convenient way while inserting the function itself, as we went through, right? But why is this done? Why does Excel show this to us? Well, it is actually done to ensure that the person uses the correct syntax when inputting the parameters, because it is very easy to input the wrong parameters and have the wrong results. So let me dive back to Excel here. And as you can pretty much check out, let me use a simple function again. So again, coming back to the future value example, as soon as I hit FV and I open the brackets, you can see the parameters which are shown here, so that the user can always look at this while entering the values in case if the person is using the function for the first time. So there's another way to do this. You can click on insert function in the formulas tab, and pretty much you can go on to search for the function here as well. So if we need the FV, we can have to scroll down and click on FV. Again, it tells you what the future value function does as well. So it's basically future value of an investment based on the periodic constant payments and the constant interest rate as well. So if you click OK here, it adds that, and you can add the rate, NPM, PMT. It's in bold because, as I've mentioned, these are the compulsory values, and PV and type are optional numbers. And pretty much it will tell you what each of the columns actually be put as well. For example, this is the interest rate, and this is the total number of payment periods, as I mentioned, and PMT is basically the payment made in every single period, and you can see it is conveniently shown in MS Excel. So just like this, there are multiple ways MS Excel makes life easier, and in fact, working with MS Excel is considered to be a very good advantage for a person looking out to increase his skills in MS Excel, or in fact looking out for a data analyst job and more. So you've reached the end of this section. I wish you all the best for the interviews that you're going to attend, and make sure to revise all of these questions thoroughly.
Just a quick info, guys. If you are looking for data analytics course, then we have a good news for you. Intellipaat is providing an advanced certification in data analytics for business with IIT Madras. The course is of very high quality and very cost effective. The course link is given in the description below.